This video is designed to help you relax or fall asleep. Before we begin, if you think you might fall asleep, please introduce yourself in the comments. Please also like the video and subscribe if you haven't already. As always, I'd love to know where you're watching from. So let us know in the comments and share what time it is where you are. Thank you once more for joining me. Get comfortable, grab a glass of water, make sure you've locked your door, and turn off the lights. Don't forget to say hello in the comments. It's time to close your eyes. Many years ago, I used to work the night shift at a hotel in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. During the season, it wasn't too bad, mostly families and tourists. We had on-site security back then. However, in the off-season, the winter months were different. The cheap weekly rates we offer attracted a lot of creepy people. The idea was supposed to be to make money in the off-season by renting to snowbirds, older retired people who came to the beach for about a month through the winter. It did not always work out that way. The cheap rates made it possible for a less than desirable element to become long-term residents. I've discovered more than my fair share of meth labs, broken up physical assaults, and more during the winter months. Working the third shift, I would meet some interesting people. The cold weather would mean some homeless people would come in to get warm and grab some free coffee. I wasn't supposed to let them, but it's not in me to be cruel. I would let them grab a coffee and get warm for a minute, as long as they didn't cause trouble. As you can see, night shift in the winter made for some crazy and sometimes creepy stories. I have a lot, but this one is one that stands out because it didn't end well for me. I had a great night up to this point. I had gone to an indie wrestling show with my best friend before work. In fact, I had agreed to come in an hour early the next night for the young lady that worked the second shift in exchange for her working an hour late for me. Ironically enough, I met Terry Funk that night, a wrestling legend known for his hardcore matches. Little did I know I was about to experience this kind of violence for real. I was supposed to be there at midnight due to her working over an hour for me. I normally came in at 11 p.m. I counted the register, and she briefed me on her shift as to what had happened, as per usual. As she was leaving, my friend Andrew arrived. He worked second shift maintenance at this hotel, and the other two hotels our company owned. He would regularly stop by after work, go grab us some food, and we would play World of Warcraft on our laptops after eating for a while since business was slow. He was just getting my money for the food, getting ready to leave. I was excited, telling him about how much fun I had at the wrestling show and showing him my Terry Funk t-shirt that I was so proud of. I was just walking into the back office to put the shirt up when I heard the doorbell indicating a customer had entered. It's true what they say, ask not for whom the bell tolls, it tolls for thee. I had turned around when I heard someone say something loudly, but I still couldn't make out what they had said. I had just reached the doorway when I saw Andrew fall down in front of me. The next thing I know, a guy walks around the corner and punches me in the head with a short steel pipe in his hand. It staggered me, and I fell to the ground. Before I could react, he hits me in the head with the pipe. I suddenly heard another guy that I hadn't even noticed. He was panicking because he thought that one of us had ran to get a cop. They left out the door. I was finally able to get to my feet. I tried to call the police from the phone in the back office, but it was having issues. I slammed it in frustration. I was hurting and scared, really freaking out. I realized that they could come back, so I ran and locked the door. I didn't know where Andrew had gone, and that worried me. I called 911 and started to notice the blood pouring down my head. I told the operator I had been attacked and needed an officer and an ambulance. I then called Travis, the manager of the hotel, to tell him what had happened. He thought I was messing with him at first because when we got bored, we would usually prank each other. I finally convinced him I was not joking. So he told me he was heading over straight away. The cops and the ambulance pulled up, and I opened the door. It was at this time I found out that after they sucker punched him and knocked him down, Andrew was able to amazingly jump over the desk and escape. He ran out just as a cop was driving by, which he ran to flag down for help. I ended up in the hospital emergency room where I had to have 10 staples in my scalp and they gave me morphine for pain. I had no way to get home after being treated, but the doctor and nurses took pity on me and paid for a cab. My plan was to go back to work because this was December and Christmas was coming. I had 3 kids and needed all the hours I could get. When I got back to the hotel, the IT guy Ted was there with his wife Barbara, who also worked at the front desk. She was shocked to see me. She thought I would still be in the hospital. I thought I had only been hit in the head once after being punched. But the video which Ted was pulling for the police showed a different story. After I went to the ground, the guy had hit me not just one time, but 10 times in total. I kept trying to grab the pipe and get up, for some reason. I do not remember that. I guess I was knocked pretty hard. He kept punching me and hitting me with the pipe until his friend told him that Andrew got away and then got the cops. The 2 of them then ran out. I was given a room at the other hotel. And Ted and Barbara gave me a lift there as I was in no condition to drive due to the morphine. They also gave me a paid week off to heal. They switched me over to the other hotel on the night shift for a month, just in case they were after me in particular. We never found out why they chose to attack me. The police thought it might be a failed strong-arm robbery due to Andrew getting away and me not just going down. Not knowing why they attacked me really shook me up. Even though I was at our other hotel when I came back to work the night shift, I was still nervous. I tensed up every time the door chimed. I couldn't afford to quit. As I said, I had 3 kids I was supporting. They never caught the guys as far as I know. A detective stopped by about 2 months later when I was working the second shift. He showed me several mug shots and asked me if any of them looked familiar. I never got a great look at them as it all happened so fast. I had seen the video, which wasn't the best quality. Even so, 2 of them looked very familiar. I pointed them out, and he asked me how sure I was. I told him honestly, like 85%. He then yelled and asked me if I wanted someone to go to jail for attempted murder on 85%. I was stunned into silence. I was the victim. I was attacked for no reason, and he is yelling at me like it's my fault. I was too busy being attacked to get a good look at them. I no longer work at a hotel on the night shift, and I'm glad, because it's just too dangerous in this area. Night shifts at hotels can be risky, and after my terrifying experience, I decided it was time for a change. For a while, the memories of that night haunted me. The feeling of being so vulnerable, the pain from the attack, and the lingering questions about the attacker's motives all weighed heavily on my mind. But over time, I began to heal, both physically and emotionally. I found a new job with better working hours and conditions, which provided me with the opportunity to spend more time with my kids. The sense of safety and security that had been shattered during that fateful night gradually returned. Life moved on, and I left the hotel industry behind. I learned that sometimes it's necessary to prioritize your well-being over financial concerns. My new job allowed me to support my family while maintaining a more stable work-life balance. I never did find out what motivated the attackers that night. They remained at large, leaving behind a trail of questions and unresolved mysteries. However, I chose not to dwell on the past, but to look forward to a brighter future. Though the scars on my scalp served as a physical reminder of that harrowing night, they also symbolize my resilience and ability to overcome adversity. It was a chapter of my life that had come to an end, and I was determined to write a new, safer, and happier story for myself and my family. I need to preface this by saying that I don't believe in ghosts or any other kind of paranormal activity. This is not an attempt to convince people of their existence. What I will say is that I have an open mind regarding things that I can't explain using logic or reasoning. I know something happened to me, I just don't know what. And nothing I've heard so far has come anywhere near a satisfactory explanation. But then, that's what had me creeped out about it. If I could just chalk it up to seeing a ghost or witnessing a glitch in the matrix, as I've heard people call it, or any of that, at least I could draw a line under it and move on. But I can't. Because I have no idea what happened that night, and neither does anyone else. I used to work for a security company that contracted overnight work for large office buildings in downtown Houston. Some of the buildings were real nice places, and their security offices had all kinds of amenities that others just didn't have. The only problem was they made for some of the most boring overnight shifts you could possibly imagine. Tough guards can be exhausting and dangerous, but boredom is a different kind of poison altogether. So you understand what I say, out of all the places that I could have expected my scariest night working security, these places didn't get anywhere near the top 10. One of the buildings we worked in had a bunch of different offices on each floor with a layout, each one being shaped like a letter U. Each of the floors was owned by a different company for the most part. Anyway, so most had a different design but the same layout, and part of that layout were those polished metal plates that sat on the corner of each corridor. They were positioned at the 90-degree angles in the U shape. At first, I figured it was just an odd design choice. Then I figured out that they were like mirrors. If someone was walking down the connecting corridor and you couldn't see them, you'd be able to see a little movement in the polished metal so you wouldn't run into anyone or get a fright. Kind of clever, right? Well, listen to this. One night, I'm working the overnight shift with 2 other coworkers. When it comes my turn to perform a physical sweep of the building, we had most of the building mapped out with cameras, but no security guard worth his salt relies on electronics. So every half hour, one of the guards would take a quick walk around each of the floors just to make sure everything was A-okay. Most of the guys would just take elevators up and down, but it was around this time that I decided to take the stairs a few times a night to get some exercise. I was a few pounds heavier than I wanted to be, and walking up even 5 or 6 flights of stairs sucked. So I took as many flights as I could, then took the elevator the rest of the way. It also helped kill time on those hellish shifts. Anyway, this one time, I managed to hustle all the way up to the 9th floor, which was totally a new record for me. But I was completely out of gas. I literally had to lean against the wall to catch my breath, making sure to stay in the stairwell's blind spots so my coworkers wouldn't watch and laugh at me. Once I had myself together again, I walked out into the corridor and towards the first bend in the U-shaped layout that I mentioned earlier. As I got within a few feet of it, I froze. For the first time in the whole time that I'd worked there, I saw a reflection in a polished metal mirror thing. It wasn't crystal clear, but it was absolutely different to how it usually looked. I had the usual reflective image ingrained into my memory because I saw it hundreds of times a night. I could clearly see someone standing in the connecting hallway, wearing what looked to be the same kind of security uniform as me. I called out, thinking it was one of my coworkers. Then the white shirt shape suddenly moved out of sight. Now, right away, I thought this was a prank. I caught them trying to scare me. So, as I'm walking around the corners, I'm kind of calling out, "Hey, I know you're there. I saw you in the reflection." I get around each corner, but I don't see anyone. I assume the guy had ducked into one of the conference rooms or offices as a backup. I checked all of them, and they were all empty. I called down on my radio to make sure someone was really up there with me and they're just hiding in a closet or something because they're a bunch of immature idiots. The second I heard both guys talking on the same radio, I felt myself getting just a little bit freaked out. Either I was having some kind of weird episode after power walking up those 9 flights, or my eyes were playing tricks on me, or something very bad was happening. So, naturally, I'm starting to get a little worried. Not majorly worried, just a little. I decided to take the elevator the rest of the way. I I was still concerned about my health, but then as I'm walking back towards it, something happened that makes me feel cold just to think about to this day. It felt like someone walked up behind me, and it felt like it was fast. I heard the footsteps that definitely weren't my own, and I felt that feeling of imminent danger you get when someone rushes you from behind. I turned, had my hand on my sidearm, ready to defend myself. But there was nothing there. Just an empty corridor with me standing in it. I can't even really think of the words for the kind of fear that I was feeling in that moment. The best that I can come up with is it was like a physical force, and that fear hit me and pushed me towards the elevator at a speed walk. I was convinced that someone was up there with me. But at the same time, they either had to be psychic or a ninja to rush up on me like that, or at least make me feel like I was being creeped on. None of it made any sense, and more, I was thinking that there was something wrong with me, not that something weird was going on. Once I was safely in the elevator, I called down to my coworkers and asked them to watch all of the cameras on the 10th floor for any kind of movement. They replied, asking if I was all good or if I needed help, probably because they could hear the state I was in. But I told them to shut up, watch the cameras, and tell me if they could see anything or anyone. I was expecting a no, in which case I had to accept that I was having some kind of medical emergency and maybe even call 911. I heard about people having strokes or heart attacks and how they can feel confused or panicked, so that's all my hypochondriac mind was thinking about. But then, as my radio crackled to life again, I heard the next thing they said, and I swear to Christ that I felt like I was going to throw up. My coworker came back with, "Yeah, there's someone up there with you. We're headed for the elevator right now." I sent it down to the ground floor, and if I'm being honest, I was weirdly relieved. I wasn't about to have a stroke, and I wasn't going crazy. There really was someone up on the 10th floor, and they were about to get messed up for scaring the living daylights out of me. We swept all the rooms together, calling out to this potential intruder the whole time, saying things like, "Come on out, and you're only getting trespassing," and even saying things like, "This is a heck of a way to get yourself shot." We were just bluffing, and it wasn't a huge issue that we didn't find this intruder. They could have easily used the stairwell to escape to another floor. But instead of going and hunting them down, we just headed back down to the security office, watched the cameras, and waited for the real cops to show up. On the way back to the office, I asked my coworker what exactly he'd seen on those security cameras, and it turns out he hadn't seen anything definitive, just enough blurry movement on the edges of a monitor to know that someone was definitely up there. And they seemed like they knew where the camera's blind spots were. This is what really sent alarm bells ringing for my coworkers. Stuff like that suggests someone has cased the place, done a little recon in the daytime, possibly disguised as a client or employee. They'd know where to go to get whatever they'd come for, as well as how to get there without being spotted straight away. A lot of people have asked me how this person could have gotten into the building in the first place, and didn't that bother me at all? The question did bother me, but we're not trained to waste time thinking about how. We're trained to react to intruders as and when they occur, to focus on either locking them down for the cops or getting them out of the building without anyone getting hurt. You focus on the how afterward. In the moment, you focus on the intruder. Anyway, we watched the cameras, called the cops, and tried to work out where this intruder could have gotten to, while avoiding all the security cameras. We stared at the cameras for maybe 15 to 20 minutes before the cops showed up, and we didn't see any movement. When the cops arrived, we helped them sweep all the floors and offices to make sure no one was around. They were pretty thorough about it, opening up closets and checking under desks. But still, we found no one. Even the cops said that it must have been spooky for whoever was up there alone, which sounded like the understatement of the century. But right then, when we were dealing with the situation, I was sure that it wasn't just me going nuts. The situation was resolving itself, so I was relatively calm again. When the cops left, we switched on the alarm systems for floors 9 to 13, meaning if anyone entered those floors again, we'd be instantly alerted, and a 911 call would automatically be issued. No alarms were triggered that night, so we figured the episode was pretty much over and done with. We'd have to talk to the head of security about it, and there was no doubt that he'd be very interested in how he let something like that happen. But no one expected to get fired. In the weeks afterward, I realized how much the experience had affected me. The longer I went on wondering about it, the worse the feeling got. I thought I had put it behind me, but it turned out to be a major error in judgment on my part. Or maybe I just ignored my feelings. I thought about what could have made those noises and reflections. What could have given me that feeling like someone was rushing up behind me? After thinking about it for long enough, I decided that I didn't want to work there anymore. When I was told that I couldn't pick and choose which guard shifts I was on, I was left with no choice but to seek employment elsewhere. I'm not afraid to admit that I was scared of whatever happened up there. Rather than going down some crazy rabbit hole trying to explain it, I thought it was better just to walk away and start fresh someplace else. It's never happened again, nor anything like it, but you can bet your bottom dollar that if it does, I'm out of there. A couple of years ago, I was living in Colombo, in Sri Lanka, at a small hostel on the outskirts of the city. The hostel catered to long-term guests, so I got to know everyone who lived there pretty well. Among the residents, there was a guy named Raj, and Raj served as a middleman of sorts in the local casinos. The casinos in the area were incredibly shady places, filled with Russian mobsters and other low-life criminals from China and India. While the casinos were technically illegal, they managed to continue their operations through bribery and government coercion. I visited one of them once, and it was a surreal experience. Now, my friend Raj's job was to take online bets from Indian clients and then place those bets physically in the casino. Essentially, he played with their money and acted as the intermediary, allowing individuals to play from another location. He participated in some high-stakes games, handling large sums of money for some powerful people. It was a recipe for disaster waiting to happen. One night, Raj messed up big time. One of his clients managed to gain access to his online system and stole all the money his other clients had deposited to play with. The amount stolen was significant, with some losing well over $50,000, a fortune in this area. We only found out about the theft after Raj's sudden disappearance, and we discovered a cryptic note left in his bed, saying, "It's sad, don't look for me, I'm leaving." Among other things. The guy had vanished overnight. We filed a police report and waited to hear anything. After a few days, the police returned to the hostel, asking if someone who knew Raj could join them. The locals in the hostel were afraid to go with the police, so I volunteered. They took me to their headquarters, leading me to the back where I was shown photos of a body cut into pieces. It was Raj, brutally dismembered and dumped into the nearby sewer canal by an unknown assailant. They brought me there to identify the body, but they never found out who was responsible for this gruesome act. The images from those photos have haunted me, and I'll never forget them. I left the hostel shortly afterward. Raj might have been involved in some shady activities, but he didn't deserve such a gruesome fate. I work as a baker for a small bakery in a tourist town. I'm regularly at work around midnight most nights. I'm pretty close to the local strip of bars and clubs, so I hear late-night partygoers, sirens a few times a night, and people yelling. That kind of stuff. The weirdest story, which started out creepy but didn't end that way, was when I opened the door around 4 a.m. to someone knocking. The only reason I opened the door is because my boss had literally just texted me, saying we might be getting an early delivery, so I thought it was that. I opened the door, and no one's there. I glanced around, thinking they knocked and ran back to their truck to start unloading. Then suddenly, someone steps out of the shadows, looking like Slender Man. I panic but hold it together pretty well. Once they got out of the shadows, it obviously wasn't a monster. It was just a tall, skinny girl with no pants on, no shoes, and a shirt that obviously wasn't hers. This poor girl then asks me if she can borrow a phone. It clicks in my mind what could have happened, and I tell her to come in. I let her use my phone. She tries to call her boyfriend and tells me that essentially she just woke up after passing out. She didn't know where she was, and I was the only light on the street. I didn't ask what happened to her, but she was saying something about pulling a firearm earlier and was hyperventilating over the cops being called on her, so I didn't call them. Her boyfriend never answered the phone, but I helped her figure out where her hotel was. Luckily, it was on the same block we were already on. I couldn't leave to walk with her or drive because I had a million things in the oven. I actually gave her my phone with the place pulled up on Google Maps and the flashlight on. She walked there, made it back okay, showered, took a nap, and brought me back my phone later in the morning. She hugged me twice and thanked me profusely, and I'm just sitting there like, damn, I didn't think I was getting my phone back. But I'm glad it worked out okay. I don't know if she was assaulted or just the type to strip when drunk or what, but she seemed okay after having been back to her hotel room. It could have gone a lot worse for her, so I'm glad I was the door she knocked on. God, did she give me a heart attack at first? A few years back when I was doing any work I could get, I took up this gig at the 24/7 Walmart. It was a bit more rundown than your typical Walmart. Dimly lit aisles, flickering fluorescent lights, and an eeriness that only an empty Walmart at 3 in the morning can provide. So picture this, I'm stocking shelves in the cereal aisle, just trying to keep myself awake with the monotonous routine. And then, out of nowhere, this guy saunters in. He's tall, I mean basketball player tall, with long strides that make him seem like he's on some sort of mission. There's hardly anyone around, and this dude's pacing down the aisles like he owns the place. Kind of weird, but not out of the ordinary Walmart weird. Just a late night shopper with a peculiar vibe. I'm busy stacking cereal boxes when I catch sight of him again. He's standing at the end of the aisle, staring at me with this grin that could send shivers down your spine. The lighting's wonky, casting these creepy shadows that don't help my nerves. Before I can even process what's happening, he's right there, right in front of me. Close enough that I can smell the alcohol on his breath. He shoots me this look, like he's got the juiciest secret in the world, and then he says, "I've done something very naughty." What the hell? I try to laugh it off, brush it away with a nervous chuckle. But he's not having it. He keeps staring, that grin still plastered on his face. It's late, it's quiet, and the place is kind of creepy already. But this guy, he's turned it up to 10. He starts following me, aisle after aisle. Every time I turn around, there he is, watching and grinning. It's like he's playing a twisted game of hide and seek, and I'm not even a player. More like the unwilling target. I try to go about my work, but I can feel his eyes on me, like they're drilling holes into my back. Then, out of nowhere, he starts humming this tune. It's faint, just under his breath, but it's off-putting as hell. I can't put my finger on where I've heard it before, but it's that famously creepy whistling song. I decide to take a breather and head to the break room. Maybe I can shake him off and catch a few moments of normalcy. My coworker's in there, and we're shooting the breeze about assignments and exams, trying to keep things light. But the whole time, I can't shake the feeling that I'm being watched. And guess what? I was right. I spot him at the entrance to the break room, just standing there, staring right at me. I freeze, and I swear the room got colder in that moment. I point him out to my coworker, and when he turns around, the guy's vanished. I glance at my coworker. I couldn't read his expression. I ask him, "Did you see that?" He looks at me. The confusion is obvious in his eyes. See what? Clearly he saw nothing. I realize that he missed the entire encounter. It was only me who saw him. I run my fingers through my hair, feeling a mixture of paranoia and frustration. "Never mind," I mutter, dismissing the topic. Maybe I'm just letting my imagination get the best of me. It was late and I'd not slept properly in days. My coworker's not as intrigued as I am. He's focused on the task at hand, more interested in getting his work done than in delving into whatever nonsense I was talking about. We head back to our posts, and I'm still rattled. I can't shake the image of that guy's grin. Hours pass, and I try my best to concentrate on my tasks, but the unease is a constant presence in the back of my mind. I keep glancing around, half expecting him to reappear. That creepy grin plastered on his face. And then, out of nowhere, he's back. My heart skips a beat, and my hands tremble. It's like a nightmare come true. He's standing there, that same grin on his face. My breath catches in my throat. Before I can even react, he's sprinting towards me, his steps quick and purposeful. Panic surges through me, and I freeze. What does he want? My mind races, but my body's paralyzed. He grabs me and easily picks me up. He starts shaking me and shouting in my face. And then, as if from a distance, I hear a shout. My coworker's voice cuts through the fear. "Hey, what's going on?" He's running towards us, his footsteps echoing in the aisle. The guy releases his grip on me, his attention shifting to my coworker. And in that split second, I find my voice. I scream as loud as I can and start beating on the guy. My coworker arrives, his presence enough to make the guy hesitate. He turns and bolts, disappearing down the aisle. I'm left shaking, my heart pounding. My coworker rushes to my side, he looks seriously concerned. "Are you okay?" he asks me. I nod, I'm completely out of breath from the screaming. We're both shaken, both trying to make sense of the madness that just unfolded. We call the police, and as we wait for them to arrive, I can't help but replay the encounter in my mind. What was that guy's deal? Why did he attack me? The police arrive and we recount the bizarre events. They search the area, but the guy is long gone. I tell him what happened and try to describe just how creepy and weird he was, and I mention that he said he'd done something naughty that night. Suddenly there's like 4 more cop cars pulling up, and they're taking this real seriously. My manager sent me home for the night and told me I didn't have to come in tomorrow. I checked the news the next day and saw that there had been a hit and run nearby with a suspected drunk driver killing a family of 3. The description of the suspect was almost exactly the same as the guy who attacked me. What the hell was this guy's problem? As far as I know, they never found him. I check the news occasionally just to see if he comes up, but I've not seen anything since. A few years back, my friends and I got it into our heads to go check out this old abandoned gold mine out near Wickenburg, Arizona, about an hour and a half north of Phoenix. There were 5 of us: Kyle, Tyler, Miguel, and Darren and myself. All in our mid-20s, looking for something to do on a weekend that wasn't just hitting the same bars. Kyle was the one who brought it up, going on about this YouTube video he'd watched. Some urban explorer guy wandering through dark tunnels, showing off rusted mining carts, and talking about how the mine was a big deal back in the 1800s. They were pulling out millions in gold before it got shut down. He said it was supposed to be this cool and creepy place, possibly haunted, and full of history. We found stories about miners getting stuck for days, some guy getting hanged for stealing, and locals who still didn't like people poking around. I'd heard about Vulture Mine before, mostly from Reddit threads or random articles. It was one of the biggest gold mines in Arizona. Now it was just sitting there, falling apart, with tunnels that weren't safe to walk in. People online said Wickenburg, The town nearby was weird about outsiders. They were real protective, maybe because of the mine, maybe because they just didn't like city kids showing up. There were stories about locals running off tourists, putting up signs, even slashing tires once or twice. We laughed it off. We figured it was just small town talk, nothing serious. Kyle kept saying it'd be an adventure, something we'd talk about for years. And we were dumb enough to believe him. That morning, we piled into Darren's dad's Suburban, all 5 of us, leaving Phoenix right around 6 o'clock. It was this old SUV. Kind of beat up. Smelled like engine oil mixed with one of those Pine air fresheners hanging from the rearview mirror. I was stuck in the back seat, wedged between Tyler and Miguel. My knees were pressed up against the seat in front of me. I had a bag of Doritos sitting in my lap. Crumbs were already spilling all over my jeans because I wasn't paying attention. Kyle was up in the front, riding shotgun. He was messing around with his phone, blasting loud punk music that nobody else really liked. He was the guy who got us all hyped up for this trip. Always the loud one, always pushing for the next big thing. Like the time he convinced us to drive to Vegas at midnight, and we ended up broke by morning. He kept saying this mine trip was going to be awesome. We'd explore some tunnels, maybe camp out, and have a story we'd be telling everyone for years. Tyler was slouched next to me. His hoodie was pulled up. He was scrolling on his phone, throwing out sarcastic comments. He said, "Oh yeah, Kyle, let's all go get stuck in a mine shaft. That sounds like a great time." He's the guy who acts like he's too cool for everything. Always got a joke, but he still shows up. Miguel was driving. He was keeping it steady, just watching the road, staying chill like he always does. He's the one who keeps us from killing each other when Kyle and Tyler start arguing. Darren was in the middle row. His hands were gripping the armrest. He was already freaking out about the car. He said, "You guys, I'm serious. My dad's going to absolutely lose it if anything happens to this thing." He's the nervous one. Always worried, especially about his dad's Suburban. He only got to borrow it because he swore we'd be careful. The drive was pretty fun at first. Just a bunch of us on a road trip, like we'd done many times before. We were eating snacks and passing around a Monster energy drink that was already warm. Arguing about Kyle's music. I said we should switch to something less obnoxious. Kyle just laughed. He said, "You guys don't know good music when you hear it." Tyler told him to shut up. He said the song sounded like someone running over a guitar with a lawnmower. Darren kept looking in the side mirrors. He was muttering about how the dust was going to mess up the paint on the car. "This thing's not made for this kind of road. You know that, right?" Miguel didn't say much. He just nodded and kept his eyes on the road, keeping us moving north. Kyle was going on about the mine. He was pulling up the YouTube video on his phone while he still had signal. He showed us these clips of some guy walking through dark tunnels with rusted carts. The guy was talking about how the mine made millions in gold back in the day, how it was a whole town once, with saloons and fights and some story about a guy getting hanged for stealing gold. Kyle said, "It's not just like some creepy ghost thing. It's old. There's real history." Tyler laughed. "Yeah, history of people getting crushed in cave-ins." Awesome. I didn't say much. I just watched the video. I thought it looked kind of interesting but also a little sketchy. Like maybe it wasn't going to be as fun as Kyle was making it sound. We could find actual gold down there. On every video I've seen, nobody goes past a certain point, and the top comments were all saying someone should jump across the ledge and throw some pieces of wood over the part that drops down. It would be so easy. I kept thinking about those Reddit posts. People said Wickenburg folks didn't like visitors. They said the mine was off limits. Some locals got real mad if you showed up. I figured it was just talk. Just stories to scare people off. Things started feeling different once we got past Wickenburg. The road turned into a dirt track. The Suburban was rattling like it was going to fall apart. Darren was losing his mind. He was leaning forward, saying, "Miguel, can you slow down? You're going to wreck the suspension or something." Miguel eased off the gas a little. "It's fine, Darren. Just relax." You could tell he was paying closer attention to the road. My phone lost signal right around that time. It just went to no service. No bars at all. I saw Tyler check his phone. Then Kyle. Then Darren. Everyone came up empty. Tyler said, "Well, that's great. No signal. No maps. Nice job, Kyle." Kyle waved it off. He said, "We don't need phones. It's a straight shot from here. I know where we're going." He was looking out the window more, like he wasn't totally sure. Then we started seeing these signs. Handmade, nailed to trees and fence posts along the road. They said stuff like, "No tourists. Private land, keep out. Turn back while you can." One of them said, "You're not welcome here," in big red letters, with a skull drawn under it. Like someone got mad and went to town with a marker. Darren saw them first. His voice got all high. He said, "You guys see those? That's not good, right? Those are bad news." Kyle laughed. He said, "They're just trying to scare people off. Probably been there forever. Nobody cares." Tyler leaned forward. He looked out the window and said, "Yeah, sure. Because locals always make friendly little signs for no reason." Miguel stayed quiet. I saw his hands grip the wheel a little tighter. The signs kept showing up every 100 yards. Some were old and faded. Others looked new. The paint was still bright. The nails weren't even rusty. I didn't say anything. Just watched them go by. I kept thinking we should have paid more attention to what they were saying. Especially after those stories about Wickenburg being weird about outsiders. And how some people said the locals would do anything to keep the mine to themselves. Like it was their secret or something. Darren was freaking out more. He said, "Guys, this is serious. What if someone's out here? What if they mess with the car?" Tyler told him to calm down. "It's just some grumpy old guy who doesn't like outsiders. Probably hates idiots like Kyle." Kyle flipped him off. "Whatever. We're almost there. Stop whining." You could tell he was looking at the signs too. His usual grin wasn't quite as wide. Miguel finally said something. His voice was even. "Maybe we should think about turning around. Find a motel or something." Kyle shut that down quick. "No way. We drove all this way. We're not chickening out now." Darren groaned and sank back in his seat. He muttered, "My dad's going to kill me." We pulled up to the mine around 4 or 5 in the afternoon. It looked nothing like the YouTube video. Just a bunch of old buildings. half collapsed. The wood was all gray and splintered. Windows were either broken or boarded up. There was rusted junk everywhere. Pipes, barrels, a mine cart tipped over in the dirt. The entrance was just a dark hole in the hillside. Broken timbers were around it. A chain-link fence was mostly falling down. More signs were up. Metal signs saying, "Danger and no entry." Kyle got up first. He was splashing through the mud. He said, "This is it. Look at this place." Tyler lit a cigarette and said, "It looks like a total dump." "Not gonna lie." Miguel parked and got out. He looked around and didn't say anything. Darren was pacing. He was staring at the Suburban like it was going to get stolen. "This place is creepy. We shouldn't be here." Now that I was finally there and could see how run down the place was, I kept thinking about what I've read online. Vulture Mine used to be a whole town. People were fighting over gold, getting drunk, getting killed. Wickenburg folks still acted like they owned it. Like they didn't want anyone digging into their history. It started raining. Not heavy, but enough to make the ground slick. Enough to make us pull up our hoodies. The wind was getting cold. It was kicking up dust. We stood by the car. Tried to figure out what to do. Kyle wanted to go in right away. He said, "We've got flashlights. Let's just check out the tunnels. Get some pictures." Tyler said, "Yeah, let's fall through a floor and die." "Great idea." Miguel said, "It's too wet." "Too late. We should wait till morning." Darren was going on about the car. He said, "If anything happens to it, I'm dead. I'm serious." I looked at the mine. The signs. The rain. I didn't say much. It felt off. Like we weren't supposed to be there. Like those signs and those Wickenburg stories shouldn't have been ignored. The rain got worse. Miguel made the call. He said, "We're sleeping in the car tonight. We'll figure it out tomorrow." Kyle groaned. "That's lame, but whatever." Tyler shrugged. "Better than getting soaked out there." Darren nodded. He looked relieved. Like the car was the only thing keeping him sane. We climbed back in. All of us were wet. The seats were getting damp. The air smelled like muddy shoes and beef jerky. We ate some snacks. Passed around a bag of chips and some soda. Nobody was talking much. The rain was hitting the roof hard. The mine was just a dark shape through the foggy windows. We tried to play music. The speaker wouldn't connect. Phones were still dead. No signal. Darren was curled up in the middle row, muttering about his dad. Tyler was trying to sleep. His hoodie was over his face. Kyle was still hyped. "Tomorrow's going to be awesome. You'll see." Right as I was starting to doze off, I heard something. A laugh, not real close but not far either. Like maybe some kids were messing around out in the rain. I sat up and said, "Did you guys hear that?" Tyler pulled his hoodie down. "Just relax." Darren's head popped up. His eyes were wide. "What was that?" "I told you guys, this place is bad." Kyle laughed it off. "It's just an echo or something. Chill out." He was looking out the window. I could tell he wasn't as sure as he sounded. I stared out into the dark. I saw nothing but rain and shadows. I figured it was probably nothing. Just kids. Just the wind. I kept thinking about those signs. About Wickenburg. About the stories of locals who didn't mess around. We were all stuffed into Darren's dad's Suburban, trying to get comfortable, but it was pretty much impossible. The seats were hard. The air was thick and stuffy. With 5 of us packed in there, it felt like we were fighting for every bit of space. I was in the back, my knees jammed against the middle row. My head was resting on the window, which was cold and fogging up from all our breathing. Kyle was up front in the passenger seat. He was slouched down, messing with his phone even though it had no signal, just scrolling through old pictures or something to pass the time. Tyler was next to me, his hoodie pulled tight. He was trying to stretch out, but his elbow kept digging into my ribs. Miguel was behind the wheel. Not driving, but just sitting there. His hands were still on the steering wheel, like he was ready to hit the gas if we needed to. Darren was in the middle row, curled up with his jacket over his head. He was muttering about how we were going to ruin the car just by being out here. The rain was coming down light but steady, tapping on the roof. We had the windows cracked a little for air, which just made everything inside feel damp and sticky. I remember thinking it was going to be a long night. I had no idea how long it would actually be. We tried to settle in, passing around a bag of beef jerky and some warm soda cans. Nobody was really hungry, but we were eating most of the food anyway, because there wasn't much else to do. Kyle was still trying to keep things light. He said, "This is gonna be so cool tomorrow. We'll get some awesome pictures in the mine." Tyler snorted. He said, "Yeah, sure. If we don't die of boredom in this car first." Darren didn't laugh. He just kept going on about the car. He said, "You guys, I'm serious. If something happens with this thing, my dad's gonna kill me. Like, actually kill me. I keep hearing something outside. I think there's people out there. We should just go back." Miguel told him to calm down. His voice was steady. "Nobody's out here, Darren. It's just us in the rain." I didn't say anything. I just chewed on the jerky, which was too tough and salty. I stared out the window, trying to see the mine through the fogged glass. It was just a dark shape, barely there, in the rain. That laugh we heard earlier was still on my mind. That faint, high-pitched sound, like kids messing around. I kept waiting to hear it again. For a while, it was just the rain. Just the wind. Just us, arguing about who got to stretch out their legs. Then, maybe an hour later, it happened again. That same laugh, but louder this time. Closer. It was coming from somewhere deeper in the trees. Not right by us, but not far either. I sat up. My heart was beating faster. I said, "You guys hear that? That's not just the wind, right?" Tyler pulled his hoodie down, looked out the window, and he said, "It's probably just some dumb kids. Don't worry about it." Kyle nodded. He said, "Yeah, locals, whatever. They're just screwing around." Darren was already freaking out. He sat up straight. "No, that's not cool. What if they're out there? What if they're watching us?" Miguel turned around. His voice was calm but firm. "Darren, just relax. Nobody's coming out in this rain to mess with us." I wanted to believe him. I was looking out the window, trying to see something, anything. It was just dark. Just rain. Just shadows. Then there was a loud slap against the side of the car. Like something hit it hard. We all froze. The sound was still ringing in my ears. Darren yelled, "What the hell was that?" He scrambled to look out his window. His hands were shaking. Kyle laughed, but it sounded nervous. It was probably just a branch. "Relax." Tyler said, "Yeah, squirrels throwing acorns, right?" Nobody laughed at that. I could feel my stomach tightening. My hands were gripping the edge of the seat. Darren was losing it. "That's not a squirrel, you guys. That's someone out there. We gotta go. We gotta leave right now." He was reaching for the keys in the ignition. Miguel grabbed his arm. "Darren, stop. We're not driving in this. It's dark. It's raining. We don't even know the road." Kyle backed him up. He said, "Yeah. If you start the car, you're just gonna make it worse. You'll just draw more attention." Darren was shaking. His voice was high. "Attention? They're already throwing stuff at us." "What do you mean more attention?" Tyler told him to shut up. "It's probably nothing. Just calm down." I didn't say anything. I just kept looking out the window. My breath was fogging the glass. My heart was still going fast from that slap. I was wondering what could have hit us. If it was a rock. If it was something else. We sat there, quiet for a bit, listening to the rain, waiting for something to happen. I remember thinking maybe we should have listened to Darren. Maybe we should have turned around when we saw those signs back on the road. We tried to settle down again. I was leaning back, trying to find a position that didn't make my back hurt worse. The car smelled like sweat and wet clothes. Nobody was talking. Just breathing. Listening. Maybe half an hour later, it got worse. Something hit the hood, hard. Like a brick or a big rock. We heard it bounce off. The sound was sharp and heavy. No mistaking it. Darren screamed. "That's it, I'm done." He threw open the door and jumped out into the rain. His phone flashlight was on, shining at the hood. We all yelled at him to get back in. He was already out there, pacing. He said, "There's a dent. There's a freaking dent." I leaned forward. I could see it. A fresh mark on the hood. Not huge, but clear. Like something heavy had hit it. Miguel got out and pulled Darren back. "Get in the car. You're gonna get soaked." Kyle was swearing. "Who the hell's out there throwing rocks? This is bullshit." Tyler was still trying to act chill. "Maybe it's just some drunk idiots. They'll get bored." Nobody was buying it. I could feel my hands sweating. My heart was pounding. I kept thinking about those signs. About the laugh. About how we were stuck out here with no signal, no way to call anyone. We got Darren back in the car. His clothes were wet. His face was pale. He was still going on about the car. He said, "My dad's gonna kill me. You guys don't get it. He's actually gonna kill me." Miguel tried to calm him down. "It's just a dent. It's fixable. Let's just stay cool." We sat there for another hour, maybe more. Nobody was talking. just listening. My legs were cramping bad. I tried to shift, but there was no room. The jerky was gone, and the soda was flat. I wanted to eat something, but my hands were too shaky to open the bag. Then we heard more noises. Branches cracking, like someone was stepping on them. A scraping sound. Not on the car, but very close. Like someone was dragging metal across the trees nearby. Then fast footsteps, crunching through leaves. Moving away but not far. I was holding my breath. My eyes were locked on the window, trying to see anything. It was just dark. Just rain. Then there was a bang. Loud and sharp. Not close, but close enough. Like a gunshot echoing off the hills. We all ducked. Instinct kicked in. Darren started yelling. "That's a gun. That's a freaking gun." Kyle grabbed the keys from him. "Shut it off. You're gonna make it worse." Darren had started the engine. The headlights were cutting through the rain, lining up the entrance of the mine. Nothing was there. Just the hole. The fence. The signs. Miguel turned it off. We have to stay quiet. We have to stay put. Nobody's shooting at us. It's probably just a hunter or something. His voice was shaking a little. I could tell he didn't believe it. We started to argue then. A real one, but whispering. Everyone was on edge. We just sat there, whispering when we had to. Trying not to breathe too loud. Listening to every sound outside. Every rustle. Every snap. Every hour or so, something else happened. A flash of light in the woods, like a flashlight. But by the time I could look closer, it was already gone. More footsteps. Another laugh. Fainter now, but still there. Miguel threw up at one point. He leaned out the window and got sick all down the car. "Sorry. I'm just stressed." Nobody gave him crap for it. Not even Tyler. The smell of the car was overwhelming, but we had no choice but to sit tight and sit through the night. Nobody slept. We were sore. Cold. Our clothes were damp. The car smelled like sweat, fear and vomit. Darren was shaking. Muttering about the car, about his dad, about how we were idiots. Kyle was quiet. Just staring out the window. Tyler was silent. His hoodie was up. His eyes were watching out of the window. I could tell he was scared. Miguel kept his hands on the wheel. Like he was ready to drive if we had to. I just sat there. My back was aching. My heart was still racing. I was listening to the rain. Waiting for the next sound. The next rock. The next bang. The wind picked up just before sunrise. The noises stopped. It was quiet for a while. Too quiet. The sun started coming up. Slow. Barely lighting the trees. We realized we'd made it through the night. It didn't feel like a win. Not with the dent. Not with the fear. Not with the feeling that someone had been out there, watching us. The sun was barely up. It was just a faint light, creeping through the trees. Not enough to really see the entrance to the mine. We were all still inside. Nobody was talking. We were just sitting there, sore and stiff from trying to sleep in seats that weren't made for it. My back was killing me. My neck was locked up from leaning against the window all night. My legs were cramped, like I'd been folded in half for hours. Kyle was in the front passenger seat. He was slouched down, his head tilted back. His eyes were half open, staring at the ceiling like he was too tired to move. Tyler was next to me in the back. His hoodie was pulled up. His face was pale and tired, like he hadn't closed his eyes the entire night. Miguel was in the driver's seat. His hands were still gripping the wheel. His knuckles were white, like he was ready to drive out the second we said go. Darren was in the middle row. He was curled up with his jacket over his head. I could tell he wasn't asleep, just hiding. He was probably still freaking out about the car. About the dent we'd heard. About the noises that kept us up all night. Laughter, rocks, and that bang that sounded like a gunshot. The rain had stopped. It was dead quiet outside. Too quiet. Like the whole place was waiting for us to make another dumb move. Nobody said a word for a while. We were just sitting there, breathing, listening to the silence, waiting for someone to take charge. I remember thinking we should just start the car and get the hell out of there. I didn't want to say it. I didn't want to be the one to admit how shaken I was after last night. After the rocks hitting the car. After that bang that sounded like a gunshot. Finally, Miguel spoke up. His voice was low and tired. He said, "We need to check outside. See what's going on. Then we're leaving." Kyle nodded. He didn't argue for once. He just pushed his door open, climbed out. His boots splashed in the wet mud. Tyler followed. He muttered, "Yeah, let's see how bad this got." Darren stayed put at first. His jacket was still over his head. Then he let out this big sigh, like he was giving up. He got out, saying, "If there's one more mark on this car, you guys, I swear I'm done." I got out last. My legs were stiff. My hands were cold. My stomach was tight from not eating anything decent since the jerky last night. The air was colder than I expected. It was sharp. The ground was all muddy, sticking to my boots as we walked around the Suburban. The mine was right there, maybe 50 yards away. Its entrance was dark. The chain link fence was sagging like it was yesterday. Something was different. Tyler saw it first. He pointed with his cigarette. Said, "Hold up. You see that? That wasn't there when we got here." The entrance was covered up. Not just with the old broken timbers. There were new boards with fresh wood, still rough and splintered at the edges. They were nailed up tight across the hole. They definitely weren't there yesterday. I was sure of it. I could see the nails shining. No rust. Like someone had hammered them in just a few hours ago. Miguel walked over. His boots were sinking into the mud. He said, "That's new. Check the dirt." There were prints all around the entrance. Fresh. Deep. Not washed out by the rain. Like someone had been walking around while we were stuck in the car. I spotted something else. A cigarette bud in the dirt near the fence. The end was still a little red, like it had been smoked and tossed not long before we got out. I pointed it out. "Guys, that's not old. Someone was right here." Darren's eyes went wide. He said, "What? Like, right here, while we were sleeping? Are you serious?" Kyle didn't say anything. He just stared at the boards. His hands were stuffed in his pockets. He looked like he was finally getting that this wasn't the fun trip he'd planned. We went back to the car, started looking it over. We walked around it slow, checking for the damage we heard last night. Darren found the dent first. It was on the hood. A deep gouge. Not huge, but obvious. Like something heavy had hit it, maybe a rock or something worse. He ran his hand over it. His voice was shaking. He said, "You guys, this is so bad. My dad's gonna lose it. This is gonna cost a fortune to fix." Miguel tried to calm him down. "It's just a dent, Darren. We'll deal with it. Just breathe." Tyler stopped dead. His cigarette dropped to the ground. "Yo, what the hell is that?" He was pointing at the passenger side door. Just below the handle, there was a hole. Small but clean. A perfect circle punched through the metal. I walked over, leaned in close, saw it wasn't a rock, wasn't a dent. It was a bullet hole. No question. The edges were sharp. The paint was chipped around it. My stomach dropped. I said, "That's a bullet. A real bullet." Darren lost it. His hands were in his hair. His voice was breaking. He said, "A bullet? Are you kidding me? Someone shot at us? I'm calling my dad. I don't care if there's no signal. This is insane." He was fumbling with his phone. His hands were shaking so bad he dropped it in the mud. Miguel grabbed his arm. "Darren, stop. You're not calling anyone right now. We need to go." Kyle was staring at the bullet hole. His face was pale. He didn't look like his usual cocky self. Then he shook his head and said, "No way. We came all this way. We're not leaving with nothing." He turned toward the mine, started walking, his boots crunching in the mud. "I'm checking out that mine. Those boards aren't stopping us." Miguel stepped in front of him. "Kyle, don't. We're done here. That bullet hole's enough." Kyle pushed past him. "Come on. We drove hours for this. I'm not bailing because of some dumb locals." He grabbed a rusted metal pipe from the ground, started heading for the mine entrance. Darren was freaking out. He said, "Kyle, are you crazy? You're gonna get us killed. My dad's car is already shot up." Tyler didn't say anything, just stood there, his hands in his pockets. I didn't move either. My heart was pounding. I was thinking about those signs, the boot prints, that cigarette butt. It all screamed we shouldn't be here. Kyle got to the entrance, started prying at a board with the pipe. The nails creaked, starting to give. Then there was a loud crack. A gunshot. It hit the planks right above Kyle's head. The wood splintered, spraying his face. We all dropped to the ground. Darren screamed, "Holy shit." Then we heard shouting. Slurred, thick, like the guy was drunk or had a heavy country accent. "Get gone, you damn kids. Ain't no place for you here." Another shot rang out. Hit the dirt near the fence. Kicked up mud. A third shot followed, echoing off the hills. We scrambled back to the car, half crawling, our hearts racing. Kyle dropped the pipe. His face was white. No more cocky grin. We piled into the Suburban. Nobody was talking. We were just shaking, trying to catch our breath. Darren was in the middle row. His hands were covering his face. He was saying, "They shot at us. They actually shot at us." Miguel grabbed the keys. "We're leaving. Right now. Stay down." Kyle didn't argue. Just nodded. I got him last. My hands were trembling. My mind was stuck on that bullet hole in the door. On the gunshot that hit the planks. On that slurred voice yelling at us. Someone had been out there. Close enough to shoot. Close enough to board up the mine while we were sitting there like idiots. Miguel started the engine. The Suburban roared to life. The headlights cut through the morning haze. We pulled out. The tires slipped in the mud for a second before they caught. The dirt road was slick. The ruts were deeper from the rain. Miguel drove slow. Careful. Nobody said a word. Nobody complained about the bumps. Darren was in the middle row. His hands were on his knees. He was staring straight ahead. Not even muttering about his dad anymore. Just quiet, like he was in shock. Kyle was looking out the window. His phone was in his hand. Still no signal. He kept checking it anyway, like he thought it might come back. Tyler was next to me. His hoodie was up. His face was set. No jokes. No sarcasm. Just staring at the floor. I sat there. My back was pressed against the seat. My legs were still sore. I was watching the mine fade in the side mirror. Those signs we'd ignored. No tourists. Turn back while you can. Seeing them again made me question why we ignored them. After what we experienced, it was so obvious in hindsight that it was a bad idea. We hit the paved road about 20 minutes later. The ride smoothed out. The signal started coming back. First one bar, then some more. Then a buzz of notifications. Kyle's phone went off first. Texts and missed calls from his roommates. A group chat asking where the hell he'd been. Miguel kept driving. His eyes were locked on the road. Darren shook his head and said, "I'm never borrowing the car again. You guys can walk next time." Tyler didn't laugh. Just nodded. "Yeah, I'm done with this shit." The drive back to Phoenix was mostly quiet. Not the good kind of quiet. More like we were all too tired, too exhausted and scared to talk. About halfway there, Kyle tried to lighten the mood. He said, "Hey, at least Darren didn't get shot. Right?" Nobody answered. He didn't push it. Just went back to staring out the window. The drive back felt almost as long as the night of hell. We went straight to Darren's house and it was as bad as he thought. His dad came out and already knew about the car after Darren called him on the way back. He saw the damage, but he didn't yell. He just looked at Darren and said, "You're done. You hear me? You are completely done." We all made our way home from there, and from what I remember, I slept for about 2 days when I finally got back. We didn't talk about it much after that. Not as a group. The group chat went dead for a while. Nobody wanted to bring it up. Kyle sent a meme about camping a week later. Tried to make it a joke. Nobody replied. Not even Miguel, who's usually the one to keep things chill. I called Tyler a couple days after. just to check in. He asked if I'd heard from Darren. He didn't reply to anyone's messages. He didn't even read them. We eventually visited his house to see if he was still alive, and he was. But he wasn't allowed to speak to us for more than 5 minutes before his dad called him back inside and told us to not come back. I looked online a few times, checked Reddit, some Arizona forums, tried to find anything about Vulture Mine, about the locals, about similar experiences. There was nothing. Just old posts about the mine's history. Nothing about what we've been through. I kept thinking about that night. Someone actually shot at us. If we knew we were being shot at, we would have driven out of there. The darkness and rain wouldn't have stopped us. I don't know who was out there, or why they wanted us gone so bad. I just know we got lucky. Luckier than we had any right to be. We drove out of there with just a dent, a bullet hole, and a hell of a scare to show for it. I think if we had gone into that mine, we probably wouldn't have come out. This all went down in the summer of my 8th grade year. I was on my way to finally becoming a high schooler, and it was legitimately one of the best summers of my life. I had 3 weeks of no school until I was officially in high school. I spent my time mostly playing video games, sleeping, or playing basketball with my friends. I was actually home alone for an entire week, and my parents thought I could hold down the fort. I was a relatively good kid, and they trusted me. So it wasn't really that big of a deal. Besides, I had a cell phone, so if anything were to go wrong, I would have a way of calling someone for help. My dad also gave me access to one of his credit cards for when I got hungry and didn't want to eat what we had at the house. I was really stoked about having the house to myself. I've had people tell me that it was pretty messed up for my family to leave me alone for that amount of time, especially considering I was only 14. They didn't expect anything bad to happen, and neither did I. It was a rare occasion that they were gone for so long. This wasn't something they did often. As a matter of fact, I still live with my parents now, and I've just turned 19. Ever since that day when everything went down, I haven't been home on my own for more than 24 hours at a time. It was a Friday night around 11 p.m. when I heard my phone go off. I received a text message from an unknown number, and all it said was, "Hey." I messaged them back and asked who they were, and they immediately became passive-aggressive, upset with me for not knowing who it was. I apologized to them, thinking it was someone I was close with. I had just gotten a new phone a few months prior and lost all my contacts, so I explained that to them, and they still seemed pretty upset. They started harassing me, and I ended up thinking they were just pranking me, so I turned my phone on silent and continued playing my PlayStation. I'm not sure how long later, probably around 10 minutes or so, I heard a knock on my bedroom window. I thought I was just hearing things at first, but I still decided to check and see who was out there just in case. I moved my blinds to the side and looked out the window, but I didn't see anyone. I wasn't convinced. I knew I heard a knock and was starting to become very paranoid. I looked through some of the windows throughout my house to see if I could spot anyone, but again, there was nobody. I can't deny the eeriness I felt. It was like something was about to happen, something really, really bad. I took my phone out to call my mom, and I had a bunch of notifications from that person who had texted me earlier. The most recent message said, "I'm outside." I couldn't believe what I was reading, and it made my nightmares and everything I was feeling come to life. I went to call my mom, and very quickly, I realized my phone wasn't picking up any service, which was extremely unusual. We have really good cell phone reception, especially at home. Like, we never run into issues with that. At this point, I was literally terrified and had no clue what was happening. I had no way of contacting anyone, and I knew I was absolutely screwed. I wanted to message that person back and tell them to leave me alone, but obviously I couldn't because I had no service. If you're wondering why I didn't use my Wi-Fi to send an iMessage, it's because the person texted me wasn't on an iOS device. I was pacing around my living room when all of a sudden, I heard some noises coming from outside. I went in the direction of the noise, which was toward the back patio, and I listened. Someone was screaming for help at the top of their lungs. My heart began thumping out of my chest, and my initial reaction was that it was a setup. However, being brave in the moment and considering I took boxing classes for years and knew how to fight, I wanted to stick up for myself and whoever was potentially being hurt. I'm not going to lie, I was really wanting to beat the crap out of whoever was harassing me. Plus, I knew if I didn't do something now, something bad was likely to happen anyway. So I did the unthinkable. I walked outside to my back patio, and it was silent. The only thing I could hear was the crickets chirping. I waited for a second until I yelled out to whoever was there. I told them I was going to mess them up and acted a lot tougher than I felt. Almost right after that, there was an extremely bright light flashing at me from afar. Our house sits on quite a bit of land, and we have a huge backyard with tons of trees. Whoever it was pointed the light at me, clearly trying to piss me off. The light then began moving all around toward the house for a minute, then it turned off. Within an instant, the screaming picked back up again. It was the same voice pleading for help. I knew it was now or never. I ran back inside, into the garage, grabbed my old baseball bat as a weapon, and made my way back outside toward the woods, heading directly where I first saw the flashlight. My heart was fluttering at this point as I wasn't sure what to expect. As I got closer and closer, my anxiety about doubled. I couldn't believe that I was in this situation, and I had a sudden realization that what I was doing was pretty stupid. Right while I was about to turn around to go back inside, somebody from the woods that I couldn't see said something to me. It was so dark that I couldn't see anything. All I could see were the dark silhouettes of all the trees around me. I shouted loudly into the darkness, asking who was there. That was when the voice ahead of me whispered and told me to quiet down. He asked me to help him and said he was tied up to a tree and that someone had kidnapped him. Obviously, this alarmed me to the extreme. Despite me thinking it was possibly a setup, I went with my instincts and wanted to help him. It's going to be okay. Just calm down. I'm going to call the police for you. Just hang tight. That's when he started yelling at me. No, help me now. You don't understand. He's going to come back in a few minutes and kill me, he said. I was in a really bad situation as I just wanted to do the right thing. Okay, I'm coming. I'm right ahead. Just keep walking straight. I can already see you. My heart was beating at an incomprehensible rate now, so much so that I'm surprised I didn't pass out. All the thoughts crossing my mind set me into a panic, and I was fully into the woods at this point. I looked ahead after walking for maybe 20 or 30 seconds and saw a dark shadow that looked like a person about 30 feet away. Hey man, is that you? I asked, but he didn't reply. I sat in silence for a moment while I tried to piece together what the hell was happening. If that was him, or even if it wasn't, I was in some deep trouble because the man I was looking at definitely wasn't tied up to a tree. He was standing up straight and very much alive. In only a moment's time, the person started running at me. It was at that exact moment I started backing up. Slowly, I eventually snapped out of it and booked it all the way to my house. Somehow, I made it inside before he caught up to me. I shut and locked the sliding glass door behind me, and he was standing right there, pulling on the door, trying to get it open. He was a very tall but slender-looking man with a wolf mask and a big-ass hammer. I barely hesitated and ran to my room. I know what you're thinking right now too. Why didn't I just defend myself with the bat? Well, originally, that was my plan, but things happen. I don't know. I was absolutely terrified, and you would be too if you were in that same situation. I was pacing back and forth in my living room, trying my luck with my phone again, but still, I had no service. I started having some sort of manic episode and began screaming and punching my couch. I was extremely angry and sick of being the victim. I almost ran out there and beat him myself, but I chose a different approach. I waited patiently, and sure enough, after only a minute, he was knocking on my front door. I ran over to the door and told him to see what happens if he stepped even a single foot in my house. He wouldn't be walking out if he did, that's for sure. He then started laughing. I just kept quiet and went back to my room. The knocking grew louder and louder, and eventually, he started screaming. I had no idea what he was saying, but I think he was mocking me. A few minutes went by of this, and that's when I heard my living room window shatter. I got myself ready and hid behind my open bedroom door, just waiting for him to walk in. The footsteps got closer and closer as he walked into a few different rooms. Now he was heading to mine. I gripped the bat tighter and said a little prayer. He walked in, and I was able to hit him in the head with the bat. He fell straight to the ground. I hit him a few times while he was down as well, to make sure he wasn't getting back up anytime soon, and I ran. I ran down the road about 5 or 6 miles to my friend's house, and when I finally got them to answer the door, I briefly explained what happened, and they let me use their phone to call the police. A few police officers were sent to my house, and a few officers to my friend's house as well. I then called my parents, and they rushed home. They were over 2 hours away, so it was going to be a while before they made it back. I told the police exactly what happened, and it turned out I had killed the intruder. I didn't know if he was dead until the police officer told me. I was worried I was going to be in trouble, even though I didn't do anything illegal, it was self-defense. The police took me in for questioning, and since I was a minor at the time, they had to bring my parents in as well. Yes, I killed a man as a teenager, and everything about it has completely changed my life. I've been numb, I've been scared, and I've been anxious. I can't tell you how many nightmares I've had about this whole thing. It's all over, and this was years ago. Sometimes it feels like it only happened yesterday, and I relive the whole thing, the blood, the screaming, and more importantly, my lost innocence. Back in 2012, I sat down with my girlfriend, and after 18 months of dating, I told her my family's deepest, darkest secret. 3 weeks later, I came home from work to find all of her stuff gone and a breakup letter sitting on the kitchen table. I learned not to talk to anyone but my sister about it, but I also feel like if I don't get this stuff off my chest from time to time, it'll just eat me alive from the inside out. I've survived this long by talking to therapists, but at this point, I view therapy like atheists view confessional booths, a nice novelty but inconsequential. The internet, on the other hand, is an altogether different beast. I can remain anonymous, and strangers online can give their opinions. And just like it allows me to say things I'd never tell a person face to face, it allows you to give me your full and unfettered opinions, as brutal as they may be. But I'm okay with that, and that's why I'm writing this. Because I don't want absolution, I want judgment. I was 12 years old at the time of my discovery, and all summer I had this one all-consuming obsession, Pokemon Red. I put hours into catching and training all the original 150 Pokemon. Then, when I beat the Elite Four and completed my Pokédex, I just deleted my save and started all over again. By showing that I loved playing Pokemon so much, I gave my parents a way of punishing me whenever I misbehaved. They were great parents to me for the most part, and my frequent misdeeds were mostly harmless. But whenever I failed to do my chores, or was rude to my sister, their go-to-confiscation item was my Game Boy. It'd go like this: they'd hide my Game Boy somewhere, but I'd always find it, then get caught playing it and have it taken away again. This meant that I spent a lot of time snooping around their bedroom and my dad's office. Since it was still summer vacation, I had plenty of time to do it. It was during one of my little searching sessions that I discovered my dad had a secret space hidden away in his office. He normally kept it locked, but during one afternoon snooping, I found the key in his office. My dad had this big old antique cabinet that he kept all kinds of junk in, and I knew he sometimes hid my Game Boy in it. So after having no luck elsewhere, I began to search it. I remember sticking my hand into one of the bottom cabinets, leaning in just a little too hard, and then I heard a dull crunch of wood as the rear wall of the cabinet suddenly gave way. When I looked, hoping I hadn't broken it, I saw that there was a small hidden compartment. Due to the dim light, the only thing I recognized at first was the gun. But there was also something that looked like a letter and, more importantly, something shaped like my Game Boy. I reached out to grab it, but as soon as I touched it, I realized it wasn't what I was looking for. It felt leathery, not the plastic I was used to, and as curiosity got the better of me, I pulled it out of the hidey hole to see what it was. It was a journal, this old-looking leather-bound journal. When I opened it up, I recognized my dad's handwriting. I might have recognized his handwriting, but I definitely didn't understand most of what was written. The entries were clearly dated, but what followed was an unintelligible mess of abbreviations, words, and phrases. There were also these little hand-drawn diagrams of what looked like beds along with stick men that had their limbs contorted into unnatural positions. I didn't understand what I was looking at, but I just knew from the fact that it was hidden that it was some secret side of Dad that he didn't show us. I was so filled with grim curiosity that I felt compelled to check out the other stuff. First came the gun. It was much heavier than they looked in the movies, and it was much scarier. I held it like it was made of glass, not even daring to touch the trigger. I then put it back as slowly and carefully as I could. I saved the thing that looked like an envelope until last. I figured that it'd be sealed, but after retrieving it, I saw that it wasn't an envelope at all. It was one of those plastic wallets that 1-hour photograph developers give you, the kind that house all your photos and negatives tucked inside. I figured that it might be pictures of my family since those are the only kind I've ever seen come out of a wallet like that. But the only member of my family present in the pictures was my dad, and this version of him was unlike any I'd ever known. The first few pictures were of a bed, somewhere I didn't recognize. It didn't look all that remarkable at first, but then I noticed the rope tied around the bedposts, and that bad feeling I had started to intensify. The next few pictures were of a bunch of tools all laid out on a wooden table, but I noticed a few other things mixed in with them. There was a hammer, a hand drill, a pair of metal pliers, all home improvement stuff, but there was also a scalpel and other surgical-looking tools that looked so sharp they made me wince. The next photographs I saw were of my dad, but like I said earlier, there was something really off about him. He'd taken some pictures of himself, but he seemed to be particularly interested in the way his eyes looked, as some were close-up shots of them. I don't know why he didn't just take a look at them in the mirror, but then again, I had no idea why Dad was doing any of this stuff, let alone why he wanted to hide it from us. When I saw the next picture, I got this intense feeling of dread and knew that I was looking at something he'd never want his family to see. I figured the first person in the selfie was my dad, but the face was covered by a kind of cloth sack made of black wire mesh, so I couldn't be 100% sure. Assuming that he could see out of it, there was no good reason why my dad would want to cover his face up like that. There was also no good reason why he'd want to use it as a blindfold, and the thought of him doing something like that filled me with dread. But then, when it came to the next few pictures, that feeling was replaced by one of confusion. The pictures showed a young Asian man smiling as he posed next to an art installation somewhere downtown. The next picture was of my dad smiling next to the same art piece. I didn't recognize the guy, but I did think it was odd that he looked way younger than my dad. The happy vibe continued for a few other photos. There were pictures of them drinking together at a bar. Pictures of the Asian guy looking like he was dancing. It was all smiles in all the pictures. Suddenly, the vibe of the photos changed dramatically. In the next picture, he was standing awkwardly with his arms by his sides, with a look of slight fear on his face. The next few showed him tied to the bed. He was looking up at the camera, and the terror on his face was even more pronounced. The final picture showed a man in that cloth mask leaning over the guy. I couldn't see what they were doing, but the guy's legs were all tensed up and pulling on the ropes that bound them, almost like he was in an intense amount of pain. I remember having an incredible visceral reaction to that last picture, so after shoving the photos back into the wallet, I tried to put everything back into the little hidey hole exactly as I'd found it. After that, I abandoned the search for my Game Boy, locked up my dad's office, and spent the rest of the afternoon in my bedroom, swinging back and forth between thinking about what I'd seen and trying to forget about it altogether. When my dad got home from work, he just figured that I was angry at him for confiscating my Game Boy. Only my mom realized that there was something deeper going on, but I couldn't bring myself to tell her what I'd seen. If I did, it would be the end of my family as I knew it, so I just kept my mouth shut. It wasn't that I didn't want to talk to someone about the pictures, I just didn't know how to do it without some kind of familial apocalypse. Besides, I wasn't even sure what I'd actually been looking at. I tried to pretend that I hadn't seen anything, but my relationship with my dad was never the same afterward. All I could do when I saw his face was picture him in those photos, wondering what the hell he was doing to that poor unsuspecting guy. I assumed Mom knew nothing about what my dad had been doing in those photographs, and I felt incredibly sorry for her. But at the same time, I was burdened with the horrific guilt of being the only one who could warn her, but not being capable of it. Then the day came when he walked into my bedroom and asked me the one question I'd been dreading for almost a year. When he asked if I'd been in his office recently, the words sent a chill through me. Thankfully, I learned to hide my emotions very well, so without looking up from playing Sega, I just flatly told him no. After that, I hoped to God that he wouldn't question me further, and I prayed to hear the sound of the door closing behind him. But the seconds went by, and the door didn't close. He just stood there, staring at the back of my head, saying nothing. Doing nothing. When he asked me if I was sure, I just kept my eyes locked on the screen and gave him the most nonchalant denial I could muster. Those were some of the scariest few moments of my whole life, and even when the door finally closed, I was terrified that he'd be standing there waiting to have a private talk with me. He wasn't, which was obviously a huge relief, but as I got back to my game, I started to wonder if he had actually taken me at my word. Then, like a bullet between the eyes, it hit me. Some minor detail from almost 2 years ago came rushing back into focus. After the dread got too much for me, I'd just shoved the photos back into the wallet. What I hadn't done was rearrange them back into their original order. Someone who really knew those photographs, someone who put them together, would know exactly which order they were in. This was obviously a huge problem for me, but as I continued to think on it, I realized something. He couldn't actually accuse me of looking at the pictures. He couldn't just outright accuse anyone because if they weren't the guilty party, they'd know that he'd been hiding something. That little detail was the only thing that saved me from God knows what, for years. With time, the whole thing kind of faded into the background. It was always still there. But the idea of my mom finding out about the pictures, of seeing all the heartbreak and the shame in her, I just couldn't let that happen. Don't get me wrong, I was in almost constant terror of my dad hurting us, but with each day that passed, it grew easier to reassure myself that we were fine. The next time the photos seriously got into my head, I was in my second year of college. I was on the opposite side of the country, studying at USC as far as my grades could take me. Moving away came with a fresh helping of guilt. I felt like I abandoned my mom and sister to whoever my dad truly was, or at least used to be. I just couldn't do it anymore. I'd spent 6 years swinging between anxiety and depression, and it had been years since he found out someone had found his little hidey hole, as I call it. If he was going to murder us all in our sleep, I figured that he'd already done it. Without all that stress in my life, my mind started to compulsively focus on the finer details. I ended up spending hours at a time poring through news articles that detailed missing persons or dead bodies that had been found from all over the Northwest. I didn't know what my dad had actually been doing to that guy, and sometimes I wish that I'd looked at the rest of the photos so I knew for sure. But I knew the guy's face, and I knew I'd be able to recognize him if his pictures were included in some missing persons or murder news piece. On multiple occasions, I considered how utterly futile it was spending hours at a time reading through random articles that listed the victim as having an Asian-sounding last name. It must have been hundreds from the past decade or so, and I didn't actually know when the incident in the photo had taken place. I realized that I was trying to find a needle in a haystack. But then, one day on some rainy Thursday afternoon, I found my needle. I don't want to tell you the poor guy's name because I don't want any of you reaching out to his family. They've definitely already been through enough. But like I said, I found him. I recognized the guy's face from a webpage, and it was a smile I swear I'd recognize anywhere. It was burned into my brain after having stared at those secret photos. The article gave a few details regarding his last known whereabouts, but mentioned that the guy had talked about visiting a friend in the weeks before his disappearance. They went on to plead for any information, basically saying that the police had no idea what had happened to the poor guy. I'd known for years. I just didn't quite realize it. Incidentally, the answer to my fixation brought up a whole new question. What was I going to do with this information? The answer was simple: nothing. There was nothing I could do that wouldn't have a devastating effect on my mom and sister. My sister wasn't very old, definitely not the age to process the fact that her father was at the very minimum involved in the disappearance of another human being. There was nothing I could do right then. Nothing I was okay with. But now that I had my answer, I could at least plan to do something in the future. I didn't quite know when that might be, and I wasn't quite sure how I'd go about it, but I knew I was going to confront him about it at least before he died. Yet, as it turned out, it wasn't my dad's impending death that prompted me to put my plan into action. It was my mom's. 2 years after I graduated college, I was living in Charlotte, North Carolina, when I got a phone call from my little sister. Mom had cancer. It was terminal, and it was aggressive. She had a few months tops. That's what the doctor said anyway. I planned on spending as much time as possible with her during that time. When she finally passed and the truth of what my dad had done could no longer hurt her, I made my move and did something I should have done more than 10 years prior. I called my dad for the first time in what felt like forever, and I gave him an ultimatum. I told him that I knew what he'd done, that it was me who had found the pictures all those years ago. I told him the only thing that stopped me from saying anything was not wanting to destroy our family, and that I wanted Mom to live a life of blissful ignorance before I finally tore apart his legacy. I gave him two choices. He could turn himself into the police and do the right thing, or I'd tell them everything I'd seen and how I could link it to the missing persons case from the late 90s that I'd found. The next day, I got another call from my sister, marking the second time she'd been the bearer of bad news in less than 6 months. My dad had taken his own life. It came as a shock. I considered the possibility that he might take his own life before I put my plan into action, but decided that he just wasn't the type. I figured he'd go on the run, try to move up to Alaska and change his name or something, maybe even leave the country. I guess it showed how little I really knew him, even up until the day he died. The only thing was, the whole thing didn't die with my dad. There was still more work to be done. I went back home to check his office for the pictures, intent on handing them to the police, but they were gone. I turned the house upside down, even checked the trash for ashes or things of that nature, but I found nothing. He must have destroyed them or disposed of them somewhere. But that wasn't good enough. He must have known that sooner or later, the cops would get him for whatever he'd been a part of, so he just decided to end it all and rob his victim's family of the justice they deserved. I went to the cops anyway, told them everything, and eventually received a call back from 2 homicide detectives. They called a handful of times over the course of the next few weeks, a few questions here and there. Eventually, I realized how difficult a task they were faced with. After DNA swabs of his office yielded no matches for their victim, there was very little they could really prove. Even if I did manage to turn over the photographs, the only person they showed committing a crime was a man in a mask. All they could do was speculate. Yet, I know it was my dad under there. In my mind, there's no reason why he'd take his own life. He cultivated such a wholesome facade over the years, having successfully concealed a past blackened by death, that no one thought him capable of such things. He was far too proud to watch it all crumble in front of him. But even now, it's still not over. My dad has since been considered a suspect in the disappearances of multiple young men throughout the 90s and early 2000s. I've still yet to hear anything from the police or FBI regarding it, but it's still something that's being actively considered. All these years later, I'm faced with the possibility that my father was an actual serial killer and that my silence following the discovery of the photographs enabled him to continue killing. I could be responsible for an untold number of unsolved murders all over the Northwest. But I tell people that it's not enough to hear platitudes anymore. So judge me. Pour your scorn upon me. I promise you I can take it. As far as I'm concerned, I deserve far worse. When I was 20 years old, I came back home for summer break from college. My good friend Becky and her boyfriend had just found new jobs. They had a house all to themselves, sitting at the top of a very steep hill. A bit about Becky, she gets really nervous and anxious all the time. I get anxious too, but I've gotten used to living by myself and dealing with my worries. But she wasn't used to it at all. Their house had a back door in the kitchen. If you were sitting on the sofa in the living room, you could see straight into the kitchen. Right outside the kitchen door, about as high as your shoulder, there was a light that turned on when there was any movement. It's important to mention that Becky's backyard was pretty high up. To get into the yard from the low walkway in front of the door, you had to go up a few steps. The yard was made this way so it wrapped around to the front of the house. So, this motion sensing light would only turn on if something moved on the walkway, not for any animals in the yard. The yard itself was tiny, with thick wood stretching down from the end of it. Becky was by herself because her boyfriend was working his first or second night shift and she couldn't fall asleep. They were trying to save money, so all the lights were off. Then, she saw a light come through the kitchen window. It was the motion sensing light. This really scared her, but she tried to just ignore it. However, the light kept turning itself on at different times. She called me early at about 3 a.m. until I finally picked up. I talked to her on the phone, trying to calm her down until her boyfriend came back in the morning. He had the next 3 days off, and nothing happened with the light during that time. Her dad warned her to be careful, suggesting it might have been thieves checking out the house, especially since there had been some break-ins recently on a street close to hers. The next time her boyfriend had to work at night, Becky asked if I could stay over. I said yes. The evening started off pretty normally. We watched movies until about 11. Then, we decided to drive out to the nearest shop and grab some food from McDonald's. Where we live, it's pretty much in the middle of nowhere, so getting there and back took us almost an hour and a half. We got home around midnight and set up the air mattress in the living room where we planned to sleep. Around 1 a.m., that motion-sensing light outside turned on while we were sitting on the mattress. I tried to calm her down by saying it was probably just an animal, maybe a bat or something flying by. Becky wasn't so sure. The light went off, but then it came on again. This time it stayed on longer. Becky decided to go upstairs and get her boyfriend's gun. We sat there, really nervous, with the window open so we could hear outside. She joked around, shouting, "I've got a gun, and I'm not afraid to use it." She was trying to make me laugh, but right after she said that, the light turned off. It stayed off for about 3 hours, as if we had scared someone away. We couldn't sleep after that. Around 4 in the morning, I went to the kitchen to get some water. When I turned around to say something to Becky, she suddenly screamed for me to come back. I spun around, and the light was on again. We saw the light turn on and off several times until the dawn began to break. Then, as suddenly as it started, it stopped. We thought about calling the police, but were worried they might think we were making a prank call and we'd get in trouble. The light never seems to act up when her boyfriend is home at night. I still feel really uneasy being alone at her place during the night. I'm sure someone was up to no good that night, whether they planned to break in and found it amusing to scare us once they realized the house wasn't empty, or if they had even worse plans. It was a terrifying experience. This happened last year when I was 17, and it's something I will never forget. I was home alone one weekend while my parents were at a work convention out of state. I was upstairs in my room playing Rocket League with two of my friends, talking to them on my headset when I heard a thump from downstairs. This wasn't unusual because I have two cats who often make a lot of noise while wrestling with each other. So, I resumed my game while turning down the TV slightly to check if the noise persisted. About 2 minutes later, I heard another thump, followed by what sounded like a grunt. I told my friends about the thumps, and they urged me to check it out, so I did. I began my walk downstairs, thinking my cats were wrestling rougher than usual. But as I got halfway down the stairs, I froze. I could hear what sounded like men whispering to each other coming from the living room. Crouching down to get a small peek into the living room, I saw 3 large men covered in all black, walking around. I can't describe the feeling in my chest when I saw this. Slowly crawling up the stairs from my crouched position, in typical horror movie fashion, the very last step made a very loud creak. The entire house was silent now, and I knew they heard it. Thinking on my feet, I ran quietly to my room, threw on my headset, and told my friends to call the cops and send them to my house. They sounded confused and asked what was going on, but I just urged them to hurry and threw my headset on my bed. As I got to my door to close it, I heard 2 sets of footsteps coming up the stairs. I knew if I locked myself in my room, they would know where I was. So I closed my door and snuck over to my parents' room, purposely leaving the door open so they wouldn't think to check it. About 5 seconds later, I heard a pair of heavy boots hit the wooden upstairs floor, accompanied by another set of footsteps. They got louder as they came down the hall and stopped by my door. I heard pounding on my bedroom door, followed by a deep voice saying, "Open up," before I ran this door down. I got chills hearing this. I made a break for my parents' bedroom window and slid it open quietly, but I must not have been quiet enough because I heard heavy boots go further down the hallway. As I was halfway through the window, a man came into view from the doorway and yelled as he ran towards me. At this point, I jumped out the window, and the man grabbed my ankles, trying to lift me back up. Luckily, I wiggled my feet enough to slip out of my shoes and onto the small roof above my back door. The man followed me out the window as the other man came to the window. I panicked and jumped off the roof, landing awkwardly on my left ankle. The commotion upstairs caused the third man, still downstairs, to spot me through the porch window and run outside to chase me down. I made it to the backyard gate, limping on one foot, before the man grabbed me and pulled me back into the yard. I tried to yell, but the man covered my mouth as the other 2 men climbed down from the window. All 3 of the men grabbed me and tried pulling me back into the house. As they got me in the house, I heard the relieving sound of police sirens pulling up. The men looked at each other and said, "Shit," before pushing me to the ground and fleeing out the back door. Limping on my one leg to the front door, I yanked it open and yelled that the men were in the backyard. 3 officers ran into the backyard while 1 officer helped me over to one of the police cars. They only caught 1 of the men, while the other 2 escaped over the fence. They threw the man into the other car as the officers came to question me. Shortly after, my 2 friends, whom I was playing with, pulled into the driveway on their bikes and rushed over to me to see if I was all right. I told them I was okay and thanked them for calling the police, potentially saving my life. The man that was caught was charged with burglary and attempted kidnapping. It turns out the men broke in through the basement window. I was thankful to escape with my life and only a sprained ankle that night. My lesson to all is to always follow your gut and never ignore any sound you hear while home alone. My roommate was out of the house for the week, so I had the place to myself. It was spring break, so my college classes were out. I had no plans and really nothing I needed to do. On Monday, I was basically trapped inside due to a huge storm blowing through our city. This was common around this time of year, but it still always seemed worse every time. The trees looked like they were going to blow away, and the house would shake and creak non-stop. Knowing I wouldn't be able to sleep, I decided to just stay up. I turned on the Xbox and started up one of my video games and played for well over an hour, probably until 11 o'clock when the doorbell rang. I paused the game and got up, but then I remembered the fact there was a storm happening. Who would be outside right now? I went over to the front door and looked through the peephole, but nothing. I opened the door. The wind and rain hit me right away, but when I looked around, I didn't see anyone. I closed the door and thought maybe the wind had somehow rung the doorbell. I don't know, it sounds dumb now, but what was I supposed to think? I went back to my game, but only a couple minutes later, I heard a huge crash in the backyard. It sounded like stuff tumbling over and breaking. I immediately knew it was our patio furniture and ran over to the back door. Everything was scattered around the yard, blowing around in the wind. I quickly put on my shoes and went outside, pushing each piece of furniture up against the back of the house. The wind was so heavy it would even hurt sometimes when the water would hit my face. I was rushing, going as fast as I could until I saw someone. They were standing at the edge of the backyard, watching me. I looked back at them for a moment but then grabbed the last piece of furniture and ran inside to escape the rain. I looked at the back door as I dried off, but the person was gone. Between that and the doorbell ringing, I was a little bit nervous. I sat in the living room this time, just scrolling on my phone because I was tired of being interrupted. After a while, I struggled to keep my eyes open. I got a blanket and laid down on the couch. I didn't feel like going upstairs, and the storm was much louder up there. It took a while, but eventually, I drifted off to sleep. A few hours later, still well into the night, I woke up from a sudden burst of heavy wind outside shaking the house. I pulled the blanket to the side and sat up, moving my feet to the floor as I prepared to go check if the furniture outside was still there. But just when my feet touched the floor, they were soaked. It woke me up immediately. I looked down and saw a puddle on the ground right next to the couch. Then I saw another and another, leading in a line across the floor. Inside the puddles were faint muddy shoe prints. I stood up and ran to the corner of the room, heart beating rapidly in my chest. After a minute of hearing nothing but the wind outside, I slowly followed the shoe prints. They led all throughout the house, upstairs and downstairs, but I could clearly tell that they entered through the back door, which I had stupidly forgotten to lock in the rush of getting out of the rain. I locked it and pulled my phone out to call 911, but then the thought crept into my mind, what if they're still inside? I stayed quiet and moved into the corner of the house where I felt the most hidden and called. I waited in silence for them to arrive. When they did, they took a look around, seeing everything I saw, but nothing more. They told me it seems like a personal attack because nothing was missing, and they were clearly focused on my house in particular. However, they walked right up to me while I was sleeping and seemingly did nothing but watch me, which is super creepy but doesn't make much sense. If they wanted to do something to me, they would have at that moment. After some thought, this had led me to believe that whoever it was had actually come from my roommates. They saw me, then looked around the whole house, and then left, doing absolutely nothing. So if this was a personal attack and my roommate was there, I think things may have gone a lot worse than they had. I want to share a story about the time my family's house got broken into. It was a really creepy experience. It happened one dark October evening while I was in high school. Back then, whenever I got home from school, I would go up to my room and lie on my bed and read some comics. On the day of the break-in, it was just me in the house. My family had gone shopping, so I shut myself in my room and lost myself in my books. It was great. I needed the toilet though, so I left my room, and that's when I noticed something strange. The smell of tobacco smoke. This was really weird since I don't smoke, and no one in my family does either. I'd never smelled this smell before in my house, so I went in search of the source of the smell. I began my search in my little sister's room as I noticed the door was slightly ajar. I pushed the door open and switched on the light, and in my little sister's room was a full-grown man. There was a stranger in our house. He was holding his shoes in one hand, and he was rummaging through my sister's drawers with his other hand. I guessed that he had taken off his shoes so that he could move around more quietly. My heart stopped, and my skin went as cold as ice. Somehow I managed to ask, "What are you doing in here?" Despite my fear, he started babbling, creating random excuses, none of which were plausible. It was really crazy. My heart was racing now, and I didn't know what to do, so I just grabbed him by the arm. I didn't want him to escape, and he didn't resist or complain. He kept silent. Luckily, my grandfather lived close by, so I led the intruder with me to his house. When we got there, my grandfather called the police. After some time, the police arrived, and they filled us in on the details. After they interviewed him, it turns out that the man lived in one of the apartments across the street that looked directly into our house. Things got really creepy when he told the police that he'd been in our home several times. He said he liked to break in even when there were people in the house. Despite the police interview, the man broke down and confessed. He said the main purpose of his repeated trespassing was the fact that he was drawn to my sister. He had some sort of obsession with her. He told the police that the day I apprehended him, he was looking for some of her underwear to take back to his apartment. He said that the only reason he'd pick my sister was due to the simple fact that she was his type. He confessed to entering other people's homes too, anyone who was his type. He said that the only reason he went unnoticed by the occupants was that he was very careful not to disturb anything or steal a thing. No one knew he was coming or going. It seemed that this guy had an understanding of our family's movements, our schedules, that kind of thing. It was clear that he'd been watching our house and our family for a long time. He knew how to get in easily, must have searched for a weak point of entry. He had done this many times without being caught, and my guess was that he began to get careless, which was how I was able to catch him. I only caught him due to the cigarette smell. I can't tell you how horrifying it is to find someone standing in a dark room in your house when you're at that age. I literally have no words for how frightened I was. Of course, we threw away all of my sister's underwear. We decided to get her new clothes. I mean, how could she feel comfortable wearing anything that man had touched? I think my sister has suffered mentally with this, and it's a thing I don't speak to her about. I'm just glad I caught him. Who knows what else he might have tried doing. Maybe stealing the clothes was just the beginning. I don't want to think about it. This happened yesterday while both of my parents were at work. For context, my dad's a mailman and my mom is an RV saleswoman. They're always on their feet, so neither can pick up their phone very quickly. I do have an older brother, but he's at college 2 hours away, so he doesn't matter in this story. I was sitting in the living room with my dog when I heard people talking in the hallway. This isn't unusual because I live in a third-floor apartment and there's a noisy family next door that brings over friends a lot. This was also a Saturday, so I wasn't expecting complete silence. I obviously just ignored the talking since it's not that loud, and I had headphones on. But my dog perked up and walked towards the door with an alert posture. The hair on his back was sticking up, which he never usually does. So I got concerned and took my headphones out. This is when I heard the voices from before, which were two adult men yelling very loudly in the apartment hallway. I got a bit freaked out, so I pushed my dog away from the door, made sure it was locked, and crept towards it to make sure they weren't near my place. When I looked out, I couldn't see either of them, and because the only blind spot in my peephole is directly to the right, I knew they were at my neighbor's. As I'm leaning against it, my whole front door starts shaking because the men are banging on the neighbor's door and still yelling things like, "We can hear you," and "Come out." But I didn't want to show that I was home. At this point, I grabbed my dog and pulled him into my room while I tried to call my dad, who luckily picked up after a few rings. He told me that I should just stay in my room and stay quiet, and that they would go away. I did stay in my room for the most part, but I called my best friend just to have someone on the phone because my dad couldn't stay talking to me. My room is the furthest from the door, so they definitely wouldn't have heard me whispering to my friend about the situation. After about 5 minutes, I stopped hearing the banging. I told my friend I was going to check if I could hear anything. When I got out there, I didn't hear the banging anymore, so I moved closer to listen. I looked out of the peephole and I could see one of them pacing. I freaked out again and started creeping back to my room. That's when I heard one of them say, "Maybe we got the wrong house." This threw me into a full-blown panic attack. Since my identical apartment door is 5 feet away from my neighbor's and all the others are down a hallway, if they didn't even know the exact number and they obviously weren't scared to bang on an apartment door so aggressively, they would probably come to my door. So, again, I pulled my dog into my brother's room since it had a lock, and I camped in there. I waited for about 10 minutes before I heard the banging calm down again. I couldn't hear any talking from my position. I was texting my friend, who also lived in the complex, about what was happening. That's when the banging started again, but this time they moved to my door. They went through the same routine, but they were much more aggressive. I could hear them slamming, kicking, and hitting my door, all while yelling for some guy to come out. I called my brother later, and he told me there's no way he could have been involved in this, especially because he's 19, and those men had to have been at least 25. I called my dad again, and in his panic, he told me to go out of the room and tell them there's no guys in the apartment, that I'm just a girl. But I just told him I'm gonna call the cops. I know they weren't just looking to break down a door, and that they were targeting this guy who did them dirty. But I still didn't want to go out there because one, even if they're looking for someone else, I don't know if they have weapons, and in their enraged state, they might just cause harm. But they still have the info on me, which leads me to number 2. I'm a high school freshman girl, 5'4", and less than 100 pounds. Quite frankly, I have no fight in me. For example, I'm terrified of knives, so I brought a bowling pin from my room for protection instead. Plus, I was in the middle of a panic attack. I stood no chance against 2 adult men at my door, so letting them know I'm a teen girl home alone isn't the best idea. I sat next to my locked bedroom door with my dog as I called the cops. I tried to keep him quiet this whole time, but I didn't want to be suspicious during this situation. I made sure not to talk to my friend while I was out of the room to keep quiet and tiptoe everywhere so they didn't know anyone was home besides the dog. I'm pretty sure they didn't know anyone was home, even though they said, "We know you're in there," during their yells. Because earlier, they were unsure if they even had the right place. I was on the phone with the cops for a few minutes before I heard light knocking at my door, making me realize I wasn't so much in shock that I didn't even know the banging had stopped. The operator said it was the cops, so I ended the call and answered the door. The officers told me the guys took off just before they got there, and they asked me a few questions about male family members and if they could have any correlation with this. When I was 19, I was a Marine and had stupidly used my military perks to get a home loan and bought my first house. I moved a barracks room worth of stuff into this place that seemed to me like a palace. Of course, I went out and bought some bar stools, a futon to sleep on until I got a bed, and some used coffee tables for my TV. I also had my dog with me. As I unpacked my meager belongings in the living room, I noticed a car had pulled into my drive and blocked me in. I walked out, and there stood a man offering to sell me a home security system. The man was dressed in khakis and a polo with a name tag that I can't recall, and the car didn't have a logo on it. It should have been a red flag for me, but I figured that some people on the job didn't drive company vehicles. He gave me his card, but I don't even remember the name of the company he told me he was representing. Cue the friendly salesman, giving me his pitch about needing a system and all the perks that would come with being able to watch the exterior of my house at any time. As a low-ranking military member, I knew I couldn't afford yet another thing, so my mind was working to try to get this man to go away. I even considered ninja chopping him or whatever it is that we Marines do in hand-to-hand just to get him to leave. But I'm a sort of passive person. I'm too nice. Nah, let's call it polite. I won't be rude to someone doing their job. I've been in customer service. I can relate. I tried politely declining his offer after he had tried to show me some stuff on his iPad, but you know how persistent these types are. I'll admit to my own stupidity when answering his questions, like giving out too much information. Do you live alone? No, I live here with my wife and our 3 large dogs. At least I had it in the large part. Her and her dogs hadn't actually moved in yet, and hers were just fat, though they were more vicious than my own good boy. But 2 women living together probably seemed like easier targets. I also mentioned being a Marine when he asked. He seemed a bit shocked, but wouldn't be deterred. What kind of security system do you have? My dogs and me. Not the best answer I could have given. I wasn't exactly intimidating. I mean, I would be terrifying if I had a gun or something. I've been using them all my life, and I've never missed a target, alive or inanimate. If you would invite me in, I can show you the best places to set up cameras, he mentioned more than a few times. Each time made me more and more creeped out, thinking that he was wanting to potentially rob me, not that there was much to take. Despite being a victim of assault in the past, all I could consider was a possible burglary and made sure we stayed away from my house while we talked. We were outside for about 15 minutes total, me spending most of that time trying to politely get away from him and retreat inside. I was losing my mind with the social niceties and just walked away, leaving him standing alone in my front yard. I walked into my house and locked the door. He got into his car and left. I thought nothing more of it. After some unpacking, I couldn't do much. I had nowhere to put most of it. I ate some junk food and put together the futon. I got it all decked out with my fluffiest blankets, made sure the doors and windows were locked, and went to lay down in the living room. Looking back, I'm not sure why I didn't put it in a bedroom. They all have blinds, and the rooms take a bit of getting to. Perhaps I wanted to be near an exit. For some context, my back door is a double glass pane door. At the time, I didn't have curtains on it, but I did have blinds on the kitchen window. My kitchen, living room, and dining room were all connected, but there's a wall in the living room that I strategically situated my futon against so it couldn't be seen by the back doors or the front door window. Call me paranoid. I had been laying down for a few hours, and at about 11, my dog got off the futon and went to the back doors. My dog is large and looks like a Rottweiler, but he's never hurt anything in his life. He'll greet strangers at the door with a tail wag and hardly barks. He stood back there for a bit and whined a few times. I ignored him, it was probably a squirrel. But then he started growling, a sound that I'll never forget. It sent terror straight through me as I sat alone in the dark. I had only ever felt that fear once, when a mountain lion screamed, and I realized I was powerless against nature. The point is, these sounds are designed to scare you. And it petrified me. I was frozen and wanted to whip out, to hide, to call the cops, but I realized if someone was out there, they'd for sure see my phone light and know where I was. So while my dog stayed stationed at the back door, I talked myself up just enough to move off the couch and investigate, still scared out of my mind. I slunk to the kitchen and grabbed a kitchen knife, one of the only utensils I had, and crept to the kitchen window. I was squatting amongst the cabinets so that I couldn't be seen from any windows, trying to gear up to peel back the blinds. My brain was telling me irrational things, horror stories that I had read come to life. To be real, I was ready to punk out. I'm not a brave person. I was in communications for God's sake. Pretty far from any life-threatening situation, while not one that involves people at my house. In the one space that I should consider safe. My hideout, my protection from anything outside wanting in. I've always been afraid of home invasion. It stems from an incident when I was younger that isn't really worth mentioning further. Point is, if someone dares enter my safe place, it's not safe anymore. I thought I couldn't get more scared in that moment, but then I saw a male figure in my backyard, and my heart jumped out of my chest. He wasn't very far from the window I was looking out of. He was bold enough to not wear anything over his head, and I saw the blonde hair in the moonlight. It only took me a few seconds to recognize the security salesman in the dark. He was on the edge of my porch, watching my back door. Watching my dog. I jumped up quickly, climbed over the bar counter, and turned on the lights as I went towards the back door to let my still growling dog out in hopes that he'd at least get rid of the man, if not injure him. No dice. As soon as the lights came on, he had just enough time to go jump the low part of the fence to safety before my dog even got off the porch. I didn't sleep that night. My dog sat on the futon with me, calm as could be, having done his job. The next morning, I filed a police report, but I couldn't tell them his name or what company he was with, having lost the car he gave me. They sent some patrols through the area, and I found out that all legit salesmen should have an ID upon request. That night, I had 2 friends stay with me, ready for him to come back. We thought he might have set the whole thing up to scare me into buying home security. He didn't come back. And I haven't seen him since. One of the hottest trends on YouTube right now is ordering random mystery boxes from the deep web and opening them on camera. I don't know why I didn't realize that most of these videos are fake. They're almost all staged. I thought it was a great idea and jumped on the bandwagon to claim the YouTube stardom I desperately longed for. For those who don't know much about the deep web, it's simply a part of the internet that isn't accessible from your basic search engines like Google. You have to download an encryption program. It's not illegal to access this part of the internet, but since it is anonymous, a lot of illegal activity happens here. The possibilities are endless. I grabbed my laptop, the one I've had since I graduated in 2011, and downloaded the required programs. I prefer to use my laptop over my desktop in case of viruses. My 7-year-old laptop was a little more disposable. I went through a Bitcoin phase a few years ago when it was blowing up, so I already had a little saved. It wasn't much, roughly $632, but it was enough for what I was looking for. After the downloads were finished, I opened the browser and started my journey at the Hidden Wiki website. They provide a lot of useful links to get you started on the deep web. I scrolled through the warnings and general information and found the links I was looking for. Almost forgot, I muttered to myself as I grabbed the duct tape from my desk drawer. I cut a tiny square piece off the end and placed it over my webcam. Call me paranoid, but I'd rather be safe than sorry. I clicked on the first link and waited what seemed like forever for the page to load. It was another very plain page with a list of popular websites that you could scroll through on the side. I continued my search through the web links until I found a page dedicated to mystery boxes. I wanted to find one around $500 so people knew I meant business on my channel. I was worried about being scammed. I decided to continue my search after a quick bathroom break. When I came back, I noticed my mouse was off to the side and I couldn't see it on the screen. I wiggled it around to see if it would appear, but the web page was a similar color to the mouse cursor, so I couldn't see it. I clicked a few times to see if my mouse was working and accidentally clicked a link. I was taken to a pitch black page with small white text near the top. I'm selling one random package to anyone brave enough to receive it for only $400 or best offer. I thought to myself, and decided I'll take my shot. I hit the small payment button and was asked how much I'd like to spend. I entered $300 with my fingers crossed. The payment went through without any hesitation, and I was instantly met with a chat box asking where I'd like my package sent. I know this wasn't a good idea, and I regret it to this day, but I assumed the other YouTube channels used their own addresses often, so I thought nothing of it. Without much consideration, I gave them my full name and address. I waited over a month for the box to arrive. 36 days to be exact. It came directly to my front porch. It was wrapped numerous times in tape and looked really suspicious. I set my camera on the tripod and adjusted it to show the box on a small wooden table. I draped a sheet in the background to make it look a little more professional. I collected some gloves and scissors so I could film the video in one go. Hey everybody, welcome to tonight's vlog. I continued my monologue, mentioning how I got the box and how much I paid. Without wasting further time, let's open this deep web mystery box. I grabbed the scissors and cut along the red tape. I made sure my gloves were on tight and I ripped the box open. My brow furrowed as I saw just one book. Without saying a word, I took the book out of the box. I was pretty pissed that I'd spent $300 on a book. Well, looks like we got a dud. These pages better be made of gold. The outside of the book was old and tattered, and it smelled of mildew and mold. I cracked the book open to the first page and glanced over the contents. It's an old photo album. Smells like rot. Let's look at these pictures. I showed the camera a view of the page's contents. It had 4 pictures on the first page, all labeled by days. The pictures were taken with an old Polaroid camera. There were pictures of airplanes, random suitcases, a couple of taxis, and some pretty shady motels. Looks like someone's old travel photos. I continued flipping through the pages. Every day was a different photo of nature, cars, or trains. Day 18 held the oddest photo yet. It was just a mask, handcuffs, a gag, and a bottle of some sort of drug. These people had one hell of a party, I said to the camera, trying to keep the video interesting. I zoomed in on the picture with the camera, so everyone could see it. Around day 30, things started getting weird. There was a picture of a house, but not just any house. It was my parents' home. I covered my mouth with my hand as I gasped for air. How is this possible? I was unable to form a sentence. I was at a loss for words. These were undeniably personal photos. Day 33, I turned the page and there was a woman handcuffed and gagged. I immediately vomited as I saw my own mom scared and crying. And then I noticed that my dad was also in the photo, face first in a pile of what looked like black tar. Day 34, this photo was taken inside what looked like a vehicle. I focused my gaze on the dashboard where a small photo was barely visible. It was an old school photo of me. They were in my dad's truck. Day 35, another house, but this one much smaller. The photo was too blurry to make out the details. My hands were trembling and all I could hear was my heartbeat pounding in my ears. I flipped to the last page. I immediately threw the book to the ground and ran to the window. I jiggled the hatch frantically and threw it open. Without hesitation, I jumped out and ran to the neighbors. As I was running, I turned around for a brief second. What I saw haunts me to this day. A tall hooded figure stood in my room, looking at me through the window. He stood motionless before lifting his hand and waving. I screamed for my neighbor who hurried me inside and called the cops. I sat and just cried. I cried out of fear for my life. I cried for my parents. I cried because it was all my fault. My lack of common sense got my parents killed and I will have to live with that forever. If you access the deep web, do not release any personal information. Even if people on YouTube do it. Most of it's not real. And always check your boxes. It would have saved me a lot of trouble if I had noticed it had no tracking sticker on it. It was hand-delivered. I had always been aware of the deep web. You hear the craziest, most disturbing stories from people who dare to explore it. Websites that involve human experimentation, hiring hitmen, and even watching people through their own security cameras. It's messed up. But honestly, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't a bit interested. There was no malicious intent behind my exploration of the deep web. I was just curious to see if it really was as bad as people said it was. The first thing I stumbled upon was a website centered around death, which gave me a really uneasy feeling, so I didn't stay there long. It takes quite a bit to freak me out, so I was surprised that I couldn't even stomach the first website I clicked on. But it's not supposed to be all unicorns and rainbows, right? Next, I clicked on a website dedicated to watching people through security cameras. Most of the screens showed empty living rooms and patios. Some of them showed oddly decorated rooms, like one packed with stuffed animals and another eerily decorated with Christmas lights and fake Santa Claus statues. Another screen showed a young woman doing yoga, which had a lot of views. I didn't watch that one for long. Something inside me felt off. Like what I was doing was sickening. I shook my head, blinking away any more curiosity before I hovered my mouse over the tiny X to close the window. Right before I clicked, I saw a blue link under a black screen that said, "Proceed with caution." I bit down on my back teeth, internally yelling at myself to leave the page. It could be something horrible, which would make me an accomplice. What if it was someone skinning an animal or something like that? But then again, what if it wasn't? I don't know what drove me to move my mouse away from the window, hovering it over the link instead, but that's where I ended up. My curiosity always got the best of me, and no matter how twisted my stomach felt, or how strong the feeling that lingered over my head was, I had to click that link. I really just had to know what the link led to, or I would go crazy until I finally figured it out. So, I pressed my mouse down and watched the link turn purple, feeling my mouth go dry as the screen slowly loaded. The page consisted of a large screen, like the security camera page. The room was concrete and dark. There must have been a night vision camera or something, because everything had a weird green tinge, but you could tell there was little to no light. There was a dark liquid on the floor in a medium-sized puddle. I told myself it was gasoline. Don't ask me why. Movement in the far right of the screen caught my attention, and I immediately perked up in my desk chair, inching my face closer to the screen of my laptop. It looked like an arm, like someone's forearm. They were standing there, not really moving but subtly swaying, just enough to not look completely still. "Hey," I said before shaking my head and slapping my mouth shut. "Stupid." Then, the person walked over towards the left of the screen. I felt my stomach knot, felt my throat tingle and tighten, and felt bile rising in the back of my throat. I knew my mouth was open, gaping, and my eyes were wide, my face twisted in an expression of pure disgust. It was a young woman. She couldn't be older than 25 or so. Long, dark, and dirty hair was in tangles, like she'd been pulling at it. Her leg was dragging, her other skinny leg doing most of the work as she limped around. Suddenly, the woman raised her head, and it looked like it weighed a ton on her tiny body. I hadn't noticed it before, only able to barely make out her side profile, but now it was clear as day. She looked around, eyes watering with tears and black makeup streaming down her face. Small strands of bloody thread were intertwined in her lips, messily tied, locking them together. Dark blood stained her chin, probably from where she tried desperately to open her mouth, to scream. Her dainty fingers were stained as well, the same color as the puddle on the concrete. My whole body felt weak. My stomach was sick. I tried to tell myself it was fake, that it was all a big hoax. My eyes scanned to the bottom left of the screen. 5,623 people were watching. Unable to fight it any longer, I ran straight into the bathroom, puking my insides into the toilet bowl. Everything in me felt disgusting. Twisted. Once I was finally done, I lay on the floor of the bathroom, letting the cold towels try to soothe my burning body. My head was spinning. I kept repeating to myself that I shouldn't have clicked the link, I should have left, I should have closed the window and told my inner curiosity to go away. Instead, I was lying on the floor with the bathroom reeking of vomit and my mind a complete mess over what the hell I just watched. Should I get the link and send it to the police? My first instinct was to copy the link, just in case, then call the police and inform them of what was happening. Maybe they could trace the IP address or something. Maybe they would recognize the girl and know where to start looking. Maybe I could save her life. I'd feel really dumb if this was all fake just to get viewers, but I wasn't about to gamble. Not with what was at stake. I tried to ignore the dizzy feeling that was flooding my head as I started to pace around my room. My phone suddenly buzzed in my pocket, scaring the living daylights out of me. I stopped mid-panic and picked it up with shaky hands. I saw my girlfriend's name and immediately answered. My voice was a complete wreck, my eyes finding the screen where the girl shrunk down to the ground, the sound of her cries bouncing around the room, making my body feel rigid. I had nothing left to throw up, but I still felt so sick. Madeline, you're not going to believe what I just saw. What? Are you okay? Have you been crying? I'm not okay, I answered, averting my eyes from the screen. I know you said to stay away from the deep web, but... Are you kidding me? Her voice went from caring to mad in a split second. I told you to stay away from that place. You never listened to me. There's a girl, I said. She's trapped in some basement or something. Her mouth is sewn shut. There's blood all over her face and hands. I don't know what to do, Madeline. The woman's cries got louder and more desperate, but muffled. I'm so sorry. Close it out, clear your history, and never go back there again. I'm not kidding. But, should I call? No. Her voice was stern. You don't know if it's real. It's probably staged to get attention. Apparently idiots click on things like that. People do it all the time. That's why I said it'd be best if you just stayed away from there. You could get yourself into a lot of trouble. I didn't say anything, wordlessly walking over to the desk. My hands shook as I moved the mouse to the small X once more. My eyes watched the number of viewers slowly tick higher before I closed the window. I felt even worse than before. We can file a report tomorrow, but go to sleep and stay away from the deep web. I can't believe you even went there in the first place. I didn't have the energy to argue with her. Guilt plagued my whole body. It was all I could feel. I told her good night, that I was sorry and that I loved her before I made my way to the couch to sleep. It didn't feel right being in my bedroom or anywhere near my computer. Not while that girl was still trapped, unable to scream for help, unable to talk at all. I know it could be fake, but was that really a risk I was willing to take? I looked up some Google searches about what was fake on those kind of websites and read multiple stories about staged webcam videos, which made me feel a little bit better. But it didn't make the guilty feeling go away. It's safe to say that I didn't get much sleep. Every time I closed my eyes or even began to drift off, I would see the woman's face, the thread laced into her lips, the blood staining her mouth, her fingers, the floor. I continued to grow more and more anxious and uneasy, deciding that maybe getting out of the house, heading over to the local CVS and picking up some melatonin might help. I threw my blanket off, slid on my shoes, and grabbed my keys and wallet from the nightstand. The cold air felt amazing and did wonders to calm the whirlwind of thoughts in my head. I went to check the time, realizing I'd left my phone at home. Not a huge deal, the store was only a few minutes away from my house. I ended up buying melatonin and a stronger sleeping pill just in case it didn't work. I also got a pack of bottled water to rehydrate after vomiting earlier. By the time I got home, I felt much better, which lasted about 3 seconds before I noticed that my front door was wide open. I may have been in a state of shock and panic, but I never ever leave my front door open or even unlocked. My heart immediately began to thud against my chest. I got out of my car, closing the door quietly and unlocking my trunk, grabbing the crowbar that I kept in there. I yelled into the house, waiting for any noise. "Who is there?" My own voice was shaking and weak. I was met with complete silence. Keeping the crowbar up and ready to strike, I walked to the couch and felt for my phone. As soon as I found it, I hit the emergency button and waited until I got a hold of a 911 operator, letting her know that I thought my house had just been broken into. She told me police would be on their way. After checking around the house for anything out of place, I decided to give my girlfriend a call, letting her know what had happened. The phone rang and just kept ringing. After getting her voicemail, I hung up, knowing she'd probably be asleep this late at night. I waited about 20 or so minutes for the police to show up and walked around with them like a scared puppy as they checked every room. They ended up just having me fill out a report, telling me they keep patrol cars in the area just in case anyone else got hit. As they were leaving, I checked to see if Madeline had called back yet, but there weren't any missed calls. However, I did notice several outgoing calls to her cell phone. Outgoing call to Madeline, 3:12 a.m. There were multiple outgoing calls to her, almost every 2 minutes. They stopped at 3:56 a.m., which was around the time I'd gotten home. My mind went into automatic panic, knowing for a fact that I did not make those calls. I quickly checked my texts, reading what I apparently sent out at 3:23 a.m. "Hey, can't sleep. Gonna come over. Mind leaving the back door unlocked so I can get in?" I did not send that message. My stomach dropped, my heart thudded loudly in my chest as I noticed her reply directly underneath. "Sorry, I was sleeping. Thanks for waking me up, by the way. Lose your key again? It's unlocked, don't be too late." Without a second thought, I jumped up, running to lock all the doors and windows in my house, keeping the crowbar tight in my hand as I ran to my car. I drove as fast as my little Civic would allow, all the way to her house, ignoring any stoplights. It only took me 3 minutes to get there, but I still knew it'd be too late. I made my way to her back door, feeling every cell in my body burn when I saw it was wide open. My face was hot, my hands were shaking, but I stepped in, crowbar raised like a bat, ready to swing. I tried to keep my emotions at bay as I looked around her dark house. "Madeline?" I called out. "Are you okay?" Nothing. Silence. "Madeline?" A small scream came from her bedroom just up the stairs. My legs jerked to a run as I flew up the stairs, slamming her door open. I looked at her empty bed, her empty room. Confused, I heard the scream again. Only this time, I heard it coming through her computer monitor. I felt numb as I looked at the screen, noticing the same website I saw earlier. This time there were 2 women. The first woman was lying on the floor, not moving, in that puddle of dark liquid. I recognized the second girl, just as I had recognized her voice. My heart shattered as I saw her face, streaked in blood, the same threading sewn into her eyelids, locking them shut. Her scream hit my bones, surrounded my body. It was all I could hear. Her face was twisted in pure terror. I cried pathetically as her voice began to go out, continuing to grow weaker and more rasped. I locked my jaw, picking up my cell and dialing the cops for the second time, only this time it barely rang once before the deep, gravelly voice of another man answered. "You should not have called." Chills shot down my body, and I heard the phone thud as it hit the carpeted floor. My breath hitched in my throat as I bent to pick it up, hanging up the call and racing down the stairs. How did he do that? How did he redirect my call away from the police? I felt my heart race as I darted out of her back door, in a frenzy as I sprinted to the closest house. I pounded on the door, screaming at the top of my lungs until the neighbor opened it, her face tired, confused, and scared. She let me in, and I explained through frantic tears what had happened. I'm typing this on my phone to post as we both try to get a hold of the cops, but neither of our calls are going through, and neither is her landline. I think someone is messing with our cellular signal, and they may have cut her phone line, but we're going to keep trying. I don't know what's going to happen to me. If you don't hear from me again, please take this advice and this experience to heart. Stay away from the deep web. I've always had a morbid sense of curiosity. That's not something I'm particularly proud of. I've always just chalked it up to teenage curiosity. To be honest, it probably started back in middle school when people thought it was fun to send around horrible videos of executions and videos like 2 Girls 1 Cup. Just mentioning it makes me feel old. These days, there's an overabundance of these sites. Places to watch people die, blurry videos of car crashes, beheadings, and animal abuse. Of course, it's not something I actively seek out, but when I stumble across it, I feel compelled to watch, to prove to myself that nothing can affect me. For the truly gruesome stuff, one needs to visit the so-called dark web. As someone who has fallen far behind in the advancement of technology, it absolutely baffled me that only a tiny fragment of the internet is available through a Google search. The rest, which makes up approximately 99.9%, is hidden and requires a special browser to access. With the help of a YouTube tutorial, I quickly downloaded the Tor browser and went on my way to search for the hidden aspects of the internet. It couldn't have taken more than half an hour of clicking on links before I stumbled across something that quenched my thirst for the horrible forever. The website itself was rather plain. Just a black background with a video player in its center and a chat box beneath. Within a few seconds of entering the website, the video had loaded and automatically started playing. What was depicted before me was a scrawny-looking man in his early 20s, strapped to a chair and covered in wounds. In the upper left corner of the video, a timer was counting up each second. 24 minutes and 14 seconds. "Please, stop. Please, it was an accident, I swear," he yelled. A larger man entered the picture, holding a large needle connected to an empty syringe. Without speaking a word, he stuck the needle as far as it could go into the victim's abdomen. The victim let out a loud scream as the man removed the needle and plunged it back in. After a few stabs, the man grabbed a hammer and hit the victim straight in the jaw, shattering his mandible and leaving him unable to form any coherent speech. The victim let out a gurgled whimper before passing out. I tried to fast forward the video, sure it had to be fake, but that's when I realized it wasn't pre-recorded footage but a live stream. 26 minutes and 12 seconds were the words that lit up the screen. The chat beneath the video went wild, calling out the victim as a pathetic excuse of a human being, demanding that the man continue the torture. A few seconds passed, and the chat was replaced by a voting form containing only 2 options: life or death. The votes were quickly counting, the bar for death rising rapidly. As much as I could stomach, I couldn't be part of an act of murder, so I quickly voted for life. In the end, the results were displayed on the screen. Out of 200 people, the results were 95% for death, 4% for life, and 1% did not vote. 10 people had tried to save the poor kid, but it wasn't enough. Without further warning, the man grabbed the hammer and started repeatedly hitting him, starting from the legs and working his way up until all that remained was a bloody pile of broken flesh. I sat speechless, staring helplessly at the screen as I noticed that my camera light had lit up. The video player vanished, and in its place, 10 smaller boxes popped up, all displaying people from various places around the world, all being unknowingly filmed by their own webcams. To my absolute horror, one of the boxes showed my bedroom and myself wearing a terrified expression. It quickly dawned on me that these were the people who will be next. A message appeared as a timer counted down towards 0. A few boxes turned black, to which the chat responded with laughter, a hopeless attempt at escape. 3, 2, 1. 9 of the 10 pictures disappeared from the screen, including my own, leaving the screen occupied by a middle-aged Asian man, frozen in fear. We'll see you soon. Good luck. I let out a sigh of both relief and panic. I'd escaped unharmed, but not everyone was that lucky. Of course, I called the police, but by the time they could even look into it, the link had long since expired. I don't know what else I could have done, but it taught me not to look too deep into the depths of the dark web. This is my last resort. I need help. A couple of weeks ago, I swallowed a tapeworm I bought illegally because I wanted to lose weight, but now I think I am having some negative side effects. The whole thing started when my family bought tickets for a cruise to the Caribbean. I have always been overweight, it runs in the family. I'm 19 years old, 5 feet 6 inches, female, and I weigh 200 pounds. I was scrolling through some weight loss websites when an advertisement popped up on the side of an article. Lose the weight without the effort. Normally, I wouldn't fall for clickbait, but I was desperate. The cruise was in a month and a half, and I had 90 pounds to lose. So I clicked it. It took me to the dark web, which I didn't know was possible by just clicking on an ad. But it ended up being really cheap and really easy. They basically sent me 2 things, a little jar with the worm inside and directions for taking it, which were oddly specific. I had to swallow the worm after eating raw meat, preferably red. It had to be taken between the hours of 9 and 11 p.m., and all the lights had to be off. The worm would pass once my appetite curbed, and I had adjusted to my new lifestyle. I figured maybe these things had an effect on the tapeworm's behavior, so I thought nothing of it at the time. I forced myself to choke down an uncooked hamburger, then swallowed the worm shortly after 9:30 in pure darkness. The first week went by, and nothing happened. No weight had been lost, and I had 0 side effects that the directions warned me of. No nausea, abdominal pain, strange cravings, or feelings of hunger. I was starting to think that I had passed the worm or it had died. Whatever had happened, I was upset. The week following, however, was completely different. I woke up that Sunday morning starving. I ate all the bacon my mom had made, including 3 eggs, and the 2 she made for my 5-year-old sister, Maria, after she complained of not being hungry. I spent almost the entire day eating and never felt completely full. That night I stepped on the scale and was pleasantly surprised to find that I had lost 8 pounds. The next few days followed the same routine. Eat everything in sight and still lose weight. My diet did change, which was another side effect. I craved all the protein I could get. I was constantly finding myself in drive-thrus, ordering at least 6 hamburgers and inhaling them with no effort whatsoever. But then, the stomach pain started. I couldn't hold down anything but meat. But I had gotten down to 120 pounds. Who was I to start questioning the process now? My breakfast, lunch, and dinner consisted of nothing but ham and plain cooked hamburger. A few days later, even those meats would not satisfy the worm in my stomach. Raw meat became its meal of choice. It's disgusting. That's what I thought at first. But I've come around to it since. My mom has wondered why I no longer eat the food she makes. I keep telling her that all the weight I lost means I don't have the same appetite. Which is true, to a point. None of this is the reason I am telling this story. The reason I am writing this is because of a conversation I had after my mom left the room. Maria was sitting at the table eating chicken nuggets with ketchup, happily humming to herself while Mom and I talked. But once it was just me and her, she stopped eating and looked at me. "What's wrong with you, Angie?" I smiled softly. For her age, she was so mature and caring. "Nothing, Maria. I am on a diet." I'm getting healthier, so I'm not as hungry as I used to be. She frowned and widened her big eyes at me. But I watched you. The other night you pulled raw bacon out of the fridge and you ate it all. I knelt beside her to comfort her, which is why I smelled her. She was sweet, so small and plump. The pangs in my stomach grew stronger, and I felt the roof of my mouth start to salivate. I even got a little dizzy. I was just so hungry. I looked at her little arm resting on the table, and I could practically hear all of her fresh blood running through her veins. I blinked rapidly a few times and stumbled away from my little sister and into my bedroom. I stayed there the rest of the night. That was 3 days ago. I'm down to 99 pounds. I can smell my family from my room. I snuck out last night and tried eating some uncooked hamburger, but I threw it all up. I'm so tired. I haven't slept much lately because my dreams have all been the same. I am looking down at myself. I'm at the dinner table with a full belly and a smile spread across my lips. I can't see what I'm eating, but I can taste it. Rare, bloody, tender, and so savory. It's heaven, nothing I've ever had before. Then I slowly look over to the table, and there she is. Unmoving, but certainly alive. I'm looking at Maria, she's looking back at me. She is splayed out for me like a display, teeth marks and full bites taken out of her chunky little thighs and arms. A part of her cheek is missing, and through the bloody mess, she is silent, smiling at me with those eyes. I smile back at her, and with pieces of bloodied flesh dangling from my teeth, I swallow and lean down to take another bite of my sister. That's when I wake up, crying and starving. I would go to the doctor, but I'm terrified of being out in public. There's so many tasty people out there. I can't even track down the website where I ordered it. I think I'm running out of time. I weighed in at 90 pounds 2 hours ago. I can feel the urges growing, pushing me to feed. I'm starting to really worry that my sister might not have much time left. This all went down during the spring break of my junior year of high school. My school was in a pretty small Iowa town with a district spanning several smaller hamlets. During the summer of 2014, a few friends of mine put together a film club that would make short films and compete in national film festivals against other schools. We were a pretty small group, and I found it kind of difficult to get together for any actual filming until spring break of 2015, when we made plans for a little excursion. 4 of us ended up going on the trip, myself and 3 members of the club, let's call them Jake, Bill, and Kyle. We ended up choosing to go camping at Mossy Glen Hollow, a supposedly haunted state park in northeastern Iowa. Since the 1850s, there have been several murders and suicides at Mossy Glen, including a few decapitations and a hired hitman in the 1930s. Being the edgy teens that we were, we jumped at the chance to go hiking and camping somewhere like that. It was within 15 minutes of a small town as well, so stocking up on food wouldn't be that big of an issue either. So, all lights green, we loaded up 2 of our sedans, programmed the GPS, and off we went for a spring break camping in some haunted woods. After the first hour and a half on the road, a few red flags began to fly. After the last large town before getting away into the boondocks, my phone's data signal cut out, and the GPS randomly changed directions on us. Since none of us had any idea where the hell we were at, or where Mossy Glen was supposed to be, we didn't have much choice but to blindly follow the new route. Once we were firmly in the middle of nowhere, our GPS took us off the paved highways and onto gravel roads. At this point, you typically would see the usual brown Iowa DNR signs designating that you were near a state park, but there were none. There weren't even any tree clumps to indicate that you were near some sort of forest. Another 10 minutes or so into the drive, and the gravel road soon turns into a dirt road, then a low maintenance road, then a Class B minimum maintenance road. With Isla's dedication to road preservation, this basically means that somebody probably came by and took a peek in the 90s and then promptly forgot about its existence. As we came around the last hilly bend that the GPS shows on our route, we see a farmhouse with a large machine shed, with no lights or activity around either, and no cars in the driveway. A bit weirded out that a house would be right next to a state park, we slow down and keep rolling. To our dismay, however, the road dissolves into a mess of washed tractor tire gouges from last fall's harvest. We stop the cars as far down as we can pass without getting hung up on a frozen rut and unpack some of our equipment. The road gradually narrows, snakes down the middle of a field, and turns down into a small but very thick clump of woods at the bottom of a wide ravine. We get out and hike down the gradually steepening slope and take in the scenery. At first, everything looks like a pretty damn cool set to a film. There are several limestone outcrops hanging off the hillside, a footpath with some picturesque tree overhang, and even a few birds out that made an unseasonal return from wintering down south. We can all hear some water running but can't identify a source from the trail. Looking off in any direction, all we could see was a seemingly endless sea of trees. At the bottom of the hill was a small pond in the middle of a grassy clearing with a fence. As we approached the fence, we noticed a sign, "Private Property. Keep out." Bill checks his watch and realizes that it's almost time for dinner, so we trek back to our vehicles and hook up the GPS. The nearest town over was a little place called Edgewood that had several diners and a gas station to load up on supplies for the week. We brought some canned food, but not much beyond that. As we got to town, we realized that Edgewood was a lot smaller than we'd expected, less than 900 people, it would turn out. Everyone knows everyone in these small towns, so we got several weird looks when 4 strangers rolled up with plates from the other side of the state. Kyle asked the cashier and a few people at the gas station about Mossy Glen Hollow and why the only route was through some dude's field on a busted outdoor road. To our surprise, nobody had even heard of a place called Mossy Glen, nor could they figure out why the hell 4 high schoolers suddenly rolled into town looking for the place. We shrugged it off as just a few crazy locals and took back down the dirt trail. As we rounded the corner back near the farmhouse, we noticed that all the lights were still off and nobody seemed to be home. I suggested that we leave some sort of note on the house door that we were going to be parking on the side of the road near their place, just to be safe. It was starting to get late in the day, and being this far out in the country, it wouldn't be unheard of to come face to face with a shotgun when the homeowners found our cars. Since the road was impassable from that point on anyway, parking there wouldn't realistically block anybody off the road and would still technically be on public land. We hiked back down the wooded trail and started scouting for a place to set up camp for the night, making sure to be on the public side of the fence pond area. We discovered that the sea of trees that we saw earlier was actually quite a bit thinner when seen from below. In fact, the dirt path led to a decently sized clearing with a creek and small waterfall cutting through the limestone deposits. None of us could believe that we had missed such a thing a few hours earlier. When Bill comes to the realization, he disappeared around the corner back into the trees and emerges at the top of the trail a few minutes later. Though we could plainly see him, the trees lined up just right so that he could not see anything beyond the rocks below the path ledge. Continuing further up the creek, we noticed that there are conveniently placed rocks about the perfect distance apart to step over without disturbing the water or surrounding rocks. One could walk almost silently down the creek while the sound of the water masked the steps. Not thinking much of it, we take some pictures of the large moss-covered boulders all around and get some pretty nice scenic shots. We find a place to make camp, and everything is going great until we approach the waterfall. Just before the waterfall sat a clearing without any large boulders or rocks, and an odd arrangement of logs. One set horizontal, supported at each end by 2 piles of rocks. There was a crude stone circle with a pile of burnt logs inside, a fire pit with a bench. Although a bit surprised at first, we shrugged it off as some weekend project that the people of the house put together. After all, with such a cool place just a short walk from home, why not? I have a similar fire pit set up at home, so I'm not too concerned. Hey, what the hell is this? Kyle yells from a boulder a few yards ahead. There was an orange beanie, a single gardening glove, an empty can of beer, and a stick of deodorant that had seen some serious wear. Looking closer at the beer can, we realized that it must have been opened fairly recently. Foam is still fresh in the bottom of the can, and it still had a fumey smell. Bewildered by what the hell we just found, Jake starts looking around the side of the boulders upstream of the items. There's a cave over here, he shouts back to us. Later, he told us that the cave was large enough to comfortably fit a person inside, and, more disturbingly, he saw some red fabric inside as well. Before he can get a good look around, Kyle calls all three of us back over to him with a sense of urgency. He speaks very quietly to us and indicates that we shouldn't shout back. Shampoo, he whispers, pointing urgently down at his feet. Sure enough, in the mud and the leaves, there's a blue bottle of Suave shampoo right next to the creek. At this point, we're all adequately freaked out and ready to call our little soiree quits. Bill remains pretty sure that this is just junk left behind by the people of the house after a weekend of a few too many drinks, but things just didn't add up to me. There's one detail that I've been leaving out up to this point. The day before, this part of Iowa caught some heavy rain, which contributed to the mud situation on the road and on the trail. With the combination of wind and rain, the items on the rocks would have shown some signs of being wet, if not been displaced entirely. Also, the air was pretty cold, as it is every year around this time, not getting above the mid-40s for the whole week. Then, everything starts to click for me. Whoever drank the beer and left the shampoo, hat, glove, and deodorant must have done so this morning. The fire pit also had fresh char marks on the rocks, and the wood had not been wet for a while, meaning that it must have been lit last night, at the earliest. The small cave would have provided enough shelter from the rain to stay dry. With the freezing temps all throughout the day, whoever was using shampoo out here must have had little other choice to do so. If it was the homeowners, they would have had to be serious masochists, debating the shallow freezing rocky creek rather than at home. If it wasn't them, then we likely weren't alone right now. Whoever left these things out left in a hurry, and if they were here 4 hours ago, they would have been able to see us on the trail cliff long before we even knew they were down here. Remembering the arrangement of rocks on the stream, they could have even been leaving their camp just as we were coming down the dirt trail. As I processed this, I started to look around at my surroundings and realized that the small area was bordered by the thick trees on the trail side, several sets of huge boulders on the pond side, and limestone cliffs everywhere else. Due to the tree, rock, and nail cover, you could light a fire in the pit at night, and nobody around would ever know. If you were wearing brown or green, you could easily see down from the rocks on top to the camp below while blending in with the trees above. Coming to these realizations, I noticed something else, something more sinister. The birds and small animals that we previously heard were now quiet. Aside from the soft babble of the creek, the entire place was completely silent. As I started to explain this to the rest of the group, I saw the wheels turning in their heads as well. Jake starts to head back to the small cave when something rustling up on the limestone ridgeline catches our attention. Something large was shifting around up there, something that apparently didn't want Jake to see what was in the cave. We all look up, and whatever made the noise starts shuffling down the ridge toward the makeshift camp. Because of the high cliff, the only way down to us would be by going all the way back down to the pond and then doubling back up the stream. Realizing this almost by ourselves, and how open we were, we booked it back up the stream, up the dirt path, across the field, and back to our cars. On the drive back to Edgewood, we all tried to process what just happened. I take a look at the satellite map, and the only really accessible way to the cliff where we heard the noise would be to walk up there from the pond. It was too craggy to approach from the adjacent field to the east. Whatever made that noise would have had to be large too, and a deer getting up there wouldn't necessarily be out of the question. It would have had some incredible timing to have started moving just as Jake started looking at the cave and whatever red fabric was inside. Kyle found a report of an escaped convict from a local prison a few weeks ago and was convinced that it was his camp that we found, though we were all doubtful at best of this idea. To satisfy his concerns, we agreed to report the strange things we found to the police anonymously, since we all wanted to really get home at this point. None of us followed up on them, and I doubt anything came out of it. A small town police department gets a report of strange sightings from some stranger, and the same day, some high schoolers roll up and park outside a farmer's house for a few hours. Doesn't exactly spell high-threat criminal activity to me. Still, things just don't seem to add up. Whoever came running down that cliff, if indeed it was a who, wanted to keep whatever was inside the cave hidden, but not enough to actually fight some teenagers. We figured he just wanted to scare us off since the noises seemed to stop once we reached the dirt path. I thought it odd that someone living out in the woods with something seemingly to hide would set up shop in a state park. That is until I checked my GPS again. That little route that it took us on was an old entrance to the park that had been cut off by the purchase of the lake area. The map records used for Google's navigation were updated and we couldn't see that. The place we were at was still public land, for sure, but not quite what we pictured. I would like to state that this story might read like the plot of a 1980s horror movie and is going to be very long. However, this entire story is true. If not for being 5 miles from cell reception and the way the story ends, there would be a police report for verification. I tried to camp with my buddy twice a month, now that I have a vehicle that can be trusted to get me to some of the more remote areas of our state. We planned a camping trip for the past weekend. We chose a fairly remote location that we'd been to the previous weekend. The previous weekend, we were the only people we'd seen within 1 mile of our camp spot. Friday night, we got there and set up. This story takes place Saturday night. It's about 9 p.m., so the sun is long gone and the moon hasn't quite risen yet. It's pitch black out, other than what our fire lights up. Suddenly, we hear a man screaming. We listen intently, silently sharing an anxious look. At first, we were hoping it was someone drunk and having a little too much fun, but it quickly becomes obvious this isn't fun party screaming. It isn't even like he's hurt, it sounds full of despair, anger, and anguish. I'm going to take a moment to remind you that this is 9 p.m., pitch black night in the middle of nowhere, 5 miles from the nearest cell phone signal. We hadn't seen anyone in hours. The screaming continues for what felt like hours, but was probably about 5 solid minutes. We had no idea what to make of it and started feeling extremely paranoid. We gathered up anything remotely close to a weapon and tried to come up with explanations for the screaming while keeping our eyes on the forest around us. After about 10 to 15 minutes of fear-induced paranoia, I nearly fell out of my seat as I watched a flashlight and lantern slowly enter our camp. I greeted the stranger with a basic "how's it going?" before he was even lit up by the fire. He responded quickly but flatly by asking if we could do him a favor. "That depends on the favor," my buddy and I said in unison, obviously tense, holding our weapons close to us. The stranger proceeded to ask if he could hang out for a second by the fire. Given that there were 2 of us, and only one of him, plus our myriad of weapons gathered from around the camp to within our arm's reach, we decided to agree and let him hang out. After a short second of awkward silence, I asked him what the hell was going on. He proceeds to tell us that he was camping down the trail with his buddy and that his buddy had snapped and tried to kill him. "Wait, what?" I said before the thought even finished processing in my head. "Is that the screaming we heard earlier?" The man slowly nods, staring blankly into the fire, and begins his story. We were just hanging out. We came up earlier today and my buddy just freaked out. He started screaming and just wouldn't stop. Then he attacked me. He lunged at me, and I told him to just back off and chill. Well, he kept coming after me and it started getting pretty violent, and I'm pretty sure he was going to kill me. So, I grabbed my car keys, the light, and I ran. I don't know what to do. He chased me when I ran, and I don't know what to do. We don't have firearms or anything, we only have a hatchet. My buddy and I looked at each other for a second, completely astonished, then something horrible dawned on me. Wait, he chased you? Like, he's on his way here? The man just slowly nods in reply, and right on cue, like some terrible horror movie come to life, we hear screaming from maybe 30 to 40 feet from our camp, down on the main trail. I just want to talk. Is what we heard him screaming? I'd never in my life heard a man scream like this. I'd never heard anything like it. It was a brutal scream that was shrill to the ears, yet deep in pitch, the sound of someone gone completely mad. And the way he said the stranger's name would switch erratically from long and melodic to short punches of sound. We killed our lights, became silent, and listened. By some miracle, the madman did not notice our camp and continued walking down the trail, screaming the whole way. We ended up chatting with this Gary guy for hours, listening to the screaming getting further and further away. We come to find out they had taken 4.5 to 5 grams of mushrooms each, and Gary's buddy was a coworker of his and was fine for 3 hours, then suddenly snapped. It seemed as though he thought he could kill Gary and steal his good trip. We hear the screamings getting further and further for over 2 hours. By this time, it's 11 p.m., the moon is starting to come out, and it's below 30 degrees Fahrenheit. He had no jacket or flashlight, according to Gary. My buddy and I are way too drunk to drive out camp to get cell service, as it was snowy and icy and required 2 to 3 miles of highway driving after getting off the trail. Gary was still lightly feeling the effects of mushrooms, so he couldn't drive back either. We had to make the decision to let the guy wander, hoping he sobered up and could find his way back. And he did, right into our camp. We hear yelling after about an hour of no screams, maybe 30 to 50 feet from camp again. Hey, help, please help me. We tell Gary to hide, just in case, and we greet the man, with me carrying my 12-gauge shotgun, holstered, my buddy carrying his rifle, and also with our flashlights on their brightest settings in his face. He was about 6 feet 2 inches and approximately 300 pounds. We talked to him, decided he was calm enough to talk with, and walked him back to his camp. He seemed really remorseful, said he blacked out and didn't remember anything, that he had a falling out with his buddy. We escorted him back to his camp down the trail, returned, and told Gary that he seemed cool, and if anything else happens to scream and come running, we would come out and help him out. It ended up being a happy ending. We made friends with Gary, and I got his phone number to make sure the next day that he got back into town safely, back to his wife and kid. And we're actually planning on a camping trip with him soon. But the other guy, who wandered screaming like a deranged maniac in the forest, potentially wielding a hatchet to murder his friend, was not invited. To understand my story, you need to know a bit about trespassing laws in our country. We don't have any. As long as you are respectful and non-destructive, you can walk over any hills you like, and in my case, camp on any beach of your choosing. So long as you leave the area as you found it. I used to love camping as a child. Our family would go multiple times a year with a large group of my parents' friends and their kids. On average, there were maybe 10 of us at a time, which was a bit of a logistical challenge since we always headed out to this one really remote beach on the coast. Actually, we weren't the only ones. There were always yachts bobbing just off the shore with people in them and other campers lining up the beach. Most of them also had children or teenagers, so it wasn't a wild party scene. It was very much an informal family holiday spot. There was even a small building with toilets and showers installed nearby, even though this was the middle of nowhere. I guess the local council must have figured it out, then got sick of people peeing behind bushes. We took a trip up in spring 2011. I remember this because I got my dog in winter 2010 after picking her out that November. I got her from the shelter as a birthday gift to myself, since I paid her adoption fee. She will be very important to the story later on. Let me tell you a little about Parmesan. Parmesan came to me as a 6-month-old puppy who had been rescued from a dog fighting situation. We're not entirely sure what breed she is, but my best guess is a Lurcher Staffy mix. She is a wonderfully well-tempered dog with people and most dogs, but you absolutely do not threaten her. By the time of this camping trip, I had Parmesan for a few months. She'd never come camping with us before, but as far as my family is concerned, dogs go on camping trips, so we all piled into the car, and she came with us. Unusually, none of the family friends could make it, so it was only me, my sister, my dad, and my mom. I didn't mind. I wasn't that attached to the other kids. I'd rather play with my dog, and I'd still have my sister. The drive took the best part of 6 hours, and because we left a bit later than normal, although I don't remember why, we arrived at sunset, not a good time to be building a tent. But we expected to arrive to other campers already set up, the beach illuminated by campfires. The beach was empty. In spite of this, my parents started taking stuff out and trying to build the tent. They asked us to fetch some of the lighter bags from the boot of the car while they sat, pointing a flashlight at the sand to see properly. I rolled down the window of the car for Parmesan before getting out. It was pretty hot for that time of year, and I wanted her to have air. I always got to be looking out for my furry little homie. As we fumbled about in the dark on a beach in the middle of nowhere, it was pretty spooky. The one road that led to this beach was circular and had a bridge over the water, meaning you could basically circle around the beach like a big O shape if you felt like it. I wasn't really paying any attention to the road. I was complaining I was tired, as kids do. But my mom was. After maybe 15 minutes of my dad trying to nail the tent into the sand, my mom asked him if he had seen that car drive around. It's been a few times. My dad kind of shrugged her off. He's sort of like that. I don't know if he said anything back to her, but after a few more minutes, a car pulled up next to ours on the road, and someone got out. It was maybe 15 or 20 feet from the cars to where we were, and the light was pretty low except for the torches. We weren't expecting to see anyone else out here at this point, and I think my mom said it must be security. I don't know why a random beach would have security, and I think what she meant was the Wildlife Trust or something, as they do occasionally come down to do their work. The guy was walking pretty unevenly. He must have been drunk or high because he had that stagger to him. There was absolutely no way this guy was sober. Cool, a junkie. Not an unusual find, but it's rare to see them in the wild. As he walked into the flashlight range, we realized he was carrying a large knife, maybe 15 inches, although I was small at the time, so maybe my sense of scale was off. I don't like my dad, but credit to him, once he saw this, he got up immediately, holding onto the camping mallet, and put us all behind him. The man began to shout wildly at us that we can't camp here, and he was just letting us know. My dad tried to initially be a bit friendly with the guy and told him that was fine, we'd leave, but this didn't work. He kept coming closer to us, so my dad started shouting, and the man kept shouting back. My sister and I were crying. I remember shaking. I was utterly terrified, as I'm sure anyone would be in that situation. It really did seem like this guy and my dad were going to fight, and I'm going to be honest, I didn't fancy my dad's chances. While it's grim to consider, I'm absolutely convinced he would have killed my dad and possibly us as well once he was done, as I don't think my mother would have had the common sense to run with us. I love her, but she's always put her relationship with my dad above us. This isn't how it went down. From the black, like a wolf descending on its prey, took us all by surprise, most of all the man with the knife. In that moment, Parmesan was the apex predator, large canines representing nature. She got him good by the arm and clamped down hard, ripping his jacket and shredding the skin underneath. He dropped the knife as it had been in the arm she latched onto. He kicked her, he punched her, and eventually got her off. He grabbed the knife from the sand and ran back to his car and drove off. Parmesan didn't follow him, she stayed with us, covered in blood. As quickly as we could, we gathered our things and all got back in the car, all pretty shook up by the incident. I looked Parmy over, she was okay, but the car's window was much more open than I left it. We think what had happened was when the shouting started, she must have put a paw upon the gap I'd left for her, as it was an old car and had the manual windows, not an electric button. We think she must have been able to hit it with her paws to force it down enough to squeeze out. This is not the end of my story. We were all pretty scared, and since we had a dog with us, we couldn't book into a hotel for the night. My parents decided to just drive home so we could all feel safe, but first, we had to drive into the nearest town for petrol as they were kind of low. I spent the time trying to clean Parmesan up a little. I'd always loved dogs, but what she'd just done for me blew my mind. As we drove into town, we came across a gas station, but it looked closed. My dad drove up closer and stuck his head out of the window to get a better look at the sign. My mom asked him what on earth he was doing, and he told her he was trying to see when it opens. My heart sank. Parked in the corner behind a van, so we didn't see him at first, was the man with the knife. He was sitting on the bonnet of his car, using some tissue paper to clean up his arm. It looked pretty bad. Without stopping to refuel or look anywhere else in town, my dad drove right out of there. He decided to go to the next town over, but this was too remote. The next town over was 60 miles away. He didn't have that much petrol. We realized as we began driving, we were going to break down. That's fine, Dad said. We had a cover, they'd come to his home, or at least somewhere acceptable for the night, better than staying in the last town. After driving for maybe 5 minutes, lights flashed from behind. Another car. The same car the man had been driving. It was him, following us. He must have realized we were low on petrol. The next half hour was one of the worst half hours of my life. I had a complete and utter breakdown, as did everyone really. I could tell my parents were trying to keep it under wraps so it wouldn't upset us, but we were really little kids. We were both double digits. We knew how dangerous this situation was. Dad turned off the radio to conserve petrol, and the man followed us for 55 miles before he peeled away onto another road. Our fuel meter was on the big red E for empty for the last 10 miles. We were driving on fumes. I don't really believe in God, but if he does exist, that was definitely one of his miracles. Once we got there, we refilled to a full tank before driving the rest of the way home. My sister and I slept in the car after that. I only woke up once we made it all the way home, just grateful nothing worse had happened than that. After getting some sleep, my mom phoned the non-emergency line for the police and reported what had happened, and they never got back to her after that. But apparently, the woman she spoke to said they may wish to in the future, as he matched the description of a suspect wanted in relation to a murder charge. No idea if he actually was that guy or just a random psycho. As I said, they never got back to her. So what's the takeaway then? other than avoiding the crazy man on the beach? Well, for me, it's that I love Parmesan. She's still with us now, old as the hills and twice as grizzled as one of my mom's friends likes to joke. I don't know why she did what she did that day, but I couldn't tell you what her thought process was. What I do know is that this poor puppy was born into an environment where they abused and neglected her, only to be rescued and taken shelter to where her mother and siblings all found homes before her. Despite how badly people had treated her, when I took her home, she forgave but never forgot. I think the saying is, I never trust a person who doesn't like a dog, but I always trust a dog when they don't like a person. They have a very good understanding of human body language, and I think she must have understood how much danger we were in. I paid £78 for Parmesan's adoption fee, which is a lot when you're a kid, but it chills me to my bones knowing if I hadn't been so insistent on a dog, I might have been killed. My name is Martin, and I'm a 29-year-old librarian in a quiet suburban town. The tranquility of my daily environment made what happened over the past month all the more shocking and unsettling. I never imagined that my quiet life would be disrupted by a persistent stalker, especially not someone who initially seemed to be just another patron interested in literature. It started subtly enough with a new visitor to the library. Her name was Eliza, and she introduced herself on a busy Tuesday afternoon, asking for recommendations on contemporary fiction, which was my area of expertise. She was polite, enthusiastic about my suggestions, and seemingly just another lover of books. Over the next week, Eliza visited several times, and our interactions remained purely professional, centered around discussions of authors and book genres. However, things gradually started to change. Eliza began showing up at the library every day, timing her visits to when I started my shift. At first, I was flattered by her interest in my recommendations, but it soon became clear that her visits were not just about books. She started bringing me coffee, exactly how I liked it, without me ever having mentioned my preferences. Then, small gifts began appearing on my desk, bookmarks, a scarf, and even a paperback copy of a rare book I'd mentioned once in passing. I tried to set boundaries, explaining that while I appreciated her enthusiasm, the gifts were unnecessary and somewhat inappropriate given our librarian-patron relationship. Eliza seemed to take it well, or so I thought. Her behavior escalated quickly from there. She started waiting for me in the parking lot after my shifts, offering to walk me to my car, which I politely declined. One evening, I noticed her following me as I went to a nearby cafe after work. When I confronted her, she just laughed it off, saying it was a coincidence since she liked the cafe as well. The situation took a darker turn when I started receiving emails from her late at night. The messages were long, detailing how much she thought we had in common and how she felt we were meant to be great friends, if not more. I was firm in my response, asking her to stop emailing me and to maintain a professional distance while at the library. This confrontation led to a brief period of calm, and I hoped that would be the end of it. But it wasn't. One night, I found a letter tucked under the windshield wiper of my car. It was from Eliza, expressing her hurt over my rejections and her conviction that we were destined to be together. This was followed by more letters, each more intense than the last. She began showing up at places I frequented, a local bar, the gym, even a friend's birthday party I mentioned in passing during one of our early conversations at the library. I've since reported the situation to the local police, who are keeping an eye on my workplace and home. I've also installed security cameras at my house. The stress and constant vigilance are taking a toll on me. I'm more cautious, more suspicious, and I feel like I'm losing the peaceful life I once loved. This ongoing situation has shattered my sense of security and privacy. I never expected that my job, providing people with knowledge and resources, could lead to such a personal invasion. I'm Rachel, and I've been dealing with something pretty scary that all started when I ghosted someone from a dating app. His name was Mike. At first, our chats were light and fun, but then he got intense real quick. He'd send long messages about how he felt we were meant to be and how he saw our future together. It was way too much for someone I hadn't even met, so I decided to stop responding and eventually blocked him. About a week after I blocked him, I was at my usual coffee spot, trying to get some work done. Out of the corner of my eye, I thought I saw someone who looked like Mike. I told myself it was just my imagination. After all, I had never met him in person, I only knew him from photos. But then, it happened again. I was shopping for groceries, and I saw someone from behind who looked just like him. I tried to dismiss it as coincidence. The town isn't that big, and it wouldn't be weird if we ran into each other occasionally. However, it started happening too often to ignore. I was at the gym, and I saw him again. This time, he was much closer, and there was no mistaking who it was. My stomach dropped. I had no idea how he would know I'd be there. I finished my workout early and left as soon as I could. The real shock came when I saw him outside my workplace. That was when I knew this wasn't random. He was following me everywhere. Each sighting made me more anxious. I couldn't understand how he found out where I would be. It was like he knew my schedule. After the incident near my work, I confronted him the next time I saw him at the coffee shop. I asked him outright if he was following me. He just smirked and said, "Isn't it funny how we keep running into each other?" It wasn't funny at all, it was creepy. I told him to stop following me or I would call the police. He just laughed and said, "See you around, Rachel." I reported him to the police after that. They took my statement but said they couldn't do much because he didn't break any laws. I started changing my routine, avoiding my usual places, and being more cautious about my privacy settings online. Despite all this, I still feel uneasy. I'm constantly looking over my shoulder, wondering if he's there. It's exhausting and scary. I'm trying to keep a record of everything for evidence in the future. It's been a wake-up call about how careful you need to be, even with seemingly harmless online interactions. My friend says that I'm partly to blame because I was leading him on, speaking to him for weeks and encouraging the deep conversations. But it's not my fault that I lost interest. Surely someone on a dating app shouldn't be surprised when I block them without explanation. It's not like we'd ever even met. My name is Emily, and I've been dealing with something pretty unsettling for the past few weeks. It started off as small, weird occurrences, but it's escalated, and I'm not sure what to do about it anymore. It's gotten to the point where I felt the need to share my story here, just to see if anyone else has been through something similar or has any advice. It began about a month ago. I'm a freelance graphic designer, so I often work from coffee shops for a change of scenery. One day, I was at my usual spot, a cozy little cafe downtown, when I noticed a man sitting across the room. He was staring at me, not glancing or looking, but staring intensely. It made me uncomfortable, but I tried to brush it off as him just zoning out. People do that sometimes. However, the next day, I saw him again, at a different coffee shop. This time, I was sure it wasn't a coincidence. He had that same intense gaze. I left shortly after arriving, feeling a cold prickle down my spine. Over the next few days, I started seeing him everywhere I went. Whether I was at the grocery store, the gym, or out with friends, he was always there, lurking a distance away. He was always wearing dark, nondescript clothing and a baseball cap, trying to blend in, but always watching me. I decided to confront him the next time I saw him, which was at the public library. I walked up to him and asked why he was following me. He just smirked and said, "You're very interesting." Then he walked away before I could respond. His reaction sent chills through me. It wasn't just a misunderstanding, he was deliberately following me. I started taking different routes and varying my routine, but he always seemed to find me. One evening, I was walking home from a friend's house and noticed him a block behind me. Panic surged through me, and I quickly ducked into a busy restaurant and called a cab home. When the cab arrived, I saw him standing across the street, just watching. That night, I couldn't sleep well at all. Every noise made me jump, thinking he might have found out where I live. The next morning, I filed a report with the police. They took down the details and told me to call if he approached me directly, but there wasn't much they could do without a direct threat. A few days passed without incident, and I began to hope that maybe he had given up. But then, I started receiving letters, no return address, just hand-delivered to my mailbox. The letters were creepy, talking about how he enjoyed watching me, how he felt we were meant to be together, and how he knew we would be together soon. I installed security cameras at my home and changed all my locks, but the letters kept coming. Each one was more unsettling than the last, detailing what I wore on certain days and what I did. I provided these to the police, who started an official investigation, but they haven't made any progress in identifying him. It's been weeks now, and the anxiety is wearing me down. I'm constantly looking over my shoulder, jumping at shadows. I've stopped going to my regular spots and rarely meet with friends. I feel like I'm becoming a prisoner in my own life. Just yesterday, I saw him again, standing under a streetlight near my house as I came back from a late grocery run. He was just standing there, staring up at my window. I don't know what he wants, but I've never felt so scared. The police are keeping a closer watch now, but it feels like this nightmare is never going to end. I just want my life back, but I don't know how to get rid of him for good. My days are now filled with a pervasive sense of dread, and despite my best efforts and the involvement of the police, the harassment has only intensified. About a week after spotting him standing under the streetlight near my house, things escalated in a way I hadn't anticipated. I started receiving not just letters, but packages. The first package contained a photograph of me walking my dog in the park, a park I hadn't visited in weeks, taken long before I even knew he was following me. On the back of the photograph was written, "Beautiful as always." The realization that he had been watching me for much longer than I thought sent a new wave of terror through me. I installed a more advanced security system, including cameras that covered every possible entry point to my home and made sure that I was never alone when I went out. I began to rely heavily on delivery services to avoid leaving my house. Despite these precautions, the packages kept coming. One contained a necklace that I had lost months ago at a local gym, another a set of my favorite books with specific passages marked "Passages about Love and Destiny." Each new package felt like a violation, as if he were peering into the very core of my private life. I handed everything over to the police, who assured me they were doing all they could to catch him. They posted a patrol car near my home during the night, which provided some comfort, but it wasn't enough to stop the fear. Then, 2 weeks ago, I received a video message sent to my email, which had been hacked. The video showed clips of me at various locations over the past few months, all taken from afar with a shaky, handheld camera. His voice was overlaid on the video, a deep, distorted tone, saying, "I can see you, Emily. I'm always with you." The invasion felt so complete that I broke down, unable to understand how he could have filmed me so often without my noticing. I decided it was no longer safe to stay in my home. I packed up some essentials and moved in with a friend in a nearby city, leaving my place under surveillance by the police. My friend's house is in a gated community with strict security, which made me feel a bit safer, but the change in scenery hasn't helped much with the anxiety. I'm jumpy at every sound, and I keep the curtains drawn at all times. Despite these precautions, yesterday, my friend received a delivery meant for me. Another package, but this time to her address, which I had told no one about. It contained an old t-shirt of mine, one I donated to charity a year ago. There was a note, "You can't hide from me." The realization that he had found me even here, in a place I thought would be safe, was paralyzing. The police are now considering this stalker a serious threat and have escalated their efforts, but so far, they have not been able to identify him. I'm considering hiring a private investigator, as I feel like I'm running out of options. The thought of living like this indefinitely is unbearable, and I am desperate for a resolution. My name's Alex, and I'm a 34-year-old software developer living in rural Virginia, commuting daily to a small office about 30 miles from my home. The journey typically takes me along Route 27, a quiet stretch flanked by open fields and occasional dense woods. It's usually peaceful but somewhat eerie after sunset. Yesterday evening's drive started like any other, but it took a turn that left me rattled. I've been replaying the events, trying to make sense of them. As I was driving home around 6:30 p.m., the sun had just dipped below the horizon, casting the last of its orange glow. That's when I spotted a woman standing by the side of the road. She was thumbing for a ride, looking remarkably put together with a neat appearance and a small backpack slung over one shoulder. Normally, I adhere to a strict no hitchhiker policy, but something about her prompted me to pull over. Perhaps the way she seemed more like a stranded commuter than a typical hitchhiker. She introduced herself as Sarah as soon as she got in. She said she was headed to the next town over and was meeting friends. She seemed friendly enough at first, making small talk about the weather and local news. However, I noticed she deftly avoided any personal questions about where she was coming from or her reasons for being out here alone. It was strange, but I initially chalked it up to her being private. About 10 minutes into the drive, Sarah pointed to a poorly maintained service road, suggesting it was a shortcut. Knowing the road well enough and its reputation for being less than safe, especially at night, I told her we were better off on the main route. That's when the atmosphere inside the car shifted palpably. Sarah insisted, growing increasingly urgent. Her insistence was alarming. Why was she so desperate to get us onto a darker, more secluded road? I felt a knot tighten in my stomach as her demeanor changed from friendly to frantic. Despite her protests, I kept driving, trying to keep the conversation light, but she wasn't having it. Her agitation escalated quickly from there. She started raising her voice, her words tinged with panic, saying things like, "You don't understand, we need to go back." It didn't make any sense, and it was starting to scare me. I decided I needed to get to a public place where there were other people around, so I headed for a gas station I knew was up ahead. As I pulled into the brightly lit road, Sarah suddenly snapped. She lunged for the steering wheel, trying to force us off the road. I struggled to maintain control of the car, my heart pounding as I managed to stop the vehicle safely in the gas station parking lot. She didn't wait around. As soon as I hit the brakes, she bolted out of the car and disappeared into the night. Shaken, I sat in the car for several minutes, trying to calm down. I eventually went inside to speak with the attendant, who suggested I report the incident to the police. The officers took down my information but seemed doubtful anything would come of it since no one was hurt and nothing was stolen. The drive home after that was tense, and every shadow seemed threatening. When I finally got home, I double-checked all the locks and tried to unwind, but sleep didn't come easily. The whole experience made me question my judgment. It was a harsh reminder of the risks of picking up strangers. I keep going over it, wondering what could have happened if she had managed to steer us off the road and what her motives might have been. I'm still processing everything, feeling a mix of relief and lingering anxiety. I've decided to stick to my initial instincts from now on. No more deviations, no more hitchhikers, no matter the circumstance. It's just too unpredictable, and last night was a little too close for comfort. It was around 11 p.m. last night when I realized I was out of a few kitchen staples, milk, eggs, and some bread. So, despite the late hour, I decided to make a quick trip to the supermarket nearby. It's usually pretty empty at that time, which is how I like it. No lines, no waiting, just a quick in and out. When I got to the supermarket, the parking lot was nearly empty. Just a few scattered cars that probably belonged to the night staff. Inside, the bright fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, and the usual pop music played softly through the store's speakers. I grabbed a basket and made my way to the dairy section first. As I turned into the aisle for milk, I noticed someone else further down the same aisle. He was a tall man, wearing a bulky jacket, which was odd given the mild weather we've been having. He wasn't looking at products on the shelves. Instead, he seemed to be just standing there, which struck me as odd. I tried not to pay too much attention and focused on finding the milk. After grabbing it, I headed over to the bread aisle. That's when I noticed the man again. This time, he was a few feet away, seemingly examining the bread, but as I approached, he didn't move or pick anything up. Instead, he just watched as I made my selection. A prickly feeling of unease crawled up my spine, but I brushed it off, telling myself he was probably just deciding on what to buy. I moved on to the eggs, and that's when things started to feel really off. I could see him again, out of the corner of my eye, now on the opposite end of the eggs aisle, just standing there, still not shopping. At this point, I couldn't ignore the sinking feeling in my gut that something was wrong. Was he following me? Or was it just a coincidence that he was in every aisle that I went to? Trying to shake the feeling, I decided to test my growing suspicion by doubling back to the dairy section under the pretense of forgetting something. I peeked around the corner before entering the aisle, and sure enough, he quickly moved into the same aisle from the other end, still keeping his distance but unmistakably following me. Now genuinely worried, I decided to skip the rest of my shopping and head straight to the checkout. I walked quickly, glancing over my shoulder. He was still following, trailing a few aisles behind. When I reached the checkout, there was only one cashier working, and thankfully, no line. I placed my items on the belt and kept an eye on the entrance to the checkout area. As I was paying, I noticed the man had stopped at the end of an adjacent aisle and seemed to be watching me. My heart raced as I grabbed my bags and walked briskly towards the exit. I made sure to pull out my phone, pretending to make a call, thinking it might deter him from doing anything if he thought I was talking to someone. Once outside, I hurried to my car, locked the doors immediately, and started the engine. Just as I was pulling out, I glanced back at the store entrance. He was standing there, just outside the doors, watching me drive away. The drive home was nerve-wracking. Every set of headlights behind me made me jump, worried that he might be following me. When I finally got home, I checked all the locks on the doors and windows, ensuring everything was secure. I've been trying to rationalize the whole incident. Maybe he was just a socially awkward person who didn't realize how his behavior came across. But something about his demeanor and the way he was methodically moving through the store just doesn't sit right with me. I think I'll be avoiding late-night shopping for a while, and maybe even look into getting some groceries delivered instead. The whole experience left me rattled, and I've been on edge since. There's a part of me that hopes I'm just being paranoid, but another part that's deeply unsettled by last night's encounter. If nothing else, it's a stark reminder that you can never be too careful. It was such a weird experience, and even though I wasn't hurt or anything, I'm probably going to shop in the daytime from now on. This happened just an hour ago, and I'm still on edge. I need to get this off my chest. I often hang out late with my buddy Mark, especially on weekends when his parents are away. Tonight, though, felt different from the start. We decided to explore the abandoned house at the edge of town. It's an old, supposedly haunted mansion that all the local kids dare each other to visit. It was around 9 p.m. when we started walking. The air was unusually cold for a summer night, and a thick fog was rolling in, dimming the streetlights to mere halos in the mist. The old path to the house was overgrown, the branches clawing our clothes as we pushed our way through. We were halfway there when I heard it, a faint whisper. It was so soft I thought I'd imagined it, but when I looked at Mark, his face was pale, and he'd stopped dead in his tracks. "Did you hear that?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper. I nodded, and we listened. There it was again, a whisper, but this time it called my name. Chills ran down my spine. We were alone, but it felt like someone, or something, was watching us. Trying to shake off the fear, we continued, with the mansion now looming ahead, its broken windows like dark eyes watching us. As we stepped onto the property, the air grew colder, and the whispers seemed to surround us. Mark wanted to turn back, but I convinced him to keep going. We were already there, after all. We entered through the back door. The inside of the house was worse than the outside, peeling wallpaper, dust all over the floor, and the air stale with the smell of decay. We used our phones as torches, the beams of light cutting through the darkness. As we explored the ground floor, every creak and echo made us jump. When we found the staircase, I hesitated, but curiosity pushed me forward. Upstairs, the atmosphere tightened, the whispers grew louder, and now I could almost make out sentences. Warnings. "Leave," they said, "go back." Mark grabbed my arm. "We shouldn't be here," he said, but I pulled away, drawn to a room at the end of the hall. The door was slightly ajar. I pushed it open, and that's when we saw it. A large figure. It was shadowy and indistinct, standing by the window. It turned towards us, and though it had no eyes, I felt it staring right into my soul. We didn't wait around to find out what it wanted. We ran as fast as we could out of the house, down the path, and didn't stop until we reached the safety of the streetlights. We're back at Mark's house, the doors locked and the lights all on. We're trying to process what happened. Mark is convinced we saw a ghost, the spirit of old Mr. Miller who died there alone. I don't know what it was, but every shadow now makes me jump, and the whispers, I can still hear them if I listen hard enough. What did we see in the Miller house? Was it just our imaginations, fueled by the ghost stories we'd grown up with, or have we stumbled upon something truly supernatural? I don't know if I'll ever go back to find out, but one thing is clear, I'll never forget the fear I felt tonight. This happened about 20 years ago, and I don't think I will ever forget it. Back in those days, I was an apprentice hairdresser for one of the top 5 ranked stylists in Japan. Training in that profession at that level was very strict, and beauty standards were a bit different. You probably don't need me telling you that, but it's probably worth keeping in mind. Back to training, it was long, and the time off between sessions was pretty much non-existent. We were expected to be at training even during national holidays. I'm not sure if that was strictly by the books, but as impressionable young stylists, we couldn't be seen refusing training. I think I had about 3 or 4 days off for summer. I took them all at once, and a lot of my friends and coworkers used that time to head back to their hometowns and see families. Since I lived really close to where I was studying, I didn't want to use my time off just hanging around at home. I could do that any time. So, I accepted an offer from one of my seniors to visit his hometown. It was really late by the time I finished work, and we managed to get to my senior's hometown at around 2 a.m. The satellite navigation system told me that we were about 15 minutes away from arrival. The roads were dark and empty. We were the only ones on the road that late. He lived in the middle of nowhere, so that could have been a reason. I remember seeing empty fields on either side of the road. I kind of regretted coming already. I mean, what the hell were we going to do here? He should have probably mentioned that he lived in the rural countryside. I just watched the road and tried to stay awake. I should say that I was driving. I felt like driving since I didn't get to drive much. I might have changed my mind if I had known it was going to be that far to get to his family home. Then suddenly, something appeared out of the darkness in front of the car. A woman with no clothes came running down the opposite lane of the road towards us. I slammed on the brakes because I thought that I just witnessed the paranormal. She ran past us. I looked in the rearview mirror to see a woman between the ages of about 18 to 20 years old. She kept running, then she turned around and ran towards our car. I looked at my friend, and he had a look of disbelief on his face, and I guessed that I didn't have that much of a different look. I think the reality of the situation was we both didn't know what to do. I said to him, "Is that a ghost?" "I don't know. Shall we just keep going?" he replied. We slowly pulled away. I was very skeptical because I thought she looked so real. I made sure I kept to a low speed, and I kept checking the mirrors. The woman got closer, and I stopped the car and said to him, "That's not a ghost. Come on, we have to stop and see if she's okay." He agreed and said he would call out to her. It was so creepy to see someone running around in the middle of nowhere, even creepier if you haven't been to that place before. She kept on running past our car, so I tried to match her speed as my friend rolled down the window and tried to speak to her. "Hey, you shouldn't be running around on the roads like that, this late at night. Maybe you should head home," he said something like that. It wasn't very well put together or that sympathetic, I remember that much. She didn't even turn to face the car, she just said, "Hey, don't worry, I'm fine." It feels so good. I could see her a little closer now and guessed her age to be around 18 or 19 years old. "Why are you like this? Have you been kidnapped? Has someone done something to you? It's really dangerous to be out here with no clothes and alone. We have to get you home," I said to her. She stopped running and looked down at the floor as if in thought, and then replied, "I ran away from home. I don't even know where home is. I noticed at that point that she was actually wearing socks and shoes, so at least her feet weren't too bad. She stood there with her hands behind her back, looking completely lost and confused. It was very odd. I couldn't leave her out here. I told my friend in a hushed voice that we had to help her, and he sighed but then nodded. We decided to take her to the nearest police station. I had a dress that belonged to one of my female colleagues at work in the back of my car. Long story short, I told the woman to throw it on, and she reluctantly agreed. Once she was dressed and in the back seat, I turned to her and said, "Right, if you can't remember where home is, I can take you to the police, and we can figure it out from there, okay?" To that, she responded with something outrageous. "I hate the police, they're always on my dad's side. Please, can you just take me to a hotel? Hotels are safer than police for sure. You can stay there with me. Hold me tonight, I'm a virgin." We were young, but even though we were young and often threw caution to the wind, we knew that we had to get her somewhere safe. It's a scary world out there. If she said that to another pair of guys like us in the next car that came along, well, I don't even want to think about it. We told her that wasn't going to happen. She didn't say anything for a while, but then she handed me a piece of paper. I don't know where she got it from, but it had a name, a number, and the address of a hospital. My friend saw the address and said, "Oh, I know that place." It was a psychiatric hospital. We called the number, and a voice that said it was the security department answered. I explained to the security guard what happened, and after we hung up, we got a call from the woman's mother. We found out where her mom lived and took her there. My friend said that he knew that side of town, but he had never been there before. The woman's mother was extremely apologetic over the phone. My friend spoke to her, and he said that he could tell that she was definitely genuine and sorry for the inconvenience. I felt sorry for her, it wasn't her fault. When we got to the house, we heard more about this situation from her mother. The woman we found out in the middle of nowhere had only just turned 18. She had been assaulted by her biological father when she was 16. A few days after he did what he did, she stabbed him in the neck with a box cutter knife. She was admitted to a mental asylum because of this attack. No one seems to know how she keeps getting out, but the mother said to us that this was the third time she'd successfully broken free. What a sensational story, I remember thinking. We drove the mother and daughter to the hospital at the mother's request. I could see how mentally tired she was by all of what had been going on. She was so polite and grateful, she really impressed me. I mean, with all that happened, she seemed to be incredibly in control of her own emotions. The girl didn't seem to say much, she seemed to like the dress we gave her. The mother apologized for not washing it before returning it, and we both agreed that no apology was necessary. Obviously, she got dressed into clothes of her own. She disappeared upstairs to change, and then she came back, and we took off. She didn't say much when we were driving. She was taking being returned to the asylum a lot better than expected. I thought that she would be going kicking and screaming. Her mother spoke with her in the back as we drove. She said, "You didn't get injured or anything when you were out, did you?" "No, I'm fine," the daughter responded. "Oh, that's great, I'm relieved," the mother told her. We left them at the hospital and told them that we couldn't stay because we were already really late getting to my friend's parents' home. My friend's parents were really worried by the time we got there. I think that we both wanted to tell them everything about the situation, but we were too tired to go through it all again. At that point, I just wanted to go to sleep. I stayed with him and his family for 3 days. It was actually a really great time and just what I needed, a break from studies in the city. It was certainly going to be a trip I would never forget. We said our goodbyes to the family, and his little sister asked us for a ride to the station. I said that it wouldn't be a problem. Just before we dropped her off at the station, she said something that scared the hell out of me. "Hey big bro, why does your friend have a box cutter stabbed in the back seat?" So, a quick backstory. I used to live in a very small town, predominantly safe for kids, with only some drug issues. My house was located in a small upscale part of the town. Most people who lived there were families. A small pond with lots of greenery in the neighborhood was about a 5-minute walk from my house. To get to the pond, you had to go down a grass hill. Neighborhood kids, including myself, would always go down to the pond for hours to catch frogs, skip rocks, and enjoy nature. Now, on to the story. On this particular day, it was raining and pretty cold, so there were no other kids at the pond. My best friend, her brother, who was 1 year older than us, and myself, decided to head down to the pond for a bit. After about half an hour, we saw a minivan pull up at the top of the hill. We thought nothing of it, assuming it was probably someone stopping at the neighborhood mailbox. A man, probably in his 60s, got out. In our small town, everyone knew everyone, or at least recognized each other. I found it strange that I had never seen this man before in town or the neighborhood. He just stared at the three of us for what seemed like forever. Suddenly, he yelled at us, saying, "It's not safe down there, you kids better come up here." My best friend and her brother looked terrified, and I had this gut feeling that something wasn't right. We didn't respond, but he kept repeating that phrase. "It's not safe down there. You kids better come up here." Our fight or flight reaction kicked in, and we all sprinted up the other side of the hill, just a few meters away from him and the minivan. As soon as he saw us running, he got into his minivan and started driving slowly behind us, literally following us until we reached my house. Fortunately, my garage door was open and my parents' cars were parked inside. We hid behind one of my parents' cars and watched as he pulled to the side of my house and parked. My parents were inside, unaware of what was happening. He stayed parked in front of my house for a couple of minutes until my dad came outside to take out the trash and saw the three of us hiding. I guess the man saw my dad and drove away, but as soon as he left, we told my parents everything. Even now, 12 years later, my parents still think we were being overdramatic and that the man was genuinely concerned for our safety because of the weather. Nonetheless, we weren't allowed to go back to the pond anymore. I understand why they think this. The three of us tended to exaggerate things and be dramatic. However, I knew from the strange feeling I had when I first saw him at the top of the hill that something was off. To this day, I still believe he was planning something, but maybe it was just my childish imagination. I used to work in a hole-in-the-wall gas station in the sticks of North Carolina. I was freshly 18, had a new car, a rundown Chevy, but it got me from point A to point B, and was newly promoted to assistant manager, so I was working many late nights by myself. Truthfully, I loved working alone. My boss was super laid back, and his philosophy was, as long as the work gets done, do whatever you please. We even had a shotgun behind the counter, which he taught me to shoot on my first day there. So even though I would be there late, I always felt safe. On this particular night, it was extremely dead, so with my boss's permission, I closed the store early and hopped in my car. It was probably 11:30 to 12 a.m. at this point. Other than being able to get out of work early, this was my usual routine. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. I texted my roommate to let her know I was getting home early. We always looked out for each other like that, lit up a cigarette, and then started on my way home. For those of you who don't know North Carolina very well, I'm going to provide a little bit of detail regarding the terrain. From where I worked at the gas station to where I lived, I had to drive down the back roads. These roads consisted of very dense woods on both sides. Sometimes, the woods would seem so thick that you really couldn't tell where you were, especially at night. This could be intimidating to those who don't know the area, but honestly, I was more worried about deer jumping out in front of me, which was a common occurrence in this area. I'm driving down the road, blaring Nirvana, my favorite band at the time, and just being a typical 18-year-old grunge kid who had newly discovered the freedom of being an adult and getting off work. When all of a sudden, I see something in the middle of the road, probably 75 to 100 feet ahead. At first, I thought it was a deer, but it looked too small. So I started to gradually slow down, ultimately coming to a stop. I have to wear glasses when I drive. I mainly need them at night, but my eyesight isn't terrible enough for me to make it a habit. I grabbed my glasses and put them on. Now being able to see much more clearly, I almost shat myself at what I saw. It was a woman. An older woman, wearing what looked like a nightgown of some kind. Her hair was in disarray, she had her hands behind her back, and she was just standing there, in the middle of the road, just staring at me in my car. Let me remind you, we are practically in the middle of nowhere. There are trees as far as my headlights can shine, and it's midnight. I'm naturally paranoid, so all sorts of questions were running through my head. Who is this woman? Where did she come from? It's midnight. Are my doors locked? Why is she out here at midnight? Should I honk my horn at her? Should I call the police? What if she has Alzheimer's and doesn't know where she is? Or what if she's an escaped patient? Even though the closest mental facility was 3 to 4 cities away, I didn't exclude that possibility. I thought about calling the cops, but I got my phone and of course, there was no cell service. This encounter went on for a while, just sitting in the middle of the road, mentally questioning what was happening. It's now way past midnight. She's still standing there, just staring at me with this zoned out look, hands behind her back as if she's observing me. I'm starting to get tired of this, considering that I had to be up early for work the next morning. So I honked my horn at her. I didn't expect what happened next. This woman's face turns from being spaced out to complete rage. And she raised her arms up. It looked like she was holding something in her hand. She lets out this horrid animalistic scream and charges at my car. As she ran closer, I realized she was holding something sharp. It looked like a kitchen knife or a piece of jagged glass. During this moment of horror, I had a brief flashback to my stepdad giving me advice when I first got my license. If an animal ever runs out in front of you, turn it into a speed bump. I love animals, so I couldn't bear to hear that. But this time, I was taking my stepdad's advice. I was going to turn this psycho into a speed bump. Serve the Servants by Nirvana started playing on the radio. I mention this because the song has much to do with the aura of the moment. As if it was in sync with this instance in time, the intensity of the song enabled me to let out the most intimidating primal scream that I could. Loud enough for her to hear it. The window was open because I had been smoking, and I hit the gas. She was running towards my car like she was going to jump on my hood. I guess she realized I had the utmost intent to hit her, in which at this point, the woman zigzags away from my car and runs off into the woods. Still in fight mode, I didn't question where this woman went. I was just glad that she was gone, so I accelerated on the gas and sped the entire way home. I got home at almost 1:30 a.m. My roommate was still awake, waiting up for me the entire time. She was extremely worried because it was way past the time I said I was going to be home. She had been texting and calling me. When I pulled up to her house, I got all of her texts and missed calls at once, so I started to explain to her what happened. My body went from fight mode to panic as I was recounting everything that happened. My roommate's mother was a 911 operator who also happened to be working that night. So she decided to text her mom to see if there were any silver alerts in the area. Immediately, her mom texted back and said there wasn't. That alone gave me goosebumps to the core of my being. There was no explanation as to where this lady came from. I used to work in a residential care facility, and for a number of years, I worked with a woman named Kajiri. She was generally okay to work with, but she could be intense. The sort of joking flirtation that often found its way into high-pressure environments was common throughout the whole team, but when she directed it at me, it didn't seem so jokey. It took me forever to realize, because I usually didn't notice someone flirting with me until someone else pointed it out 6 months later. But when she started trying to give me jewelry and chocolate bouquets, I finally started to pick up on it. In between things being normal and actually maybe not really normal, there was a long escalation of text messages, comments that made me uncomfortable, personal space violations, dropping by my house uninvited, hanging around on my shift hours after hers had finished, unwanted touching, etc. As mentioned, I could be slow to catch on. Once I realized what was happening, I put as much distance between us as possible. I stopped answering calls and texts, locked down social media, spoke to other colleagues and had them running interference. A lot of interference, actually. At the time, it kind of became a joke, but looking back, it was all kinds of messed up. She even parked outside my house sometimes, and I'd sit in the back room with the light off so she'd think I wasn't home. After a couple of months of my disappearing woman act, she seemed to get the hint and backed right off. I was pleased. We all got on with our lives and lived happily ever after. Yeah, not quite. A few months after it died down, I heard through the grapevine that Kajiri seemed to have focused her attentions on another coworker, Linda. Linda and I had a close mutual friend, but didn't know each other well. I didn't think much other than good luck, you poor sucker. A few months later again, and I got a call out of the blue from a mutual friend. Without preamble, he asked, "Were you dating Kajiri?" No, I don't swing that way. I was shocked. He had been privy to all the awkward details of my experience with Kajiri and had helped run interference. He explained that he had been talking to Linda and she'd asked about my relationship with Kajiri. The story that followed still sounds too fantastical to have actually happened in an actual sensible grown-up workplace. Kajiri had been catfishing her own best friend Amanda, posing as Linda. In a string of emails, fake Linda and Amanda had discussed Kajiri's drug problem, her abusive and dangerous ex, none other than yours truly. There was a story about fake Linda coming out to her family after her brother caught her in bed with Kajiri, and more. The jig was up when Linda got a second job, coincidentally with Amanda's husband, who mentioned how great it was to finally meet Kajiri's girlfriend. Which was a complete shock to Linda when she learned about herself, that she was no longer a straight woman and had a girlfriend. So essentially, Kajiri moved on from me, found a new target, started emailing Amanda from a fake account, pretending to be Linda. She told all these stories about being with Kajiri, about how I was an abusive ex, and how Linda was caught by her family being with a woman and all the drama that it caused. She made up a bunch of insane stories to justify her creepy obsessive fantasies and was telling them to Amanda and other people from a fake email to make it sound like the stories were from the fake girlfriend and Kajiri couldn't be accused of making it up. Here's some highlights of the stories Kajiri had been telling to Linda, her friends, and other coworkers I wasn't close to. She picked her audience very carefully. That Linda and I had physically fought at work over Kajiri. That I had an orgy in the staff office on a night shift with Kajiri and 2 male coworkers. That Kajiri and I had broken up after I cheated on her with another male coworker, not one of the orgy ones. I was really getting around apparently. That I would drug her against her will. That we had planned to have children using a sperm donor, but that I couldn't decide who would have the baby. This woman had been living out a full-on soap opera and using her coworkers and friends as characters. Linda and I reported her to management, and she was immediately suspended, pending investigation. She quit 2 days later. Unfortunately, HR decided they needed to continue their investigation of the allegation that I had an orgy at work. Because that was totally plausible and not at all made up by a crazy woman. They put me through hell investigating this imaginary story about me and 2 men and another woman. Even though the only men in our department are twice my age and happily married. It made me never want to trust HR again. I left that job a month later myself, and when I interviewed for my current job, She had interviewed half an hour before me, and they were looking to hire 2 people. She didn't get the job, but there have been 2 other openings since, and she applied for both of them. I'm terrified of meeting her again. It turned out she has a history of inpatient psych treatment for delusional behavior and was known to be obsessive about people she took a liking to. According to Facebook, her current girlfriend has a similar first name as me and shares more than a few physical similarities. She still knows where I live. So I'm pretty sure that the current situation is that she's still telling people that I'm her girlfriend, all while she's desperately applying for any job she can get at my new workplace. Okay, so I wasn't conventionally, nor classically pretty. I was the duff in any friend group I found myself in. I never worried about being hit on, disrespected, or kidnapped. Safety concerns were never an issue for me when going out because I was never the one anyone wanted to get to know or be around. I was just too plain. It was always me who had to look out for my friends, male and female alike. I used to go to a local bar almost daily. I didn't drink alcohol there, I just ordered a regular Coke and waited for my ride home. It was my usual hangout spot after work, so I sat, chilled, and minded my own business. A few weeks ago, I had just finished work and was sitting at my regular spot, sipping my drink while working on a new pendant I was making. I had started wire wrapping crystals into jewelry. I didn't expect anyone to strike up a conversation with me, knowing I basically blended into the walls, despite the staff knowing me and paying me slight attention and being nice to me. But this weird guy I'd never seen before came over and sat at my table across from me. I was surprised and engaged in a small conversation that I can't even remember how I started, but he began asking me a few questions about myself that seemed normal and flowed together, so I didn't think much of it. Again, being plain, I didn't think anyone would take interest in me. By then, I had drunk 3 glasses of soda and needed to use the restroom, so I grabbed my phone and purse and went. When I returned a few minutes later, I resumed working since none of my stuff had been touched. I called a waitress over, asked for a new drink, and she nodded. It had always been engraved in me that you never leave your drink unattended. If you do, either have it remade or leave it to the bartender. As the waitress was reaching for my old drink, which only had a few sips taken out of it, the guy got a bit agitated, saying I was being wasteful for ordering a new drink. I looked at him, eyebrows raised in confusion, and asked why it was his concern. It was my money after all, and refills were free. He then accused me of making more work for the waitress for no reason. Annoyed, I told him firmly that it was my business and if he didn't like it, he could leave. He attempted to wave off the waitress changing my drink, but I had enough of his nonsense and flatly said, "You drink it, if you think it's such a waste." It seemed to catch him off guard. He looked shocked, then a bit angry, before storming off. I then handed the drink to the waitress, expressing unease about the guy I was talking to, and asked her to inform the bartender to keep an eye on him. I requested to have my drink dumped out and only water served from then on. I left for home after being picked up shortly after, and the next day after work, I found out he had been arrested for assault. I only found out today what exactly had happened. Apparently, he had gotten into a fight with the bartender working that night. The bartender caught him tampering with the girl's drink while she wasn't looking and prevented her from drinking it. The guy got angry, leading to a physical altercation. The cops were called, and now he's awaiting trial. It turns out he was trying to see if he could take advantage of someone like me, someone who always let her guard down due to low confidence. He thought I'd be an easy target with just a little attention. When I didn't consume my drink upon returning, he targeted another girl. If he truly was targeting me, I have to question his sanity and sobriety. I've been with my wife Rebecca for 6 years and married for 11 months. Our entire history together has been very normal and never once have I noticed any weird behaviors or red flags. I can't stress enough how out of character this whole thing has been. She doesn't even like watching horror movies. When we first started dating, she agreed to watch The Shining with me because she knew how much I loved horror. She was so scared that she didn't even make it through half of the movie before we had to turn it off. She isn't into anything creepy and has never been into pranks, and that's fine. But that's what was so strange about this. It's just so unlike her. I should also add that she never had any mental health issues, and as far as I'm aware, it doesn't run in her family. I know some people are able to hide their mental health problems, but in the 6 years we've been together, I think I have seen some sort of sign. 2 months ago, I was in the kitchen making myself some coffee. I was running a bit late that morning and knew I wouldn't be able to grab some food on the way to work. I took a sip of my coffee as I hurried down the hall towards the front door when I happened to notice Rebecca peeking at me from around the corner ahead of me. I could only see her eyes and a strand of her long dark hair hanging against the wall. The rest of her body was concealed behind the corner. I nearly spilled my coffee when I saw her. "What the hell, Rebecca?" I said, wiping a few drops of coffee from my pants. "You scared the hell out of me." She immediately popped out of view like a little kid that had been caught. I heard her scurry off towards the living room, and by the time I got to the front door, she was out of sight. It was really weird, and just totally out of character for her, like I said. But I also found it kind of funny that she was being more playful and a little less serious. I shouted that I loved her and called her crazy. As I shut the door behind me, I heard her laughing. Her behavior was a bit odd, but it certainly wasn't something to call a priest over. I forgot about it by lunch, and by the time I got home, she was her usual self. I didn't bring it up, and life went on. The next incident happened 3 days later. It was around 2 a.m. and I had woken up to get a drink. I was standing at the kitchen island, glass of orange juice in my hand, when I felt a strong feeling that I was being watched. For whatever reason, I looked down at the floor and saw my wife's smiling face staring back. She was peeking at me from the other side of the island, staring up at me with wide, unblinking eyes, and grinning. Grinning like the Cheshire Cat. I screamed, I'll admit it. Not out of irritation, but fear. For some reason at that moment, I was scared. At the sound of my scream, she scurried backwards out of my view, her hands and feet smacking the tile floor as she hurried out of the kitchen on all fours. I didn't run after her, or even shout. I just stood there frozen in shock, wondering what the hell had possessed her to do that. It took me a little longer than I'd like to admit to go back upstairs, but I eventually did. When I got to her bedroom, Rebecca was lying on her side asleep. Or at least pretending to. I stood there for a while, watching her breathing, to be sure she really was asleep. I had the feeling she might jump out at me the moment I got into bed. I climbed in, and she didn't even move. Her breathing was soft, and I was starting to wonder if I'd dreamt the whole thing. The next morning, I waited for her to come down for coffee, and after handing her a mug and kissing her cheek, I decided to ask her about it. What was that about last night? I was keeping my tone light so I didn't offend or embarrass her. She frowned over her cup of coffee, shaking her head like she had no clue what I was referring to. "You were peeking at me again. From over there," I said, pointing to the spot on the floor by the kitchen island. She followed my gaze, and when she looked back at me, she burst out laughing. She laughed so hard that I couldn't help joining in. "You creep me out sometimes, you know that?" She laughed at what I'd said and wrapped her arms around my neck. "You creep me out all the time, so I guess we're even." We said our goodbyes and left for work. As I drove, I kept thinking about how creepy it had been seeing her grinning at me from behind the island like that. The sounds her hands made on the floor as she crawled away. I told myself she was just trying to be silly. Just trying to join me in my love of all things horror. It's not like I was afraid of her. But it still didn't sit right. I started seeing her peeking at me more and more. Sometimes she'd be peeking out from behind the couch or living room curtains. Once she even managed to get inside her grandmother's old trunk that sits at the foot of her bed. I might not have even known she was there if the trunk's old hinges had not given her away. She had the lid propped up just enough so that only half of her face peeked out. She'd been grinning like an excited toddler. It was unnerving. I didn't even know what to say to her. All I could do was stare. When I finally found my voice, I asked her why on earth was she doing this. She didn't answer, but she had slowly closed the lid, shutting herself inside the trunk. I just walked away, feeling disturbed. I didn't understand why she was doing it, but it clearly made her happy. I just hoped she would tire of the game quickly. Rebecca didn't peek at me for the next 2 weeks. I started to think she was done with her weird prank, and I was relieved. We were watching a show on Netflix one night, and I jokingly said that I hadn't seen her peeking at me lately, and that she must have given up on her game. She looked up at me with a small smile and said, "Maybe I've just gotten better at it." I didn't say anything, but I wondered whether or not she was joking. For the next few days, I couldn't stop thinking about what she'd said. Was she still peeking at me when I wasn't looking and I just hadn't noticed? And if so, what the hell was she getting out of this? I started to feel paranoid, constantly checking whether she was watching from around the corner or behind a door. I was jumpy whenever I was home and she wasn't in full view of me. I felt stupid and a little crazy. But after a few weeks without another incident, I began to relax. I stopped checking behind furniture and walls and told myself it was just a bad memory. Then a few days ago things got so much worse. Rebecca left to go to a friend's, and I lounged on the couch and played a couple games on my laptop. Around 9 p.m. I hopped in the shower, and as I was washing the soap from my hair, I felt that awful feeling that I was being watched. I slowly opened my eyes and almost had a heart attack. Rebecca was peeking from behind the shower curtain, her entire head stretched into the shower, leaving just her body outside. Her long dark hair hung against the curtain, the ends dripping with water. Her mouth hung open in a terrible grin, eyes wide open and red, as if she hadn't blinked in a while. I screamed and jumped back against the wall. She didn't move, nor did her smile waver. Her makeup ran down her cheeks in 2 black streaks. She looked giddy and completely deranged. I was terrified. We stood like that for a few moments, neither of us saying a word. Finally, after what felt like forever, she slowly pulled her head back out of the shower, and I watched her blurry figure through the curtain as she moved backwards towards the bathroom door. A second later, the bathroom door slammed shut, hard enough to rattle the mirror. I screamed again and jumped out of the shower to lock the door. I stayed inside the bathroom for over an hour. Maybe I overreacted, but joke or not, I wasn't going to put up with the craziness anymore. That's what I kept telling myself as I paced in my bathroom, stopping to listen at the door every few minutes. Suddenly I heard a muffled sound, and I pressed my ear against the bathroom door, straining to listen. I couldn't hear anything, but I envisioned Rebecca standing on the other side of the door, giggling at her joke. I felt a surge of anger. I was beyond annoyed at being made to feel scared in my own house, and having to hide in the bathroom for an hour. All for what? If it was a joke, it was an awful one. What the hell, Rebecca? I snapped. This is getting really annoying. I waited for her to apologize, or to call me a jerk. But instead, I heard a faint moan. So quiet, I wondered if I heard it at all. And then complete silence. Rebecca? I called out, not able to even hide the shakiness in my voice. I got no response. Just my own heavy breathing. I swear to God, just stop it. I yelled at her, pounding my fist on the door. I waited for her to cuss me out, something I would expect from me talking to her like that. I never screamed at her before. But there was nothing. Just the occasional drip from the shower head. I won't deny that I was scared. Too afraid to open the damn door and face my own wife. I waited another 30 minutes or so, which feels like a lifetime when you're scared. Finally, I decided I wasn't going to spend the night hiding in my bathroom, so I got down on my knees and peered under the door. I almost expected to see her face peeking back at me, but thankfully she was gone. I could see straight down the hallway to the top of the stairs, but no Rebecca. I didn't know if I should be happy about that or not. I looked for a few minutes, waiting to see her head pop up over the top step, but it never came. I stood up, my hand hovering over the door, and prepared myself to open it. I slowly turned the lock with shaky fingers and was about to yank it open when I heard a sound that still makes me feel nauseous when I think about it. A moan. Louder than before. But this time I was able to tell just where it was coming from. I turned my head to the closet door as if in slow motion and locked eyes with my wife, who was peeking out at me from the slight gap. Her eyes were still wide as ever, and her mouth was hanging open in the most grotesque gaping smile. I didn't even scream. I was too scared for even that. Her hands were clasped to her chest, body trembling with sheer delight, as if she could barely contain her excitement. A short raspy moan bubbled up from her throat, deep and raw, sending a shiver through my entire body. Somehow I found the ability to pull the bathroom door open and ran as fast as I could all the way down the steps, snagging my keys and phone from the table in the living room before running outside to my car. I could hear her shrill laughter behind me, but I didn't hear her getting closer. I didn't bother shutting the front door. I drove away from the house faster than I legally should have, shivering the entire time, either from fear or the cold. Maybe a little of both. I hadn't grabbed a coat or even a pair of shoes. I was still in my boxers and my hair was still damp. I drove straight to my brother Chris's house about 40 minutes away, ignoring any and every call and text I got. I didn't check my phone until I was safely parked in my brother's driveway. Rebecca had called 4 times and sent a flurry of texts, all wondering where I'd gone and why I left like that. I threw my phone at the dash. I was furious at her nonchalant attitude. My brother and his wife were surprised to see me show up, especially dressed in just a pair of boxers, but told me to stay as long as I needed. Chris lent me some clothes and asked me what happened. I told him we had a fight, but didn't get into the details. I didn't want him to think I was overreacting, leaving my wife over a prank, even if it was a strange one. I mean, hadn't I encouraged her for years to lighten up instead of being so serious all the time? I had wanted her to relax and loosen up, but this was definitely not what I had in mind. I tried to sleep on their sofa, but my brain wouldn't let me sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw Rebecca's face staring at me from inside the closet. Knowing she'd been in there with me the entire time made my skin crawl. She'd never left the bathroom at all. Instead, she slipped inside the closet and slammed the bathroom door shut to fool me. The mere thought of going back home gave me anxiety. I tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Chris ended up giving me a sleeping pill, so I was able to get a little rest. My sleep was filled with terrible dreams, all of which were Rebecca's smiling face. I woke up just as the sun started to rise. My whole body ached, and I felt drained. I knew I'd have to call her at some point, but I didn't know what to say to her. I wouldn't be going home unless she gave me her word she'd never do any more creepy stuff. I just wanted my wife back. Her normal serious self never looked so good to me. I was contemplating calling her and telling her when that familiar feeling came back. I was being watched. I was staring at the ceiling, my heart in my throat. I didn't want to look away, but the longer I ignored the feeling, the worse it got. My eyes drifted away from the ceiling almost on their own. Her face was pressed up against the window beside the couch, staring down at me with that same gaping smile. Drool dribbled down her lips, leaving 2 long streaks down the glass. I didn't know how long she'd been there, but something told me she'd been there quite a while, possibly all night. I didn't bother screaming, though I was afraid anger trumped any fear I felt at that moment. I jumped up from the couch and pounded my palm against the glass. "Rebecca, are you crazy? What the hell is wrong with you? Just go home. Now." She didn't move, and her ghastly expression never changed. If anything, her smile only grew, as if she had never been more elated. I could hear Chris and his wife moving around upstairs. As if Rebecca could hear them from her place outside, her head twitched slightly in their direction, and she began to close her mouth slowly. Chris called my name from upstairs, obviously concerned. I turned around to see him running down the stairs. When I turned back to the window, Rebecca had disappeared. The only sign she'd been there at all was the 2 streaks of drool still dripping down the glass. I tried explaining to Chris and Jess about waking up to see Rebecca watching me through their window. They were skeptical. We went outside to the spot in front of the window, but there were no footprints in the dirt, just a slight indent. Animal probably, Chris guessed, and I didn't argue. He and Jess assumed I dreamt the entire episode, but they didn't understand, and I was too tired to explain it to them. I called out of work that day and turned my phone off. I didn't want to face Rebecca. Just talking to her was too much for me at that point. I really started to believe something was irreversibly wrong with her. That no matter what promises she made, we'd never be the same again. The thought saddened me to my core. I cried most of the morning. By noon I figured I was ready to confront her. Give her one last chance to explain herself. I could at least give her that after 6 years, I told myself. I turned my phone on and saw the dozens of texts she'd sent, all from a seemingly concerned wife. Can we talk? I love you. Please call me. I'm really worried. Can you answer? Just come home. And more of the same. All texts telling me she loved me, and she wanted me home. How worried she was. Not a damn one addressing the crazy crap she pulled. Like she hadn't been acting like a character from a Stephen King book. Even her texts were different. She normally texted novels just to tell me to pick up a loaf of bread. You'd think she'd have more to say to me after her bizarre shenanigans. I know it probably seems childish to some of you who are miles away from this situation. But if you saw the way Rebecca had looked at me, how she scampered away on all fours like some wild animal, grinning at me from inside the closet like a lunatic, then I think you'd find my reaction was warranted. I ended up staying with them for another night. I didn't wake up yesterday until afternoon, and thankfully I didn't see Rebecca's face watching me through the window. I don't want to pry, because it's not my place. But is this fight something that can be mended? Jess was asking me about the situation. She made us both a sandwich for lunch, and I knew she wanted to breach the subject without seeming to be nosy. I don't know, she's like a different person. I chose my words carefully. I still wasn't ready for her or my brother to know the full extent of the craziness I had been dealing with. People change, but she's still the same woman you married. Maybe you both just need to talk through your issues. Whatever's going on, I'm sure it can be fixed. I think it's beyond that now. I don't think talking would help. I just don't trust her. The words stung in my heart. I missed and loved my wife. But how could I live with someone like that? Living in constant fear didn't sound too appealing. Rebecca loves you. She has to be absolutely crushed. I don't know about that. Well, she certainly seemed like it. I've never seen her so upset. It took a full minute for me to realize what she just said. And when I did, I felt dread rush over my body. Wait, what do you mean? You saw her? You saw Rebecca? I asked with my mouth suddenly feeling very dry. Jess nodded casually as if that fact was a nightmare fuel. Maybe for her it wasn't, but for me it was. She stopped by this morning just after Chris left for work. I didn't see her car though. Maybe she took an Uber or something. What did she say? Did she come inside? Sweat started to break out on my forehead. I began looking around, examining corners as though a predator lurked behind them. No, she just asked if you were awake yet, and I said that you weren't. I asked if she wanted me to wake you, but she said no. Just said to let you sleep. That's all. She didn't say anything else? No, she looked awful though. Like she hadn't slept in days. I think you should call her. I got up from the table and thanked Jess for lunch. I felt a little bit better at the knowledge that at least she hadn't come inside. Still, I needed to double check that the doors were locked. I sat for a while trying to figure out what to do next. I didn't want to go home, but I felt that I owed it to Rebecca to help her if I could. Hadn't I sworn an oath to love and honor her through sickness and in health? Clearly she was very sick. If she was sick, which I truly believed she was, I had to try and get her the help she needed. But I didn't even know where to start. I didn't want to call the police, and besides, what the hell was I going to tell them? That my wife was peeking at me? That she was being creepy? As bizarre as she'd been, she still hadn't committed any crime. Not yet anyway. The police would have probably said that I was overreacting. But this wasn't some prank. It felt wrong. Dangerous. Like something sinister lurked beneath her smile. I knew as her husband I was well within my rights to have her committed, but what if she simply acted normal in their presence? She'd obviously been able to fool Jess into thinking she was just a concerned wife. As long as the doctors didn't find her a danger to herself or others, they'd have no choice but to release her after 72 hours. I felt lost and overwhelmed. So I did what any husband in my position would do. I called her mother. I didn't want to, believe me. We were never on the best of terms. We never fought or anything like that. She just wasn't a very warm person and wasn't very easy to get along with. She hardly ever smiled, and when she did, only her lips would move into a thin-lipped smile, leaving her eyes as blank as before. She gave off this aura that felt like she was permanently on the offensive. I'd only met her twice, and both times were very short. I got the impression she didn't approve of me for her daughter. Rebecca always ushered us out quickly, as she didn't want me to feel uncomfortable, which I was grateful for. Being in her mother's company felt almost unbearable. Like walking on glass. I was glad when we moved 3 states away so we didn't have to see her often. I was happy to avoid the woman, but I needed her help. I really didn't want to talk to her, but I had to talk to someone. She was the only person who might know Rebecca better than me. I took a deep breath and picked up the phone. Yes, she answered, already sounding irritated. Marianne, it's me, Ben. Do you have a minute to talk? I could hear her cluck her tongue in irritation. I'm in the middle of writing some checks, but if you insist, I suppose I can spare a moment. What is it that you want to discuss? It's about Rebecca. She's been acting strange. And I was wondering if you had any idea whether there was something. She interrupted me abruptly. It's a bit difficult to follow your rambling, Benjamin. What is that you want from me? I could almost see her standing there in her thin sweater and slacks, tapping her fingernails impatiently on the table. I wanted to know if you ever noticed any odd behavior? Or possibly any mental health issues? There was a long, uncomfortable pause, maybe because she was just thinking, or something else. Finally, after a few seconds, she spoke. I'm not sure if this is one of your jokes, Benjamin, but if so, I don't find it very funny. Now I do have business to attend to, as I've said, so if you don't mind, I cut her off before she could get rid of me. Marianne, it's not a joke. I'm sincerely concerned about Rebecca's mental health. Her behavior has been very erratic lately. I'm very worried about her, and I figured as her mother you would be as well. The frustration was evident in my voice. If you're truly concerned, then I suggest you get the health professionals involved. I don't know what you expect of me. She snapped. I could tell she was seconds away from hanging up, and for some reason I was desperate not to let her. I had the feeling that she knew a lot more than she was letting on. Please. If not for me, do it for Rebecca. I heard a faint shaky intake of breath, as if she were trying to hold her steely persona together, but failing. Marianne? Benjamin, I don't know what to tell you. My only advice would be to seek professional help. Do not call here again. I tried to call out to her, but she'd hung up. I tried to wrap my head around the call and her refusal to help me. Even if she didn't like me, why wouldn't she want to help her own daughter? I couldn't understand that. I tried to replay the conversation, desperate to find something I missed. I almost gave up until I remembered her last words to me. Seek professional help. She'd said those words with a bit of urgency. I could have just been grasping at straws, but no, I was sure her voice had changed ever so slightly when she'd said that. As if those words were very important. What had she meant? I assumed she'd been referring to medical professionals, but maybe she was referring to someone else. Someone that for some reason she didn't feel comfortable saying directly. Or maybe I was just desperate. I waited for Chris to get home, and after a very long and exhausting conversation, I convinced them that Rebecca truly needed psychiatric help. I didn't tell them everything. I wasn't prepared to go into it yet, but I told them about our last encounter. How she hid in the bathroom, peeking at me from the closet. They were obviously shocked, but thankfully they believed me. They too just wanted to help her. Still, they didn't think it was all that serious. Weird, maybe, but not dangerous. They just kept saying that Rebecca had to be playing some kind of weird joke. Maybe for YouTube? Jess offered, if only half-heartedly. Chris didn't think we should involve the police just yet. He offered instead to go with me, and I readily accepted. He reasoned that calmly talking to her, trying to coax her into going willingly, was the best recourse. I agreed to do it his way. At least I wouldn't be going into that house alone. We drove over this morning, just after breakfast. There was no way I was going at night. When we pulled into the driveway, my stomach began doing somersaults. Her car wasn't there, but I still didn't let my guard down. The front door was ajar, and for a split second I thought we'd see her eyes staring through the gap. I was shaking and starting to sweat. Chris, however, was fine. He waited for me to open the door, his hands in his pockets like he was going on a stroll through the park. I envied his ignorance. I pushed the door open and was immediately hit with the stench of rot. Chris smelled it too, and he walked in the house behind me with his nose scrunched up. My eyes were looking around for any signs of Rebecca. The house was deadly quiet and dark, despite being late in the morning. All the curtains were closed up tight, refusing to allow any sunlight inside. If I hadn't left just 2 days ago, I'd have thought the house to be abandoned. We moved through each room, carefully checking any place that she might hide, occasionally calling her name. Why the hell are you looking under the couch? Aren't we looking for your wife? He was looking at me like I was a moron. Let's just go upstairs. He shook his head but followed me up the stairs to check the bathroom and spare bedroom. On the way up, my shoes crunched over pieces of glass that looked to be littered over a few of the steps. I noticed that one of our wedding portraits that hung on the wall along the staircase had been smashed. The frame hung crookedly, all the glass was removed. I stared at the picture, a lump forming in my throat. We had taken the photo just after leaving the church. She looked so beautiful in her white gown. I looked at her beautiful face. I never dreamed her face would ever be a source of terror for me. We climbed the rest of the steps and checked the spare bedroom, but it looked completely untouched. I was hesitant to go into the bathroom, my fear from that night coming back to me all at once. Chris noticed and offered to go in by himself, but I couldn't let him do that. So we walked in together, checking the closet and the shower. The bathroom looked as if it hadn't been touched since the night I left. I don't think she's here. Why don't you pack some clothes and we'll try coming back tomorrow or something? I nodded and went into our bedroom and shoved some clothes into a duffel bag. When I checked inside our closet, I found the source of the smell. I immediately started gagging. Chris took one look and lost all color in his face. He had to go stand by the stairs to get away from the sight and smell. I gazed down in shock at what lay inside my bedroom closet. Soaking into the rug were at least a dozen eyeballs, all carefully laid out in pairs. Some were as large as a coin, while others were as tiny as a marble. I stared down at the eyes she collected from small animals, and I wondered how she'd gotten them. I shuddered at the thought. Man, I thought I had it bad with my wife's shoe addiction. Yours is in here collecting eyeballs, Chris said while gagging. Ben, I think we should go, he called from the hall. I'm getting nauseous. I grabbed my duffel and shut the closet door. I stepped out into the hall and took a deep breath of air. I could taste the rotten smell on my tongue and I couldn't help but gag. Who the hell lines up eyeballs in their closet like that? I tried to tell you she needed help. She doesn't need help, Ben. She needs an exorcist. You coming or what? I can't stand the smell anymore. His words died in his throat, and his eyes grew wide with fear. I didn't ask him why. I could feel it. Someone was watching me, and I didn't think it was the eyes in the closet. I turned around, my eyes slowly scanning the bedroom. Christ, I whispered, as I finally saw what we'd missed. Under the bed, curled on her side, watching us with the excitement of a kid on Christmas morning, was my wife. She held her hands together just under her chin, and they were shaking eagerly. Now that she knew she'd been found, I could hear the quiet noises she was making. A sort of hiccuping sound in her throat, as if the excitement was just too much for her. It was unnerving to say the least. Wide eyes, and that same huge smile. Everything in me told me to run, but I forced it away. This was my wife. No matter how twisted, she was still the woman I married. I had to help her. Rebecca, I said softly. She didn't respond, but her head bobbed back and forth in two quick little movements as if she were nodding. Baby, I just want to help, okay? Can you let me do that? I had taken a single step forward, approaching her like some kind of dangerous animal. I love you, Rebecca, I said softly, taking another step closer. She let a tiny moan escape her wide-open mouth, and I had to resist the urge to run. Her shoulders were starting to quiver, and her eyes grew as large as saucers. I crouched down so I could see her better, and immediately saw the blood. Her hands were covered in it. They trembled more the closer I got, as if she was barely able to contain herself. Rebecca, are you hurt? You're bleeding. She bobbed her head again, her bloody fingers moving up and down as if playing an invisible piano. They occasionally grazed her chin, leaving smears of blood on her skin. I wanted to recoil in disgust. The smell that was coming off of her was revolting. I could feel the vomit trying to climb up my throat. Her lips were dry and stretched thin, blood seeping between the cracks. I knew she wouldn't come out on her own, but I didn't want to leave her in the state she was in. I scooted closer and reached out to her. The excited hiccuping sounds got louder and her hands shook, fingers flexing. It was then that I could see the blood oozing from in between her fingers. Oh my God, you're bleeding. Instinctively I reached out to take her hand, but before I could even touch her, her hand sprang out towards me. A sharp pain shot through my arm, and I fell back on my ass. My arm burned, and I could see the blood dripping down onto the carpet. I looked back at her in shock and saw her grinning madly, her fingers clutching a large shard of glass. You all right in there? Chris asked from behind me. I turned my head slightly and nodded to him, cradling my arm to my chest. When I turned back to face Rebecca, I saw that her focus had shifted. She wasn't looking at me anymore. And she wasn't smiling anymore either. She was staring past me, her eyes glaring at Chris the way a hungry lion might stare at an antelope. Her mouth was still hanging open, but it was twisted into a snarl. I got to my feet and began walking backwards down the hall, afraid to take my eyes off her. Are you bleeding? The moment the words left his mouth, Rebecca started fast scooting out from under the bed, the glass shard still in her fist. Chris, run, go! He must have been too afraid to move because a second later I felt my back bump into him. He was still standing at the top of the stairs, staring at the horror that was my wife. Rebecca had crawled completely out from under the bed and stood in the bedroom doorway, her face twisted in rage. Her whole body was visibly tense. Blood ran down her fingers and onto the floor. "Jesus, Rebecca." My brother tried talking to her, but I reached back and pushed him towards the steps. "Move your ass," I said as quietly but firmly as I could. Rebecca bobbed her head in sharp motions and began to grin, stretching her mouth open wider and wider so that her chin seemed to touch her chest. I heard Chris mutter a prayer and then he was running down the stairs. I stood at the top of the steps, stuck between self-preservation and the love for a woman who clearly needed serious help. "I only want to help," I said whilst holding back tears. Her eyes focused on me once again as she slowly lifted the glass, holding it out in front of her. And then she started sprinting towards me, grinning with utter excitement. Thankfully, my body took over and I flew down the stairs, skipping 2 or 3 steps until the bottom. I made it to the front door before I felt her leap onto my back, wrapping her arms around my neck, her open mouth next to my ears so that I could hear those terrible hiccuping sounds. I shook her off me, knocking her to the floor. I felt a searing pain in my back as she fell, but I tore open the front door and bolted to my car. Chris was standing in the front yard, talking on the phone with the police. I didn't say a word, I just ran to my car and jumped in. Chris took the hint and followed me, still on the line with the cops. I watched the rearview mirror, sure I'd see her there, running after us. But I never did. I went straight to the emergency room and got 11 stitches in my arm and 3 on my back. The police asked a lot of questions and went back to the house to do a search, but of course, she wasn't there. They advised me to stay with a friend or relative for a while and to file a restraining order as soon as I could, but none of those things would matter. I dropped Chris off at home and went to a motel an hour away. I wanted to put as much distance between me and Rebecca as I could. This is where I've been for the last 4 hours. I thought maybe the police would find her, maybe they'd get her the help she desperately needs. But now I don't think so. Because 40 minutes ago I got a text from an unknown number. Just 3 words. "I found you." And a picture attached. The picture was dark and grainy, but I instantly knew what it was. There was no mistaking my wife's eye. I started typing this out immediately after. I don't know what to do. I'm alone and scared, and I can't help but feel that I'm being watched. I've always been good friends with one of my cousins, Cole. We're both the same age. The two of us were not quite inseparable, but we always did get along very well together and were often found together, both in school. As we'd always end up in the same class together throughout elementary school and outside of it. When we were 12 and in the 6th grade, I was hanging out with Cole on a Friday afternoon around the later part of May, and we were psyched at the start of the weekend. We'd wound up at his house, since he didn't live too far from me, and at one point my mom called to say that our grandpa was in the hospital. While the issue with our grandpa wasn't expected to be life-threatening, he was being kept at the hospital overnight for observation, and both my parents and Cole's were planning on staying with him and grandma at the hospital, since my mom and her sisters were the 2 of their siblings who lived close by. I was told that I was given the okay to stay at Cole's house for the night, with Cole's 15-year-old brother Hunter being in charge while our parents were out. This was fine by us. I got along well enough with Hunter, and he was never the bossy older cousin that some of my other friends said they had to put up with. We ordered out for pizza and enjoyed goofing off. At around 9 or so, there was a knock at the front door, and Cole went to answer it. I was a bit curious as to who it could be at that time of the night, and so I watched from a ways back. At the door were 2 older guys. They said that they were with the city and that they were investigating reports about the water pressure supposedly being bad in the neighborhood. They asked Cole if his parents were home, and when Cole said they were unavailable at that moment, which we were told to say to strangers if our parents weren't home, the guys started asking a bunch of questions about how the water pressure was in the house and if they could come inside to check. Hunter came over at that point and politely told the guys that the water pressure was fine and perhaps they should move on to check on other homes in the neighborhood. The guys seemed reluctant to leave, but turned and walked away after Hunter started closing the door. After the door was shut, we looked at each other and shrugged, but didn't think too much of it after that and went back to goofing off. Eventually, we decided to go to bed. Cole and Hunter shared a bedroom, and we all agreed that I'd sleep in there with them, rather than me hitting the sack on the couch or something like that, so that we could talk while we fell asleep. Hunter grabbed a sleeping bag out of their camping supplies for me. When we got into their bedroom, they stripped down to their briefs, and I remembered Cole had mentioned to me once a while back that they had started sleeping in just their underwear. Since I hadn't originally planned on staying the night, I hadn't brought anything with me from home as far as overnight stuff, but since I wasn't in the mood to sleep in my clothes, I stripped down to my briefs as well, though I felt a bit embarrassed, even though we were all guys there and I knew they wouldn't say anything or be judgmental. They climbed into their beds and I quickly crawled into the sleeping bag, and after talking for a while about random stuff we eventually fell asleep. Early the next morning I got up because I had to pee, and so I quietly got out of the sleeping bag and did my business in the bathroom. On the way back to the bedroom I heard something in the family room, which was on the opposite end of the house from the bedrooms and particular bathroom I was using. I didn't pay too much attention to it at the time, thinking it must be either Cole or Hunter, until I got back into the bedroom and realized that both of them were still in there. Trying not to panic, I woke them and told them that I thought someone was in the house. They quietly followed me, and the moment we walked into the family room we saw the two guys from the night before in there, and it was rather clear they were robbing the place. One of them started moving towards us as he pulled out a wicked-looking knife. The three of us promptly raced to the front door, somehow managed to get it unlocked and open, and we fled outside. As luck would have it, a cop was driving by at that particular moment. We quickly flagged him down and told him about the two guys in the house. The cop called for backup, and within a couple of minutes several other cops were there, and they proceeded to enter the house, and after some searching they caught the two guys. The cops figured out that the two guys must have entered from a window in the laundry room that had a broken latch, and had probably targeted that house because, while it wasn't empty, they probably realized that there were no adults there and figured that if we discovered them, we could be more easily dealt with than adults. To add insult to injury, while we were waiting outside while the cops searched the house, some of the neighbors came out to see what the commotion was about. This included some kids who went to the same school as Cole and me, including a few who were in our 6th grade class with us. It was during that time that the three of us realized that we'd never had the chance to get dressed. So just like in the stereotypical nightmare, we had to stand outside in full view of everyone in just our briefs for what seemed like forever, before being allowed back inside. When we went back to school on Monday, we had to put up with more than a bit of snickering, stares, and mockery for the next few weeks until school ended for the summer. I've never been good at making friends or any type of bond with people in general. I'm not even close to most of my family members like I'm close to Jessie. Jessie is my best friend. I've known her only for a year and a half, but she's literally my world. She's the only person I can speak to, the only person who understands me. I've never slept over at anyone's house that isn't mine, and even when I'm supposed to be staying at a family member's house, I get anxious and they have to call my parents to collect me. This results in my parents having to cancel everything that they plan. My parents resent me. I'm a huge burden to them because of just how anxious I am. Jessie asked if I wanted to have a sleepover at her house. I'd never been to her house, or anyone else's house for that matter, and I'll admit I was ecstatic, but also hesitant, in case I got anxious and ruined the sleepover and my friendship. I knew I was probably overthinking, but it still scared me. Jessie gave me some time to think, and I eventually agreed. I told my parents and they were pretty shocked, but decided to let me go because I had an actual shot at making a best friend for life. The car pulled up onto a large driveway, connected to an even larger house. It was huge, like mansion-sized. Probably the biggest house I'd ever laid eyes on. Me and my parents made our way over to the front door, which was about twice my dad's size, and he was 6'7". There was no doorbell. Instead, there was an abnormally large silver knocker in the middle of the door. I knocked. Jessie answered the door. When she saw me, her face seemed to light up and her smile grew larger. She instantly leaned in for a hug. Jessie's mother and father also approached the door and stood behind Jessie, also with a comforting smile on their face. Jessie's father was also tall like my own dad. He was your typical dad-looking person. It was the same with her mother. It was almost surreal. Jessie toured me around her huge house, which took about an hour in itself. Then we ventured off into Jessie's bedroom, which was huge and pink. Very pink. Like every object was pink. After staying in Jessie's room playing games and eating candy for a while, her mother walked into the room and placed a sheet of A4 paper on Jessie's bed. The way she walked was so elegant and graceful. I took my headphones and grabbed the sheet of paper. It read, "Sleepover rules. Follow these rules to ensure you have a safe and happy sleepover. 1. Don't eat too much candy. They can smell it from miles away. 2. Do not leave the bedroom after 1:45 a.m. Please remember this rule. Your life depends on it. 3. If you happen to wake up during the night for no apparent reason, hide under the bed within 25 seconds. That way they cannot see you. 4. Do not get snacks from the mini fridge during 8:56 p.m. and 9:47. You will not like what you find. 5. Make sure to turn off any light source. Apart from the TV, you must keep this on all through the night. I can't emphasize how important this is. 6. If you wake up randomly and see Jessie sitting upright, awake in her bed, you must run. Lock yourself in the bathroom and do not come out for the rest of the night. If Jessie knocks and says she hurt herself and needs help, ignore her and do not reply. 7. If you wake up and hear the baby crying, ignore it completely. Don't even move, it isn't the baby. 8. Do not attempt to speak to Jessie during the night, and if she speaks to you, do not reply. This is crucial if you want to stay safe. 9. If you hear a dog whimpering and scratching on the bedroom door, drag Jessie under the bed and then hide behind the bookshelf. We do not own a dog. 10. If you hear a ringing in your ear, run, leave the house. This is the only exception. If you don't, we all die. Have a lovely sleepover, smiley face. It had to be some kind of joke. These couldn't have been real, but I still had a feeling that I should follow these creepy rules. I folded the piece of paper and placed it in my right pocket. Then sat down again to play with Jessie. After about an hour, Jessie's dad opened the door. "It's bedtime, girls. You must go to sleep." I suddenly got very anxious, because this is when I had to start following the creepy rules. I held back all of my emotion because I didn't want to lose a friend like Jessie. Me and Jessie both got into bed. We topped and tailed so my head was at the bottom end of her bed. "Good night. Sweet dreams," she said, in between yawns. I don't know how my dreams were going to be sweet after reading those rules. Surprisingly, I fell asleep pretty quick. My sleep was pretty deep, and I didn't have any nightmares like most nights. And that's when I woke up. My stomach sank. I turned to see Jessie sitting upright in her bed, wide awake. I didn't want to believe that these rules were true, but my instinct was to just run. I bolted into the bathroom and locked the door behind me. After a solid few minutes of hyperventilating in Jesse's bathroom, I decided to unlock the door. I thought it was all probably stupid anyway. Just before my hand reached the lock, someone knocked on the door. I froze. "Tina, help me. I've hurt my head and my vision's going blurry." I desperately wanted to open the door, but something in my head advised me against it. Jessie kept screaming for help. I slumped into the corner, shaking with every breath I took. She was screaming for hours. It was unbearable. Her voice got less human-like and more distorted with every screech. By the time she stopped, I was already half asleep, to put into perspective just how long her screaming went on. I woke up. The light from the sun outside made my eyes sting. My ears were still throbbing. I slowly got up from the corner of the bathroom and unlocked the door. Jessie was playing on her PS5. Everything was totally normal. "Hey Tina," she said in her usual jaunty tone. "I think your mom and dad are already outside waiting for you in their car." I couldn't take speaking. Everywhere in my body ached. I picked up my stuff and started walking downstairs. Jessie's parents waited at the bottom of the stairs. "Your parents are outside waiting for you," said her mother with a smile. "How did they get here so quickly?" It was only 8:45. I could see the open door and my parents' car outside. I was so relieved. I was gonna leave this place finally. Jessie's dad showed me out, and I hopped into my parents' car. I can't begin to explain how relieved I was to see my parents' smiling faces again. Jessie and her family waved at me as I drove away. "How was the sleepover, sweetie?" I was about to reply when I got a notification on my phone. It was a message from my mom. It said, "Hey, I was just messaging to ask what time you wanted me and your dad to pick you up from Jessie's house." I looked back up at my mom, who was driving, and then to my dad, who was smiling eerily at me. Shit. I forgot to leave on the TV. I felt sick to my stomach. "Forgot something?" my dad asked me. Something strange happened about 3 weeks back, and I've struggled to even put it together cohesively in my head. But I'm going to try, because I think that what happened at my sister's sleepover might actually be more widespread than I imagined. Looking back now, I don't even remember how many girls were there. I think it was 10 or 12. All of them in the 8th grade and close to my sister Rachel. As they got into their sleeping bags and told each other stories, me and my best friend Kurt had a devilish idea. "We're going to scare these girls senseless," he said wickedly. I have to admit, it was just for cheap thrills. But I didn't see the harm. We got into my father's workshop and stole a few of his basic paint supplies to make Kurt look like a typical horror movie vampire. Then we went to the backyard and started to climb the tree outside of Rachel's window. Kurt was in place, ready to start making the usual boogeyman noises when he froze and squinted into the window. "What the hell?" he muttered as he tried to look in. "Hey, what are you doing? Don't be a peeping Tom." I shouted up at him, trying to figure out why he was hesitating to start the scare. Then suddenly his eyes widened and he started to fumble backwards. I watched as his feet slipped from under him and he fell to the ground. It happened in slow motion. But the sound of his head hitting the bird fountain in our backyard is one that I will never forget. Jesus Christ. "Kurt, are you okay?" I screamed. I looked up, waiting to see if my sister or one of her friends would stare out and see this horrific accident. I tried to prop his head up and stop the bleeding. Then I reached into my pocket to call 911. But I hesitated. I know it's dumb, but my parents were already going to give me a tongue lashing for being stupid anyway. I didn't want the cops to find me for something like this, so I ran inside and used Kurt's phone instead. As dumb as that was, what I did next was even stupider. I went back out, and after checking to make sure he was okay and not bleeding out, I decided to climb the tree and see whatever it was that had caused him to act so strangely. Slowly, I crawled up the branches and peered through the window to where my sister and her friends were sleeping. All except for one of them. It's been so long now, and I still remember that ungodly sight. One of the girls was standing there, crouching over the other girls with a sharp knife, slashing wildly at the defenseless sleeping friends. I will never forget the look on her face as she swung that knife. That's when the girl looked straight at me. I nearly fell back like Kurt did. But instead, I stared her down across the darkness. She'd already seen me. What good would it do running away? She could never make it outside in time to catch me regardless. Suddenly she started making her way to the door, and I could see that some of the other girls were moving. I scrambled to get out of there. I didn't even wait for paramedics to show up and help Kurt. I didn't want to be around if she was coming to get me. I ran for what felt like hours and ended up at my grandparents' house on the outskirts of my town. I frantically tried explaining to them what had happened. They called my parents, and eventually they started putting the story together. Kurt was in the hospital with his head injury, and apparently all the girls were fine. I went to see Kurt a while later to see what he remembered. Nothing. So now there's rumors that I attacked Kurt and put him in hospital and then ran away to avoid trouble. I tried talking to my sister about what I saw, but she denies that anything of the sort happened and treats me like I'm crazy. This happened when I was 11 years old. At the time, I was living in an apartment situated on a street with an ongoing construction. Needless to say, they often tapped into the electric supply and the power fluctuated quite a bit. Therefore, the street lights often served no real purpose, especially in the winters when evening dawned on us with pitch black darkness. That is relevant, so keep it in mind. From what I remember, it was a weekend I was supposed to spend at my friend's house. For an 11-year-old me, this was an exciting prospect, having been loaded with schoolwork the entire week. I was to spend what I believed to be Friday night sleeping over and spend the entirety of Saturday at her bungalow, to return home that very evening. What made it even better was the fact that her parents had an event they could not avoid and therefore trusted us to stay alone in their 2-floor house for the entirety of the 6 hours they were gone. Back then, the idea of spending a whole night alone with my friend was great, no interference and a whole 6 hours of games and movies on their huge TV. As it turns out, my friend had other ideas. I arrived at her house just short of 8 p.m. It was already pretty dark out, and her parents had waited for me to arrive before telling us about emergency contacts, dinner, and such. They also reminded us to get their 4-year-old Labrador inside as the weather was acting up and his kennel had a few loose panels which leaked when it rained. This is also an important fact to be noted. After they left, we watched a few cartoons, had dinner, and were chilling in her living room playing cards. That's when my friend Sid had the ingenious idea of exploring a fenced plot of land a few hundred meters down the street that she resided on. There was no construction happening in there, so what little of the area didn't have shambles was overgrown with plants and weeds. We got the dog inside, leashed it to its long chain that allowed it to roam within reason, got the keys and left the house to make the short 10-minute trip. At this point it was about 10 p.m. In retrospect, this is where we still had a chance to avoid this particular encounter, but being curious and daring kids, we ventured anyways. Rather uneventfully, we arrived and set to climbing over a wall which was about 2 meters. Luckily for us, the wall was broken enough in places to make good holds to carry us over. Once inside, Sid suggested that we sit a few meters away from each other for as long as we could, until one of us was too scared to do so. We faced each other and walked backwards till there was just enough light to see the general silhouette of the other. After what seemed to me like a good 10 minutes, I saw Sid's hunched form rise and start to walk towards me. She seemed to be walking rather fast and in a haphazard manner, jumping over rocks at a daring pace, even getting caught by some thorns in the process. She came up to me, and just as I was about to laugh and call her out on being scared, she told me to get up because she needed to go feed Shaggy. I remember being really confused because her parents had already filled his bowl with food and he had this water thing which he could operate in case he was thirsty. But I saw her face, and let me just say I have never seen her this pale. She looked like she had seen a ghost. So without asking questions, I said okay, and we made our way back over the wall, albeit in a tense manner and rather quickly. The moment my feet touched the ground, I felt Sid grab my arm and straight up just start sprinting down the street. To put things into perspective, I had a bruise from the way she grasped it for 2 weeks straight. So we ran like hell and eventually arrived at her house and went in through her front yard fence gate. A towering metal gate without bars, and she told me to unlock the front door while she deadbolted the metal gate's various locks into the ground. At this point, I was starting to panic, but we got into the house and Sid then proceeded to run around the house locking and closing all possible windows and doors as well as pulling the curtains shut. I was very confused as to why she was doing this, and so was her dog, who stood there and followed her around while she made the place secure. After about 10 minutes, she came back into the ground floor living room, and with a very scared expression, she explained to me that the reason she did all that was because while we were sitting apart, she happened to glance away to a few meters to my right to see another human silhouette crouching in the bushes. She thought she was imagining it until it moved closer to where I was sitting and seemed to be unaware that my friend was watching them. I would have loved to say that was the end of it, but what happens next has stuck with me until today, and I hold a fear of that situation from that point onward. To give you an idea of the layout of her compound, her house was surrounded on 2 sides by a lawn, and the lawn was then surrounded by a wall 2.5 meters high. The wall had one entrance, which were the tall metal gates I talked about previously. The house itself had windows all around the perimeter as well as 2 potential entrances. The first being the front door, while the second being a door to this small attached space next to the house, which was made of see-through metal like the kind which metal fences are made of but stronger. This space had a metal door with a lock only accessible from the inside, as well as a door which was on the wall. However, this door only had a deadbolt on and was made of light wood. This is also of importance. So an hour or so after the incident, we were upstairs in her air-conditioned room playing games on her computer and talking about whatever it is kids talk about when we heard the dog bark downstairs. It was growling and seemed to bark at random intervals. Keep in mind that her dog was a friendly Labrador who rarely ever growled or barked aggressively. My friend went to get the dog upstairs to her room, and after she returned she informed me that the dog was standing near the front door, growling at it, and that it took her quite a bit of effort to get him upstairs as he kept trying to go back there. We were really confused as this was unusual for him to do, and thinking that a stray dog may have caught his attention, we decided to go into the balcony attached to her room that gave us a view onto the front lawn and a part of the street directly in front of the house. Instead of seeing what we assumed would be a stray animal, we looked down to see a person standing very still in her lawn and in front of her front door. In the limited light, we could make out heavy layers of muddy-looking clothing and a head full of hair that looked very matted. The dog was with us in the balcony and was whining to be let outside. We crouched in her balcony, and right as we were about to discuss the situation, we heard what sounded like the front door rattling, as if someone was trying to open it with a handle. We creeped back downstairs only to realize that this person had now moved onto the window next to the door and was trying to open that. The realization hit that he was trying to find an entrance into the house by going round the perimeter. Just as we were about to creep back upstairs, my friend grabbed me again and in a hushed tone told me that she had forgotten to lock the attached space door in her hurry before. We both looked at each other and paled as we realized that it would gain entry or easy access into the house as the inner door had nothing but a deadbolt. At this point we heard the windows rattling behind the house, nearly 3/4 of the way back to the front again. The attached space door was a few meters away from the front door and we were lucky that he had chosen to go around the other side. She told me to wait by the inner door with the dog while she went outside and bolted the metal door. She then informed me to close the door as soon as she returned and that if she was caught to let the dog outside and to close the inner door as discreetly as possible as to not give myself away. We were both terrified and since we had no time to argue about it, I stood guard at the inner door while she went to the outer door, fumbled with the lock and returned inside practically running as quietly as she could. We closed the inner door and just then we heard the outer door rattle harshly. Had she not gone there and then, there was a big chance that we would have no choice but to hide in her house had he found his way in. After he tried opening all doors and windows, which took a while as he was doing it quite intently and forcefully. We found our way back upstairs and went back into her balcony to see if he had gone away, as we were standing still near the foot of her stairs for a while, listening for any further activity. As we looked down we saw him once again standing in her front lawn. However, this time we could see his head was tilted back and it felt like he was looking right at us. However, we knew that it was far too dark for him to be able to spot us, as we closed all the windows shut. We had proceeded to kill the lights in her room, as well as drawn the curtains as to not let her little bedside light escape the blinds. He then started giggling in the quiet of the night and proceeded to go down on all fours, crawling around the lawn in front of the house while his laughter grew. In retrospect, we should have called the authorities at this point, but being the terrified kids we were, we did not want to get into trouble for not even being able to follow simple instructions. He did this for nearly half an hour, only to stand up once again facing the street. Then he started climbing on top of the kennel in the corner, up onto the top of the wall, and then jumping down to repeat the loop. We stood still in our balcony, waiting to see if he would return, but an hour passed, and that was the last we saw of him. At around 2 a.m. her parents returned. The next morning they were very confused as to why all the doors and windows were closed on such a pleasant night, and why there was mud on the front doorknob. We said we just wanted to play in the dark inside the house, lying about the actuality of the situation. To this day I do not think the man has been caught.